A very warm welcome to you all, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. We're here in Rio de Janeiro, live for the FIFAe South America Continental Championship 2026. Over the course of the next couple of days, we'll be sending some nations to the FIFAe World Cup later on this year. It's my pleasure to introduce the show and be commentating throughout both today and tomorrow. My name is Harry Channon. Alongside me to my left is a good old friend, not that old of course, Stuart Wesley, aka Wes. Wes, fantastic to be here, a new continent for you and I, and it's going to be a great day of action, I feel.
Yeah, first time in Brazil, first time in South America, first time in Rio. The hospitality has been off the charts. The guys behind the cameras have been working diligently. We are all set and ready to rock and roll.
Yes, we are. Today is the turn of eFootball Mobile. We have 4 nations vying for just 2 spots. And if you've played musical chairs as a child, you know, or maybe as an adult, you know that that number just does not go. 4 into 2 does not work. So we will be saying goodbye to 2 nations, and this season's hope for those 2 nations will be thrown by the wayside. But for 2 of them, they'll be punching their ticket to the FIFAe World Cup. Well, let's go over to the stage with Wars and introduce some of our teams. Oh, excuse me. No, we're not going to the studio just yet. We are, in fact, going to talk about the schedule today. I'm so eager to get into the games here, Wes, that I've obviously jumped the gun. But we can see some of those 4 nations here: Brazil, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile.
See, I'm normally the one that has too much energy, but thankfully we've managed to rein it back in. But yeah, quite rightly, 4 very capable teams, 4 very well-equipped sides. Of course, we've got the draft. We've got so many different things we're going to go into later in the broadcast, but it does make for a very interesting melting pot of these 4 nations, especially, though, for the hosts on home soil. Brazil certainly come in with a lot of expectations, but of course we're going to get into all of that juicy stuff later on.
Yeah, absolutely, they do indeed. Not only do they house 2 world champions under their banner, but as you rightly said, home soil, the home crowd will be behind them. And will Brazil go one step further than they have in the last 2 years at the FIFAe World Cup, failing in the semi-finals on those 2 occasions, or excuse me, in the grand finals on those 2 occasions? Of course, standing in their way, Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile as well. They'll all be hoping to join them in the promised land, of course, if Brazil can make it later on.
Yeah, and that is it. It's a case of, as you rightly said, 4 does not go into 2. You're going to have to go through one of the other nations, and of course, with it being double round robin, you're going to be able to have a couple of sites of them before you get into that knockout phase. So he's a little bit testing for these kind of groups, or for these players, to test out the group of players they've got, and more importantly, do their strategies mesh well enough?
Yeah, and it's the first time, of course, we're seeing eFootball Mobile in the 2v2 side of things. Of course, eFootball updates version 6.0 was released the other day. There's been a minor tweak since then, but that's the big update that everyone's kind of adjusting to. We'll have plenty of that to talk about, of course, but the big one is the first time that we're seeing, at least in a competitive environment, 2 versus 2 on mobile. It's a big, big day for us, Wes.
It is. I mean, we're so used to seeing console, and we're so used to seeing kind of the partnerships, and we've always kind of made mention of, with mobile, it was a little bit of an isolating type of kind of setup in it being 1v1. Now it's 2v2. Now you've got a co-op partner to lean on if the going gets tough, that, and I think that is an element that I think might be on the course for one of these 4 nations. I think there might just be a moment where they might have to just say, "Look, partner, you've got to back me up here," or don't worry, I'm going to carry this over the line. It's a very interesting dynamic when you have a 2v2.
It is indeed, and of course with double round robin, as you rightly said, there'd be plenty of chances for you to settle into the tournament. Of course, the semi-finals later on will be the matches that decide who will be heading out of these 4 nations to the FIFAe World Cup. That's why we're here. That's why the Continental Championships are happening all over the world. And only 2 nations can make it here today. If you make it to that semi-final, of course, later on, we'll be seeing a bit of a different format, won't we, Wes? It's double round robin for now, so it's mostly about seeding within the group, but then it will be a best-of-2 situation, aggregate score, plus a golden goal. I know you're smiling because you love this format.
I do. When it gets to the phase of golden goal, where it's who could push themselves over that final finishing line, it is always the kind of the most exciting version that we get. Is that, for me, selfishly, later on, I want level semi-finals.
Yep.
Going into game 2, I need it to be an aggregate score that's level, and then we get golden goal, which is, again, you're just waiting for that tension to break and who will get over the line and into the FIFAe World Cup Finals.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting, isn't it? It's very exciting indeed. Of course, there's potential for history to be made across the board. We have the likes of Bolivia who have never made it to a FIFAe World Cup across their history. So a big chance for them this weekend, Wes. And of course, the storied nation across them all is Brazil. They've won a handful of these trophies.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Juninho, Rentao have kind of exchanged, Konami World Championships in the last few years. Again, they certainly come in with the form book with them. Argentina, of course, they will have something to say, being that international rival that is just so synonymous with Brazil and having that constant country-to-country rivalry. But Chile have their own thing to say. I'm sure Bolivia, if they can somehow overturn every bit of form book, every bit of adversity, and can somehow overcome it into that semi-final, that'd be a phenomenal story for them if they can manage to get through to a FIFAe World Cup Finals.
Yeah, of course, they've all been playing throughout the Nations League as well, haven't they? So in order to qualify for this Continental Championship, they have had to battle throughout several weeks of online gameplay against each other. So it's not like these nations will be strangers to each other. They'll know each other really, really well. And of course, some of them will be practice partners, depending on where you are located geographically. So that could play into a factor here this incredible tournament day as well, couldn't it, Wes?
It could. I mean, and again, we talk about preparation. We talk about the kind of intangibles of, as an example, time zones. It can be the smallest of kind of advantages, but you would think that Brazil, home comforts, know exactly where they are, know exactly the climate. It's, they have everything kind of going for them. But as I always say, it's great doing it on the couch. Do it on the stage is a very different question to ask of all of these nations, and it will be who can survive that pressure, who can survive the spotlights being on them, and who can put their best A game forward.
Yeah, who can do that? Of course, we'll have to wait and see until later on today. We have the group stages to get through first, a double round robin, so each nation will play each other twice. And that will be for, well, essentially to decide who you'll face in that semi-final, which is a big one. It's a win and in situation. So definitely a chance across the group stages to really settle in, get used to the stage. We're here in Rio de Janeiro. Perhaps some of these players, first time outside of the country. It's a new experience for them. Don't forget adjusting to potentially different hardware as well. They're going to have to settle in and decide how that they are going to proceed going into that semi-final. If you put your best foot forward, I mean, theoretically, you're one game away.
And that's it. And it's all about acclimatizing. It's all about, I mean, we've got obviously the games that are coming up. I'm sure we'll get into schedules. But, of course, if your first game on the stage comes with its own bit of pressure because you're leading off the show, you're playing in that first game, and it will set the tone. Of course, on the live streams, of course, for the alternative games, they'll be on FIFA.gg, so of course you can stick with us on the main, absolutely, but if you wanted to catch the alternate game, it is available on FIFA.gg. But it is about kind of just getting used to this environment, because it is so different probably than what a lot of these players are used to. Again, maybe with the exception of Brazil, who are used to getting to these venues, used to getting into these environments. But again, I think the key thing for me is the separator with the Brazil side is that, yes, you've done it 1v1. Can you coexist as a pair?
Yep.
And that for me will be obviously the biggest question mark that goes into it. And I'm sure we'll find out very quickly whether it is they can or they can't.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak to one of the Brazil players earlier, Rentao. He seems to be very happy with how he and Juninho were gelling. Of course, I believe undefeated entering this Continental Championship. So definitely, if there's anything that stands in their way, it probably is that hometown, that home soil pressure here in front of their confederation. Another piece of housekeeping to talk about as well is obviously the draft system that we have. Some of these players may be newer to this format because you essentially can draft your own team using in-game items.
Yeah, you can. So in terms of the phases as 1 to 3. I'm sure we're going to get into that
There'll
soon.
be plenty of time.
There'll be plenty of time for that. We can't do too much speaking here, folks. We'll let you get through to it here.
I'm hearing now that actually Wars is ready in the studio, so let's go over to Wars and meet our 4 nations.
Senhoras e senhores, amantes dos esportes eletrônicos, sejam todos bem-vindos ao FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Estamos ao vivo, diretamente da nave do conhecimento, que fica no glorioso espaço do estádio Newton Santos, na cidade maravilhosa do Rio de Janeiro. Hoje vamos acompanhar a continuidade dessa história que está a ser contada. Equipes vão rumo à Copa do Mundo de FIFAe. Mas antes, vamos dar a palavra ao atual presidente da Confederação Brasileira de Futebol, Samir Chaud.
É um orgulho para a CBF receber no Brasil o FIFAe Continental Championship. Quero dar as boas-vindas a todos os atletas que vieram de diferentes países da América do Sul. Espero que aproveitem o Rio de Janeiro, a nossa hospitalidade e façam uma grande competição. Mas vocês vão me permitir uma coisa. Na hora que começar o jogo, a minha torcida já tem dono. E é a nossa seleção brasileira em qualquer modalidade. Uma boa sorte a todos e pra cima, Brasil!
Vamos conhecer e dar boas-vindas às 4 seleções que ainda lutam nesse coliseu de grama virtual. Começando por ela, liderando os rankings de pontuação e título. Considerada por muitos a grande favorita, anfitriã do evento. Vem ao palco, Brasil! Formada por Rentão. Formada por Rentão, Juninho e o nosso querido coach Avaré. Classificada através da Nations League. Finalista da semana 1. Uma salva de palmas para Chile! Formada por Mate, Nacho e o coach Rookie. Também classificada através da Nations League. Finalista da semana 3. Segunda no ranking de consistência. Vamos dar boa tarde para a Argentina! Formada por Luck, Pato e Gonzalo Joaquim. E para completar as 4 seleções que irão disputar o Continental, classificada pela Nations League, uma salva de palmas para Bolívia! Seleção formada por Rotati e Celo Pro. Muito obrigado aos organizadores do evento CBF, FIFA, Mount 8, BTS Brasil e Prefeitura do Rio de Janeiro. Temos aqui as 4 seleções que, além do troféu, vão disputar 2 vagas na Copa do Mundo FIFAe. Senhores, Bom jogo a todos. Se divirtam. Narradores, é com vocês.
Wow, thank you very much. Fantastic to hear from our MC there in the studio, on the stage. Wars just breaking it all down, bringing the hype. And what a fantastic moustache as well. It's putting mine to shame a little bit.
Phenomenal moustache from Wars. Phenomenal. But yeah, it brings the noise, brings the hype. And we are introduced to our 4 nations here this afternoon. It is set up perfectly.
Yeah, isn't it just? We saw them there, of course, Bolivia, Argentina, Chile and Brazil. They'll be battling it out all throughout today, but only 2 of those 4 can make it to the big show later on in the year, Wes. And don't know if you were able to pick anything up body language-wise, if you were able to read into any of their introductions there. Obviously, Brazil out first. They were very, very happy, weren't they? They were loving the attention here from the home crowd.
Yeah, and it certainly felt the rumble in the arena of the feet stomping that went with it. But yeah, they certainly look boisterous. They look confident. Again, I'm feeling like I'm going to actually adopt Bolivia as the nation. I'm just taking them as support. I'm just letting you know. But yeah, Argentina, Chile, again, everyone looks kind of composed right now, but then when the game starts, it might not necessarily be that composed.
No, of course, we mentioned earlier Bolivia were trying to make history. They still are trying to make history, of course, but sadly for them, one of their players is undergoing some health difficulties. So Serisawa, Sergio, wherever you are, we hope you're well, my friend, and recover soon so that you can come back even stronger. That means that Marcelo Ivan will be stepping in for Bolivia. Just adds to the fairy tale storyline, doesn't it? It just adds to that little bit of backstory, a little bit of lore to them.
Yeah, it's almost like they couldn't, could they? They couldn't. But it certainly is that kind of story. And I think that's kind of why I'm very much invested to see how they shape up. Of course, late switches in rosters, it can sometimes have a negative effect. It can sometimes have a positive effect. We won't know, of course, until we see the first game. But again, it does add to that kind of vibe of they may be the little engine that could. And if they can somehow put something together, they can make a run for this, and they might just get lucky, get themselves into that mix.
They certainly could, and if anything, the format almost helps them, doesn't it? Double round robin, you know you're going to be in that semi-final match later on, so it's now about just bedding in the new duo, just making sure that their communication is working well and that the synergy is there, really, isn't it?
That's it, and that's it. With those late changes, you have that difference in dynamic. It's, you know, will the kind of the player that's coming in, will they have the same type of behaviours in game? You know, are you a dribbler? Are you a passer? Do you like to press in the front? There's all of these different variables you've got to kind of take into account, folks. And I think that's the interesting factor, is going, okay, what are they going to look like as a duo? Is it going to work?
Yeah, is it going to work? We can hear it in the studio just off to our left that there's some chants going on, no doubt some huddles as the players are getting ready for their matches. And of course, you could tune into all the action on FIFA.gg, as you mentioned, if you're interested in watching any of the matches, or your favourite nation perhaps isn't being featured on the stream here. They will be on FIFA.gg. So make sure you tune in there, and it will be a very, very long and strenuous, arduous day for these players, but for us, we get front row seats, don't we, Wes? We get to enjoy the action from the best seats in the house.
It's perfect for us because there's no pressure on us.
Yep.
It's very much on the players, and that is, again, it's going to be something that he's going to be told over the next few hours. Certainly, we're no body language experts, but you can certainly feel when players are under pressure, and we're certainly going to be able to find that out quite quickly.
Yeah, indeed we will. Of course, we mentioned briefly before our opening ceremony that there is a bit of a draft system involved. And I don't know the best way to really describe this, Wes, because there are 3 phases. The first phase is you pick 3 players unrestricted, so everyone can pick from every player in-game item. But from phase 2 onwards, if you choose a player, then no one else can choose that player as well. Is that
yeah,
right?
So again, I'll bring you up to speed. You've got 3 key players in phase 1. So again, those can be shared amongst all of the teams. Phase 2 is where you start to get a bit more tactical, and you start to kind of pull players off the board for everybody else. So if you pick a player in phase 2, you can't, your other opponents can't pick them. So for example, as a pure example, if I took Kylian Mbappe in phase 2, you couldn't take Kylian Mbappe in phase 2. When it gets to phase three is an open pool, so where the rest of the players tend to be. This is typically where you get your goalkeepers and maybe your kind of auxiliary players that you hadn't really factored into your team. Just glancing at my notes here, players like Sano for Brazil, Taniguchi, they're taking kind of extras just in case, because you never quite know who might fall into.
It's usually goalkeepers.
Yeah, it's usually goalkeepers, and like I say, you kind of like your emergency players. If you're, then you're not vibing with the players that you've got in phase 2. So hopefully that clears the draft system up for you at home, folks.
Yeah, we'll be able to delve into throughout today each of the nations' drafts, because it's a big part of it. And of course, teams like Brazil, I don't think Argentina were part of the FIFAe World Cup Finals last year, so I'm not sure if they'll be too familiar with this format, but they will be after today, because obviously they would have gone through it. But Brazil, the first time the format being introduced, they will be well versed in terms of, okay, we know, phase 1 we want these players, and phase 2 we can learn from the mistakes potentially that we made last year.
Yeah, I'm sure that Juninho would have been very deep in conversation with Rentao, going, look, this is what we need, this is how we're going to do it, this is the team we're going to put forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So very interesting piece of the puzzle there. We'll be keeping an eye on who's drafted whom and where each of the players have fallen. I guess the big one really is comparing phase 1 players, because it's very interesting. You can see a nation's mentality based on, have they gone for Turan Vieira Desai, for example, or have they gone somewhere else? Have they decided to shore up the middle of the park? Van Dijk, obviously an option. Maldini, Patrick Vieira is kind of that anchor man in between the midfield and the defence. So very interesting to see the mentality of each of these nations based on their phase 1 players.
Yeah, certainly. It's where you put your chips, really. It's where you're going, where do I need the strength? So, for example, Chile took Maldini, Del Piero, and Eden Hazard as their 3. As players, though, then some players may look at that and go, "Oh, why have they not picked Hullet? Why have they not done this?" And it may just be that actually they don't prefer those players from Chile. As an example, with Brazil, their phase 1 players, you've got Thuram, Desai, and Patrick Vieira. They want that solid spine to then build out their players. Again, you look at their phase 2s, Ronaldinho, Neymar, Alvarez, Mbappe, Romario. They've got a litany of players that they can pick from, and they just need to choose which way they were going to attack is the host nation.
Yeah, it's so many different mentalities you can have when it comes to the draft. So many things that make this tournament system great. One of which, of course, as well, is the consistency points. Nations able to qualify for the Continental Championships through that route, but also gives us a good idea about where each nation lies in terms of the worldwide leaderboard. And of course, Brazil, we've been bigging them up, not number 1 ranked in the world at this point in time. Do you think that's maybe because of the strength of region, or why would you read into that?
I think it can be a case of how many games you're playing, how many kind of high value opponents are you beating. So, as an example, Brazil, they are almost the kings of their own region at the moment, whereas the team who are setting number 1, Georgia, are a relatively unfancy nation in Europe, but they may have gone toe to toe with your Frances, your Spains, the Netherlands, whoever. And those might be worth more points to come into. So that might be where they've just bumped themselves up the table.
Do you think Rentao and Juninho probably have a bit of a chip on their shoulder because they're not number 1 in the world at this moment in time?
I would imagine that those 2 individuals definitely would.
Yeah.
If you're used to being number 1 and if you're used to winning titles, you want to then say, "Yep, we are world number 1." That's the real goal for them. And again, whether that's a case that they win the Continental Championship here today and they go on and win the FIFAe World Cup, whether that does enough for them, whether that satisfies the hunger that they have, because it doesn't look like they're going away anytime soon, those 2 individuals.
No, certainly not. And I mean, I know we speak a lot about Brazil. We have a good chance to, because of how often they make it far into tournaments. Juninho last year in the exact same position. I know they haven't qualified for the World Cup just yet. They have to get it done today. But Juninho last year winning the Konami Championships in 1 versus 1. Rentao did that this year. Last year, Juninho made it all the way to the final of the FIFAe World Cup. Sadly, fell to Thailand on that occasion. Can Rentao go one better this year is my question to you. I have an answer in my head, but of course we're supposed to be unbiased, so I can't really share that too much.
Well, in terms of what, if you were going with form book, folks, and I say this a lot whenever I do casting of esports, if we just went by the form book, we wouldn't have these tournaments. We wouldn't have the competitions that we have. We wouldn't have a Continental Championships, because you would just go, oh, okay, Brazil are number one in their region. Oh, okay, they'll go to the World Cup final,
Yep.
the FIFAe World Cup. They still need to go and perform. And certainly in this environment, it's going to be something where maybe rent out is that key. Maybe going 2v2 is that next step that they needed. That's not to say that Juninho is any slouch in 1v1. Absolutely not. But having that additional player when the chips are down, when you're struggling, and when your back is against the wall, which we saw with Juninho in previous kind of tournaments, especially at the FIFAe World Cup, it's having that experience to lean on. It's having somebody to bounce off of. It's somebody to just go, look, get the level up, get your chin up, let's go again. And maybe he is that key. But there are 3 other nations here that are waiting in the wings to say, hold that phone. We are, this isn't just the Rentau and Juninho show.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. We're about 5 minutes away from kickoff. The tournament begins 3 p.m. local time. So make sure you do not go anywhere. We're here at the FIFAe Continental Championship here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. There are continental championships happening all over the world over the coming weeks. We have the Asia Continental, the Asia West Continental happening over in Kuala Lumpur at the moment. We already have nations solidifying their berth into the FIFAe World Cup 2026. It's really, really exciting this end of the season. Those 2 nations on mobile, Wes, Japan and India, big names.
Yeah, huge names within the esport, huge names within the mobile platform, because we've seen a lot of India, we've seen a lot of Japan over the course of the few years that we've had the FIFAe World Cup. We've seen a lot. We kind of, if you were picking teams out of the hat or having a look at the map and going form book, you'd go, yeah, those are the 2 you'd probably expect to be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 12 spots at the FIFAe World Cup this year. So we spoke about musical chairs earlier on. I mean, in terms of a worldwide situation, there are so many strong nations that are fully capable of going the distance, getting there, but there's only 12 spots up for grabs, and one of them's already occupied by our host nation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the worry for a lot of the teams in these continental championships is going, we have to perform now to then have the ability to go and perform at a FIFAe World Cup. It's pressure within pressure. You certainly look at potentially the European leg, which is in Lisbon in a few weeks' time. You look at Mexico City and the North Central Americas area. That's going to be pressure. Here today is mountains of pressure because there's not that many teams here. So it does narrow that column of error. It really does. And every error that we see today, you just have to feel it's going to be like a 10x multiplier on how damaging it is to your nation's aspirations.
Mentally as well, you have to think, did we draft correctly? I mean, there's only 2 spots available here today. There's only 11 spots theoretically available across the globe. Have we drafted well enough? Are we prepared enough? All of these things are going through each of these players' heads, and Brazil are no exception to that. Even though they have the experience behind them, which can be invaluable, those same thoughts will be creeping in. All of a sudden, if one result doesn't go their way, they might just start to doubt themselves a little bit.
Yeah, paranoia and anxiety are 2 human traits that run through everybody, through every champion, through every competitor, through every challenger. It doesn't matter if you are, the king or queen of the castle. You still have that pressure. You still have that, look, I've got to maintain that. It's easy to get up the mountain. It's even harder to stay on top of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, Wars is ready to introduce our first 2 teams. It is Brazil, the home nation, taking on the team trying to make their first FIFAe World Cup. It's Bolivia.
Muito bem, senhoras e senhores, voltamos, pois estamos na eminência de começar o primeiro jogo. Eu não voltei sozinho, eu estou com o Canari, meu parceiro. Seja bem-vindo. Canari, quem não tá pistola ainda, né? Tomara que não fique também pistola. Ou será que vai ficar dependendo da Bolívia? Pode ser, hein? Senhoras e senhores, com vocês agora, Brasil versus Bolívia!
Wow, amazing to see Canarinho Pistola. I think I'm pronouncing that right there, the Brazilian mascot.
You've got a thumbs up from the gallery, Harry. I think you have got that absolutely spot on. It was a nice surprise for us because that definitely wasn't in rehearsals.
Well, we are now looking at the team sheet of our first match here, Brazil versus Bolivia. A big game, Wes, and you're already seeing something catching your eye here.
I'm just delighted that we can see a tactics screen. This is phenomenal. So in terms of what we're looking at here, it's essentially a 4-2-2. Long ball counter is one of the most effective tactics available within eFootball. Bolivia's side of it, a little bit more defensive. A 5-3-2, potentially looking at wing backs. You've got Cafu on one side, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst on the other. And again, you look at those little symbols that you can see maybe underneath Cafu and Van Bronckhorst. That's your boosters. That's, of course, these players have the ability to customize their players which way they see fit. So again, when you talk about selections and drafts, you now have to think, have I applied the right booster? Have I got the right tactic involved here? They're both playing long ball counter, though. This one, though, looks like it's going to be a bit more narrow down the middle. Cruyff, Van Nistelrooy and Rafael Leao are their front three. And again, Pirlo and Vieira, the two anchors, with Pete Schmeichel in goal. So, again, you can see already the nuances and the differences in the tactics is that Brazil certainly want to come out the traps all firing, all guns blazing. Crucially for Bolivia, I think they're just trying to maybe just take stock and go, right, where are we? What do we need to do from here?
I'll tell you what, Bolivia have drafted themselves a tidy little team, haven't they, Wes? I mean, getting Rafa Leao, I think he fell to about the 3rd pick over there in Phase 2. So having him, I mean, he's a player that we've seen domestically really work well for the likes of the current world champion, obviously the champion of AC Milan over on console, FIFAe. He really played through Rafa Leao, so to really pick him up in sort of the early to mid rounds of Phase 2 drafting, really nice work from Bolivia there. And of course, because they've chosen him in Phase 2, no one else can choose Rafa Leao as well. We are moments from kickoff, as you can see. It is Brazil against Bolivia, the 2nd-ranked team in the world in Brazil, up against number 45. They are down their star man, Bolivia. And we are moments from kickoff, but we will just cool off a little bit, Wes. We've been given the notion we should just
do a bit more play setting, folks. That's what we can do.
We can big things up a little bit more, but I mentioned it previously and just then, 45th in the world, Bolivia, on mobile. This really, if there's a way to quantify how much of an uphill struggle this could be, this is 45th in the world up against 2nd, arguably 1st.
Yeah, it's your old-fashioned David versus Goliath. It really is. But to take a note on Bolivia's draft, you talked about their Phase 2. Their Phase 2, they've got some unbelievable players in the back catalogue. Cristiano Ronaldo, they've got Son, they've got Gakpo, they've got Kaká. They've got so many good players, as we saw. Even got Jude Bellingham. They're just sitting there waiting to be utilised in those areas. I actually think that Bolivia have drafted pretty well, considering they may not necessarily be used to the makeup of the tournament and how it works. I think they've drafted pretty well.
They have indeed. Of course, this is an interesting part of it because there are 4 teams here in this continental. Obviously, the less nations that are in the draft, the more quality that there is versus a continental championship, maybe that has more nations involved. That quality starts to dilute a little bit as more quality players go off of the table. So I suppose you could argue Bolivia have that going for them, but a clear game plan. You can see the way they want to play through the middle just based off of their squad list. It's really impressive the way they've been able to draft.
Yeah, and certainly what we saw from their game plan as well, playing with a 5-2-1-2, having attacking wing backs. You've got Van Bronckhorst down one side, Cafu down the other, and especially in the 2v2 format, you're going to have the ability to maybe see some players make runs they don't normally make. Because, of course, certainly you'll have your AI runs, but there's a little bit different when you've got a human on the end of it that can make those inward runs and can make, certainly, of course, as part of the new update, you have the new overload system or the new overload tactic you can have, which pushes players forward if you're needing to chase the game. Of course, you also have your fluid formations of attack and defense. So certainly you've got even more things that are in your arsenal alongside things like sub-tactic. And there's so many different things that you can throw at an opponent. I'm not sure whether Brazil might be ready for this, because in a sense of your first game on stage, you are host nation, all the expectation is on you. We were speaking to our Portuguese-speaking colleagues on the native stream here, and I thankfully couldn't speak Portuguese, folks, but I got somebody to ask the question for me. I asked who they would be picking that would come and take this, and without any hesitation whatsoever, it was Brazil. And then when I asked why, they were like, they've got Rentao, they've got Juninho, they've got players that have been here and done it. And that's the confidence level that Brazil have as an association, let alone a nation. Because, again, I said it before, it's not just a game here. No. Like, football is not a game; it is a religion.
It's a way of life.
It is absolutely. We walked out of here yesterday from rehearsals, and the venue here is a stone's throw away from Botafogo Stadium. Just a fandom like no other. As we walked out here last night, it's incredible. But again, it's a warm, it's a hospitable, people are so friendly, everything is going for this nation. Yep. And now they just want to see their boys perform.
Absolutely, they do. Of course, our Portuguese or Brazilian Portuguese casters in the building, Dedeco and Guerreiro as well, providing in-house commentary here in Rio de Janeiro for the Continental Championships here in South America. Thank you so much for your patience here. Of course, we're just waiting for kickoff between Brazil and Bolivia. Looked like we were just about ready. We were able to look at some of the team sheets, but they're making us wait a little bit longer.
Well, this is the thing with esports. As an ex-player myself, you try and find things to just maybe unseat and unsettle your opponent. It can be such as going, we're all ready to go, and you go, wait. My controller isn't working, or my settings aren't correct, and there's just that tiny bit of gamesmanship that might be at play here.
Yeah.
And that can sometimes be a little bit jarring to the players, because you get yourself ramped up, and then all of a sudden you have an adrenaline dump where you actually come back down, and all of a sudden you're like, I've got to get back up again now. So these guys will be sitting in their chairs waiting to go for whatever that reason may be.
Very difficult to try and bounce back from that, especially if you were geeing yourself up and were ready to go. How do you pick yourself up? That's the question. My other question for you, Wes, let's put you in a player's position. Phase 1. You have 3 players to choose from. Every in-game item, every player card on the board. What's your mentality? And if you could choose 3, who would it be?
I think you're going, in my personal opinion, you go for a spine. I think you go first pick off the board is Ruud Gullit. I think it's every eFootball player's kind of nightmare is when you come up against Ruud Gullit in any form of this game, in any version that he has.
When you see that hair, you run the other way.
Yeah, you turn the other way. I think Patrick Vieira provides a brilliant kind of steal in midfield, physicality, dominance, has got everything about him. And then, not just because we're in Brazil, but my favourite striker to use on the game is Romario. Again, tricky, a little bit more diminutive, hasn't really got the physicality, but boy, if you give him half a chance, he will smoke a defence if you allow him the space. So, again, Romario, definitely one of my big picks if I had a phase 1 to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there's your mentality then. You get, your 2 midfielders and your striker. Why do you think we're seeing so many people really prioritise those centre-backs? I mean, especially when you look at Bolivia, they've got Van Dijk, Maldini. They're playing a 5 at the back. They've gone to round it out Vieira. It is, as you say, that spine of the team.
I think it's more of a physicality, is that if you're sorted at the defensive end of the field, i.e. you have Van Dijk and people like that, you are able to secure yourself against the attack. And I think that's why you're seeing it maybe from Bolivia.
Well, thank you very much for your patience. We have now ready to go and kick off the eFootball Mobile Continental Championships here in South America. Brazil against Bolivia is now underway. Brazil attacking from left to right with Rentao and Juninho. 2 world champions of the last 3 years. They know what it's like to be at the top of the mountain. Now they find themselves teammates on the national side. Is there anyone that can stop them? Rentau on the ball here. Feeds it through to Juninho. Oh, nice control finish just off the crossbar there. Just 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's an early controlled strike from him, and it looked like it was destined for goal, but it was cannoned off the crossbar and out for a goal kick.
And now we're seeing Bolivia into their early possession. They're down their star player, sadly due to illness. So up steps Marcelo Ivan. He will be alongside JXHD. And I tell you what, Bolivia, they're really going to go for this. Almost finding the through ball. Nice outside of the foot cross as well. And that's a really good chance. Sadly, just behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, I tell you what, as well, you saw the advancing wing-backs. You saw Cafu just get free. Just that momentary nicking it away from the defender, was able to get the cross into the box. And again, you look at the players they have at their disposal, certainly aerially, they're going to try and dominate Bolivia.
Yeah, just giving Juninho and Rentau of Brazil something to think about here in the early stages. Just going to show that they do not want to just roll over and accept that the home nation here is going to take those 3 points. Here's Rentau though. Nice feed from Juninho. Fed back to him. More strike at the front post. Wide. And just for a goal kick.
Yeah, hits the side net. It was good work there by Brazil to fashion that opportunity to near post strike, though it's difficult, especially when you have a defender in your face. It's a goal kick for Bolivia. And again, as we happen to say a lot with these mobile games, is that you'll notice the timer, if you're used to watching esports within eFootball, the timer goes a lot quicker than it does on the console.
Julian Alvarez, their third pick in phase 2. Brazil. He can definitely give you some good return up front. He's got some good stats on him, and that is an attempted switch of the play that's been stolen by Juninho. Over the top looking for Rentau. That's a very inviting ball, but the Bolivian keeper able to send that one back up the pitch, but it's going to invite Brazil now with a bit of time and space, and this is where they're dangerous. Rentau over that far side, going for that controlled strike, push behind for a corner.
Yeah, it was good build-up on that left-hand side. It was a brilliant strike there from Ronaldinho, but equally met by Peter Schmeichel in the Bolivian net. It is a corner for Brazil. Should see what they can fashion from this.
It'll be the outswinger from Juninho. What tactics have the Canary squad been able to come up with? It's into Juninho. Oh, he finishes it off. And Brazil strike first. It's their third pick in phase 2. Julian Alvarez. Converted by Juninho. It's the trademark celebration. 1-0 to Brazil.
Yeah, that's the settler that Brazil needed. It was a bit of fortune off of the set piece, but it was enough. As you see, Alvarez, the camera and the replay just zooming in. He was on the edge of the box. It cannons to him kindly. And Brazil are going to make no mistake from there.
Well, the Bolivian heart's broken here in the building. Just over half an hour play, 10 minutes till half-time. It's Brazil 1, Bolivia 0. And is there a response here from the men in green? That's a lovely ball over the top. Just can't quite stretch a foot out there to get on the end of that one. Half-time basically upon us here. Juninho trying to return the favour back to Rentau. Now Bolivia might get the last attack of the half. Oh, but Rentau stuck a foot in there. Juninho now just outside the box looking for Rentau. That's a really nice pass, and it'll be a corner late on here in the first half. Good work from Brazil.
Yeah, it was a high recycle up the field, and they were able to fashion themselves an opportunity. And it will be another set piece, but this will be definitely the last action of this half.
Looks like it'll be the in-swinger from Rentau. The 2026 Konami champion of the world, looking to try and find a 2025 champion. But it will signal the end of the first half. Brazil 1, Bolivia 0. And Juninho scoring the first goal here at the Continental Championships here in Rio de Janeiro.
It's a bright start for the home team and the home field advantage. And again, that's the goal they probably needed just to settle the nerves, if there is any, in these boys from Brazil. You can see on the right-hand side there, Neymar, Ronaldinho. There's certainly some Brazilian flair to go with the Brazilians.
Indeed there is. The first two players they chose in phase two were those two, Neymar and Ronaldinho. Clearly wanting to use as many home nation players as possible here, perhaps to make a statement. It's Bolivia with the kickoff here in the second half. Brazil will be attacking this left-hand goal. Went out to the feet of the goal scorer here, Juninho. Brazil seems so patient on the ball. Nice turn from Rentau. Bolivia steadying possession now. Of course, it'll always be difficult to try and get the chemistry going, especially in the early stages when you're expecting your partner to be alongside you. But a last-minute substitute will take a little bit of time to settle in, you'd imagine here, Wes.
Yes, certainly. It's not going to come easy, certainly if you've not prepared to be playing on stage and you're drafted in as a late replacement. It's a difficult spot to be in if you are Bolivia, but they're not exactly out of it just yet. I mean, it is only 1-0 as it stands. They just need to maybe fashion one opportunity, and it could completely change the complexion of this game.
Oh, that's a loose bit of possession, though. Rentau has Juninho as a runner. He's into the box now, tries to turn inside. That's a crucial recovery tackle. Marcelo Ivan able to make amends just for now, though, as Juninho will feed Rentau behind him. Brazil so patient in their attacks. Here's the goal scorer, Juninho. Into the box here with Rentau. Cross to Juninho! Juninho on the double! It's Brazil 2, Bolivia 0. Great work from the boys in the canary yellow. Take a look at this here, Wes. Lovely cross from Rentau.
Yeah, what a finish from Mbappe as well. But it was the build-up to that. It's the work you're not seeing on the replay. It's the patience to just allow your opponent to move around you. It's to basically just wait for a gap to open up. And Brazil exploited it to a plumb.
Didn't they just? Now time for some tactics here for Bolivia. Time to maybe come out of their shell a little bit. There's that trademark smile from Rentau. You know when things are going well. On the other side of the stage, the Bolivians here need to try and turn this one around. I mean, not much time left to do so, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, with mobile, certainly
so quick.
And then with the 2-goal lead over the hour mark, it would have to be something special from here to really make something happen. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, but it does become increasingly difficult the longer that timer ticks down.
Yes, indeed. Of course, the Bolivians, they knew they were going to go up against some tough opposition here. And the fact that it is only 2-0 here, approaching the 70th minute of the match is to be commended. The changes have been made. De Ketelaere on. The 2 goal scorers have been substituted for Brazil. No doubt some fresh legs being introduced. Now for Bolivia, can they open their account here at the Continental Championships? That would be the first port of call for them. Try and get that under your belt first, but Rental stolen the ball back. Oh, Juninho's just straight offside, but, well, he's found his teammate there. Sadly, the controlled finish cannot find even the attempt on goal. Now, look at this build-up from Bolivia. Very direct, trying to link up, but Juninho covers well. And 10 minutes to go here, Wes. It's looking comfortable here.
It certainly is looking comfortable for the host nation, Brazil, as they're piling on the pressure, looking to try and make it a third hit. Bolivia managed to cut that one out. I think for Bolivia, you're quite right. I think the first port of call is just get yourself on the board, get a goal into the net before anything else is thought about. But the time is ticking down here, Harry. It's looking like it's going to be a Brazil victory to open us up on the live stream.
Indeed it does. Rental back to Juninho. They'd love a third. Oh no, that's just offside. It was a close one. But that one, sadly, discounted. And it's a let-off for Bolivia. 90th minute now. Seems as if Bolivia are not really willing to stray away from that five at the back, despite needing some goals. But Brazil have looked formidable here. The full-time whistle has been blown. It's Brazil 2, Bolivia 0. A dream start here at the FIFAe Continental Championships.
Parabéns aí, chega aqui para falar pouquinho dessa vitória. Estreando aí com o pé direito. Primeira partida, emoção. E aí, é o que esperava?
Nós treinou bastante, né? Então chegamos aí muito confiante e conseguimos desempenhar bem já na primeira partida, né? Começar bem. Agora é continuar nos próximos jogos mesmo nível.
Então acordou, pezinho direito aqui, ó, fera, fala aí.
Tranquilidade, é sempre bom a gente começar bem, muito feliz aí de estar aqui no Rio de Janeiro, na minha casa, e nossa mentalidade é essa, a gente vai vencer isso, a gente está com essa mentalidade e vamos pra cima e vamos ser campeão.
Vamos pra cima, Brasil!
Well, how good is it to hear from our host nation? They're obviously in very good spirits, Wes. And why wouldn't they be? A 2-0, very clean, decisive victory here in the first round of the group stages.
Perfect way to get yourselves up and running if you are the team that has got all the expectation and all the aspiration. There's nothing better than a 2-0 victory to start you off.
Absolutely, and great to see Juninho in good spirits, and of course Rental with his trademark smile. How can you not love seeing that? I suppose if you're playing against him and he's just won a game, maybe you don't want to see it. But for me, in my position, I always love seeing that cheeky smile, and great to see him back in form. We can take a look at some of the highlights that we just witnessed in that last game, Wes. A really incredible game.
Yeah, again, it was just that goal that was in the first half that really kind of set the tone. I was seeing some pictures here of the highlights. It was neat interchanges. It could have been worse. There was a really good controlled strike there. The grimace from Juninho, you can see that he thought that would have been destined for goal. Again, there was this one bright spark here for Bolivia. Just didn't quite get the purchase on the header. Goes harmlessly wide of goal. And then you can just see it's more build-up. It's more anticipation from Brazil. Hits the side netting on that occasion. And then it just kind of broke out here. It's a long ball there. It gets knocked back to the goalkeeper, and it's in this kind of phase of play where they lose control of the ball to Bolivia. It's only 2 minutes later, and then Rental and Juninho go to work. Again, forced it with a really good controlled strike from the edge of the box, forced it to the corner, and then this is where it breaks down. It's a little bit of fortune, but it's exactly what you need at this level. And Brazil were able to take the lead.
Yeah, and an emphatic celebration from those two. They know how important it is to get early results in these types of tournaments, and here in the second half it was very much more of the same. Rental with the delivery, And Juninho with the finish.
Yeah, it was just patience, and we saw it a bit more from that bit of the highlights. It was
Rental was celebrating before the finish even came in.
yeah, well, sometimes as a player, that with having a striker inside 6 yards, they're not going to miss from there, especially throwing the acrobatic finish as well.
Yeah, I suppose he knew his job was done as soon as that ball was delivered exactly where it needed to go. He said, you know what, I don't need to hold on to my
I've
mobile
queued up
phone
this
anymore.
I've queued up the shot. I'm good.
Yeah, as long as this cross finds its target, then it's all up to Juninho now, and he's won a world title, so I know he knows where the back of the net is. So, yeah, very strong performance, very imposing, imperious performance there from Brazil. For Bolivia, obviously we have to take their circumstances into account. Do you think they'll take anything away from that match in terms of, well, we held them pretty close for a little while?
I think they might take away from that is that maybe that formation needs a tweak. Yes, they've certainly still got players that they can move around and edit them into a formation that's slightly different. As we mentioned earlier, they have the likes of Jude Bellingham in reserve. They do have the likes of Kaka. They've got players they can move around and maybe make it into a 4-back, maybe change it from long ball counter to try and maybe change it into a quick counter, maybe push to maybe take a look at overload if they're struggling. There's certainly there's ways to go for Bolivia, but they'll find out more in defeat than they will in that environment. They've found out a lot more about their side.
Obviously, Brazil now can start to look forward, knowing that, a potential banana peel opening the show. There's a lot of pressure on them, opening the entire tournament. They've got their first 3 points on the board. Who do you think their biggest adversary is going into their next couple of rounds of matches? Obviously, we have Chile and Argentina, who actually we can take a look as they were playing each other during that game, how that one played out. So why don't we take a look at the results, Wes? And wow, is that a bit of a shock? Is that Chile coming away with a 2-1 victory over Argentina? Wow, that's a big result there.
That's very much sent my head a little bit sideways. That was not what I was expecting to see, but Chile come up with a massive 3 points to start their campaign in this Continental Championship. And to answer your question that you posed now, you'd imagine it's Chile that Brazil might be looking at and thinking, hey, actually, we might have somebody else that we've got to worry about here too.
Indeed. I mean, that will set Chile up for all kinds of confidence moving forward here. Of the big losers there, Bolivia and Argentina, they now kind of sit towards the bottom side of the table. And very interesting to see how this one will play out going forward. But wow, a big result. Our first big shock here at the Continental Championships here in Rio de Janeiro. A big game there and a big 3 points.
And this is why we play these games out, folks. We don't just let it go to form books. We let these shocks take place as we have a look at the league table, or the group table as it is at the moment. And yeah, Chile just very happily sitting in that second place position.
Indeed. Very well done to them. Brazil up there in first on goal difference. Obviously, keeping the clean sheet means that they have a 1-goal advantage over Chile in the goal difference category. Argentina and Bolivia will still be chasing their first 3 points of this entire tournament here at the Continental Championships 2026. Oh, I mean, how much can we read into this table here, Wes? I mean, obviously, we're 1 round of fixtures out of the way. Some players, as we mentioned previously, potential for some teething issues. Do you think this will give us a good idea about who the favourites are moving into those 2 spots at the end of today?
I think in game 1, it's more so a case of, okay, we've got results, we have some data. I think when you start to get into maybe game 2, game 3, you'll then start to see a bit of a better picture of how this will form up. It could just be a surprise result against Argentina. It could be, a banana skin for them and they come back roaring into, second place or even top the group. Brazil, it may have just been they've beaten Bolivia, but can they beat Argentina and Chile? There's more questions than answers is the real long way I'm trying to say this, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose the silver lining for both Bolivia and Argentina is that they now get a chance to play each other next. So they have a chance to really put themselves a bit further up in the pecking order, especially when you consider the way the semi-finals will be seeded later on. Let's assume at this point in time with how Brazil are playing, they will be towards the top of the table. you have a chance, if you're able to sneak into that third place position, to maybe avoid the more favoured team in the semi-final draw.
Potentially. I mean, as you know, we'll get to that format when we get to a bracket. But again, to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert, folks, is that first will play fourth and second will play third. So does it pay you to just finish in third? Does it pay you to top the group? You know, does that automatically give you a better advantage maybe going into a semi-final? I don't know, because again, you get into knockout football, strange things happen in esports within eFootball when you get to these knockout phases. We've seen shocks across the board where form books get thrown out of the window and expected players and expected teams go out at surprising stages. And that could potentially happen here this afternoon.
Indeed it could. Indeed it could. I'm honestly not really sure where my head is at this moment in time, Wes. I was expecting Brazil, Argentina, for sure they would be the strongest on paper coming into this, but Chile have really, with that result, really turned my head here. I'm keeping an eye on them going forward. I don't think off the top of my head they've ever qualified for a FIFAe World Cup on eFootball Mobile. They were there for console last year, but a mobile qualification for them. I mean, obviously I'm getting ahead of myself here, but theoretically, that could be a very, very good performance from them if they can make it happen. And from that result just there, looks like they could.
Yeah, it certainly is possible with them. It certainly is a pathway that they could find themselves getting to a FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, it's a big ask for them. Big ask indeed. But again, a big result from them means that they are in a decent position. Let's take a little look at our next round of fixtures. As we just mentioned, Bolivia and Argentina will be going head-to-head. That is a battle at the bottom of the table, and then the two teams at the top. Surely we will have some form of decisiveness towards the top of the group here. Where's Brazil, Chile? That will be probably the closest contested match that we will have here in terms of skill level, or at least from what we've seen from the first round of results.
You would assume so. However, again, we've got 4 very able nations. It's a case of who really can perform. I think looking at those 2 fixtures that are now coming up, Bolivia versus Argentina, it's the perfect tonic to losing your first game is to go up against the team in the group that has also lost their first game. You may look at it and go, that might be the place where we start our campaign.
Sure.
As for the top 2, of course, it could be a case of, well, this is our opportunity to start cementing that first place.
Yeah, it could well be, and that will be the goal of both Brazil and Chile as they go head-to-head. But our featured match here on the stream will be Bolivia and Argentina. We can follow the storyline, obviously, of the Bolivians coming in with the weakened starting lineup. Sadly, one of their players out due to health concerns. We wish you well. Hopefully you're recovering and enjoying the show so far. And Argentina, who were tipped by a lot of people, including Rentao. I had a chance to catch up with him before hopping on the commentary here. He seemed to think Argentina, they'll be someone to look out for here. They'll be the nation they expect to join them through the qualification route at the end of today. And they have to make up some ground here after losing their first match.
Yeah, certainly. And again, if that is the aspiration, if that is the prediction of players and of people around the esport, then they're going to have to come and match it now.
Well, let's not wait any longer. Let's introduce our next game with Wars over on the stage.
Anunciar o próximo confronto, que vai ser entre Bolívia e Argentina. Senhores, boa sorte, bom jogo, casters. É com vocês.
Wars over there on the stage. Argentina, Bolivia, ready to go. We can take a look at the Bolivian starting 11, whereas you were asking perhaps for a formation change. Looks like for the start of the game at least, they are going to remain as they were, unless you've spotted something here.
I have spotted one slight change that they've made. They played with 2 DMFs against Brazil. You'll notice there that there is the figure of Pavel Nedved, who's now started as a centre midfielder, so it then gives you a bit more freedom to have if you're thinking of your traditional formations, you've got your 4 that normally sits in the back towards the back. You've got your 8 that normally is your box to box, and your 10 that will normally go further forward. Meanwhile, though, interestingly here, although it qualifies as a 4-1-3-2 according to that game, certainly has a 4-4-2 dimension, and certainly a very unmistakable figure in Erling Haaland occupying that left striker slot. And in terms of other players in the lineup, you've got the likes of David Beckham, Nicola Barella, you've got Nuno Mendes, you've got Chiellini, you've got Ito, you've got Thuram, you've got Buffon in goal. So Argentina, again, you'll notice as well, both teams still playing long ball counter. It is that most desired tactic that everybody starts to use at this level, because it does give you so much attacking fluidity that you're able to kind of go back and forth quite quickly. They've also got Lionel Messi up top as well, have the Argentinians, and Patrick Vieira in that center, in a DMF slot in the midfield. So they've got weapons there, Argentina. It's whether they can go ahead and start to use them.
Does my eyes deceive me here, Wes? I'm not seeing Ruud Gullit, one of their Phase 1 players.
That is a brilliant spot, Harry, and that is absolutely true. There is no Ruud Gullit, which is incredible when you think that if they've took him as a Phase 1 player, you've got to think that that is surely a player you would go, that's one of our mainstays. The fact that they've changed it, and again, maybe this is something to do in relation to the scrimmages you can sometimes have, the warm-ups you can have. Maybe Ruud Gullit doesn't benefit against a 5-back formation. Maybe there's that little bit of going a little bit longer up to Haaland and using physical presence up the field. Of course, Ruud Gullit is no slouch, but Haaland is a different beast entirely.
Potentially
so maybe,
a super sub here as well, maybe?
Yeah, potentially bringing him on with maybe 60 minutes if they're struggling, having a fresher Ruud Gullit against a depleted stamina backline of a 5-back might be of aid. But it does strike me as curious that they have not gone with a Phase 1 player. That's a big call as well for Argentina. A massive call very early on.
I wonder if something happened in the match against Chile that maybe they decided to go a different direction.
Well, that is now the $1 million question as to what exactly happened in that game that has made Argentina not go with a Phase 1 player.
Very interesting indeed. There are your Bolivian players on the stage there. Obviously looking quite relaxed. They're pretty much ready to go. JX on your left-hand side, and then Marcelo Ivan was actually slated to be the coach of this Bolivian national team. Has had to step up and fill the shoes of the absent player. And then our first look here at Lux and Patuxin. They are going to be taking the stage for Argentina. Of course, they have a long legacy in this competition, going all the way back to 2022 when they were able, with Nicholas, of course, the Iceman, to finish second. Sadly, the FIFAe World Cup proper has eluded them. They've not been able to lift that piece of silverware how much they would love to, either on mobile or console. They'd love to finally crack this competition. Big pressure on these two.
Yeah, massive. In national aspirations, Argentina as a nation, Argentina as a people are very proud of their country. You only have to see from, the World Cup in real life, just how proud they are that they made it to the final of this year's World Cup. How much more they'd like to do it virtually, because, like you say, they have a lineage. They have players that have got to these slots and these moments as we get two teams are underway.
Well, kick-off between Bolivia and Argentina. It is, of course, Argentina in their famous strip, Bolivia in the all green with white socks. It'll be interesting to see how they bounce back from their respective defeats. Of course, a 2-1 defeat to Chile makes Argentina have to wait a little bit longer to try and get their campaign underway. As for Bolivia, as we just saw, could not withstand the pressure from the host nation. Brazil were firing on all cylinders, continuing the fine form that they had in qualification. 10 wins from 10. Make it 11 in a row now. Here's Lux on the ball. Argentina straying away. That's the big storyline from one of their key players, their Phase 1 players here. In the draft, you get to choose 3 from the entire pool. And, well, that's a nice steal from Lux there on the far side. Can he find Patugton with a header? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Argentina, 15 minutes in. With who else but Erling Haaland. Pretty handy man to have in the air, Wes. A aerial duel one, just 15 minutes gone.
Yeah, different beast entirely. The ball gets kindly given to David Beckham, trademark cross from the Englishman. And again, you're not going to give Erling Haaland a more easy opportunity. Just got the space away from Van Dijk, powers the header home, and Argentina have themselves a goal lead.
Lovely stuff from Golden Balls on the far side. And of course, across generations, it's Erling Haaland to give Argentina the dream start that they were hoping for. As for Bolivia, you can tell they're just not on the same page thus far. It's obviously understandable and to be expected with the change in personnel last minute. But that'll need to change if they want to try and make history here. Today in Rio de Janeiro, here's Patugton far side. Clearly looking up for trying to run across that right flank. He's received the ball here again. Just being patient here, Argentina. Waiting for some Bolivian defenders to commit, but Haaland can't beat the Bolivian defence, and now the boys in green can start to make a counter of their own. Look at this far side. This is a good chance for them to swing one in, and they'll do so as well. Sadly, too close to the goalkeeper. Lux will gather that one up, and that will be a good chance for Bolivia, but came to nothing in the end.
Yeah, you can see the working out. It was to play the ball back and then get that ball in, but it was too close to the goalkeeper. Van Nistelrooy just couldn't get anywhere close to it.
Well, here's Beckham again along that right flank. He's looked lively. Played inside now. Patugton to the feet of Erling Haaland. Trying to turn and stunning strike from distance. That's sadly for Argentinian Hearts, off target. Blasted wide. Had the power, but just not the direction.
Yeah, he's got rockets in his feet as Erling Haaland. You can't give him that type of real estate to have a strike at goal. Stunning strike, though, it gives you more power, but ultimately doesn't quite give you the same accuracy as a regular shot. So it's a little bit risk versus reward, that tactic. So when you see the purple power bar come underneath, will be that indicator for when it is being used.
Half time in 5 minutes. Bolivia, no doubt, trying to maintain possession. Very dangerously, though. That's really good vision to try and find Lux, and that's a lovely turn as well. Oh, that is brilliant! Excellent from Leo Messi. Excellent from Lux. Excellent from Argentina. It's sloppy from Bolivia, but make no mistake, Wes, this is brilliant.
It is unbelievable bit of skill from Argentina. Talisman physically, talisman virtually. Lionel Messi makes himself known, but it's just the presence of mind to just a little bit of skill completely takes Van Dijk out of the game. As you would sometimes say in other sports, breaks ankles and just allows Messi the opportunity outside of the boot strike. Wonderful finish for Argentina.
2 added minutes have been indicated.
Argentina 2, Bolivia 0. The Bolivians having nothing short of a torrid time of it here in Rio. That could be a gift for them, though. Sadly, a bit of a missed input, and that one will just go by the wayside. Bolivia struggling. Argentina 2-0 to the good here, Wes.
Yeah, I think the issue is, and again, this is just me with player hat on, the issue is that playing a 5-back formation and playing a relatively higher line, you are actually inviting pressure from the opponent's front line. Because if you're going across field and you're not doing it quick enough, you are giving the opportunity to really press from the front. And we've just had a score update, Harry, from the other game that is on FIFA.gg if you wanted to keep both of these streams alive and see both games at the same time. Brazil, the home nation, 3-0 up against Chile, which is huge by any stretch.
Yeah, we did wonder if that battle at the top of the table would be a closely contested affair. Brazil clearly happy to just let things simmer here and continue their fine goal scoring form. Chile, how big was that result for them against Argentina? We're underway here in the second half, and it is the Argentine squad to kick things off. They're looking pretty silky so far here against Bolivia. Knocks on the ball. Can he stretch out the leg there? Sadly not. But Brazil 3, Chile 0. That's some scoreline.
It is certainly in the mobile version or the mobile discipline, absolutely. Yeah, just really dominant performance on the other side of things. But similarly here from Argentina, they've put their best foot forward. They've shook it off and they've got themselves back together. And they've probably maybe thought that result against Chile may have just been a bit of an anomaly.
This is good build-up, though, from Bolivia. Stunning cross in as well. They've won themselves a corner here on the hour mark. It's by no means out of Bolivia's reach. With plenty of eFootball mobile to play. Time for some substitutes here. And some reinforcements, if you will. This is where that draft comes into it, Wes. Where can you find that extra little bit of something to get your team over the line? Be it in phase 2 or further down in phase 3.
Yeah, well, looking at it, I think it's the Argentinians that are making the changes. But you look at their draft as an example. You look at the players they have at their disposal. You certainly look at the players like Enzo Fernandez not being utilised just yet. Rino Gattuso, Shinji Kagawa, I believe, was being utilised at the start in the left side. So, again, there are changes and there are places you can certainly make those improvements. But at the moment, I think Argentina are very much happy with the setup they've got, despite the fact they've got players like Luis Figo, Yildiz, Michael Owen at their disposal should they require them. And Lionel Messi, a point to make out, Lionel Messi was in their phase 3 picks. He wasn't in their phase 2, he's in phase 3. That shows you the confidence they had in the players that they picked out.
That's a great thing to pick out there, Wes. Great tidbit of knowledge. Just goes to show there are hidden gems to be found in the draft. Here's Bolivia with the corner. Sadly, at the front post will only result in another one. Enzo Fernandez is on for Argentina. Bolivia still having to defend here. Oh, excuse me, Argentina having to defend. Bolivia still chasing their first goal of the Continental Championships. That's another steal from Lux, and Argentina are on the way. Here's the ball near side. Patuk just waiting here, waiting to find that bit of space. That's a stunning cross, and it will be a corner.
Noticeable hairdo that's appeared in the Argentine attack. Ruud Gullit now on the field, so that call out that you made maybe was correct. Maybe they've looked to utilise him in the latter stages of the game rather than in the early stages.
Super sub Ruud Gullit. Who would have thought of it? Bolivia finally moving away from their 5 at the back here. Question is, where do you look down the depth chart here if you're Bolivia? Where do you go? Who do you bring on? Who can give you that extra bit of attacking oomph that you need?
Well, we've not seen noticeable by his absence. Not seen Cristiano Ronaldo as yet, and lo and behold, finally appears. They've got players, Heung-min Son, who CJ's favourite player, might I add. You've got the likes of Nakata coming on now. They have players. It's just about finding the right mix for the right situation. At the moment, they are chasing the game, Bolivia. So maybe the right time, but maybe they've got to start with that formation as opposed to going and trying to be too defensive. They have a corner to defend, though.
That they do. It's Patuk with the in-swinger. Taking all the time in the world here. Lovely footwork from Lux. Can Gullit, I believe that is, try and win the header in the box. Oh, it's broken kindly to him, but only from an offside position. Couldn't quite follow the defensive line back there, whereas that would have been a nice steal and surely would have stolen the 3 points away from Bolivia.
Yeah, you would have thought with a third goal it would have been game, set and match to Argentina. Again, in terms of their front two now, also on their right-hand side of their attack, Christian Vieri. So they've definitely got height to then mix in with more height so they can refresh their own attack. But Bolivia on the break.
Look at this, Bolivia! They break their duck! And who else but CR7? Bolivia are on the board. Cristiano Ronaldo. The man you were calling for, Wes, off the subs bench, gives Bolivia a lifeline and has Argentina just looking over their shoulders here.
Yeah, first time pass from Heung-min Son as well to call out there. Again, it's just about utilising the players at your disposal. It's a change in shape, a change in personnel, and all of a sudden, change in fortunes. Argentina have now got something to think about as Ronaldo makes it 2-1, and Bolivia have themselves a lifeline.
Tell you what, that's some finish as well. Some finish. That's from JXHD, the man gratefully receiving the pass from his former coach, now teammate. Great link up from Bolivia. And the Argentinians now just look a little bit nervous, don't they?
This is the issue, though, is that if you score in that 20-minute window before the end of the game, you now start to doubt what you've changed. You now start to doubt, do we now go defensive? Do we now try and kind of close things down? You know, us two being proud Englishmen, we certainly know about, you know, parking the bus and trying to take the game away from teams and how that can negatively impact your aspirations and your fortunes. For Bolivia, though, they have gone, we're going to chuck the kitchen sink at this one. Bellingham's on, Ronaldo's on, Heung-min Son is on. They have gone for it, and they've been rewarded. And maybe it is fortune that favours the brave.
Well, maybe it is. 20 minutes remain. Bolivia with their first goal of the Continental Championships have given themselves just something to chase here. 45th ranked Bolivia in the world. Argentina just outside the top 10. This would be a big shock if Bolivia can make things happen. Argentina are knocking on the door themselves, though. A bit of argy-bargy here, Wes.
Yes, new sets of animations that you'll see from that update. You'll see players, if you're down in place, you'll see little cutscenes to maybe suggest that they're trying to rally the troops at the bottom of your screen as well. Argentina in full defensive mode, full blue as the cross comes in.
Oh, it's a header straight from the corner. Ruud Gullit, the super sub, introduced. And maybe back in the manager's good graces here now, Wes. We wondered why he wasn't starting. The substitute scoring directly from the corner, imperious in the air.
Yeah, we need to stop calling for players on this live stream, Harry, because I call for Ronaldo, he gets a goal. You've answered the question, or certainly posed the question about Ruud Gullit. Powers home a header from just inside 6 yards, and Argentina looked to have just taken the wind out of the Bolivian sails.
Just when it was looking like it was going to be a fun finish for Bolivia, Argentina remind us why they're just looking into the top 10 in the world, 11th in the consistency points rankings. Didn't have the best of starts here. Bolivia are still bringing the ball forward and have won themselves a corner late on. But Argentina just reminding us of their quality here, and exactly why Rentao was earmarking them as a nation that should, at the end of today, be in prime position to qualify for the World Cup. Can Bolivia get anything back here in the final stages of this match? '90th minute now. Argentina just looks so well drilled in their link-up. And the referee's been generous here. The assistant has held up 6 minutes. But 3 of those have already ticked by, Wes. That's how quickly that timer will go down when the ball stays in play. Chance for a consolation here from Bolivia. I believe that'll be flagged for offside, and a big let-off for Argentina. They will be taking the 3 points here in this engagement. Bolivia, their search will continue. Some game from them, though.
Yeah, it has. It's been a real answer and reply as the final whistle's gone.
Yeah. Argentina 3, Bolivia 1. Let's go over to the stage and hear some instant reactions with our man Wars.
Tira então,
It's
conquistando mais uma aqui no Continental. Por favor, vem aqui de trocar uma palavrinha com vocês. Cheguem juntos. Bengan. Muito obrigado também aos bolivianos que jogaram. Cumprimento aqui dos jogadores. En primero, felicidades por la victoria. Ahora me cuenta, ¿cómo fue la preparación para este evento?
Hablando a rivales todos los días, 4 o 5 horas por día, hablando a rivales de Europa, de África, de todos lados. Gracias a Dios estamos acá y vamos a representar bien.
O próximo adversário é o Brasil, certo? Antes, uma mensagem para o público argentino.
Nada, que vamos a dar todo de nosotros y siempre vamos a estar representándolos de la mejor manera posible.
¿Qué puede esperar de partido contra el Brasil?
Partido difícil, son un rival que juega muy bien. Hay que estar concentrado los 90 minutos porque pestañas y te hacen un gol. Así que nada, a disfrutar y va a ser un partido muy difícil.
Gracias, Miano. Muchas gracias. Casters, a Argentina aqui que vem de vitória, vai enfrentar o Brasil e agora a palavra é com vocês, meus amigos.
Well, thank you very much, Wars. How good was that to hear from the Argentina lads? I'll tell you what, Lux is a very brave man to be saying here in Rio de Janeiro that we're going to beat Brazil in our next match.
I'll tell you what, though, it is a international rivalry that is up there with the very, very best. Yep. It really is. You know, I earmarked it as something, you know, to look forward to when we were looking at these fixtures, and I was thinking, well, what are we going to look at? Of course, we've got to take a stock, though, of what we just saw, Harry. I mean, it was an entertaining game between Argentina and Bolivia.
Yeah, plenty of goals. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, and we can recap some of the action if you're just joining us between Bolivia, who are still chasing a point here in the group stages, and Argentina, who are now on the board with 3 big points to their name. The first one really was a gift. David Beckham over on that far side, crossing to Erling Haaland. And the big Viking in the air is not to be denied. Bolivia did have their moments, though. We have seen the first goal from them so far at the Continental Championships. But really, Argentina looked so good throughout. When it did get to 2-1 a little bit later on, Wes, obviously we'll see this is their second goal, a bit of a gift, but make no bones about the skill and the finish as well. It did look a little bit shaky for Argentina, but that third goal really did settle the nerves.
Yeah, I mean, there was that momentary doubt, it felt like. There was the pause just after the goal where I was saying, well, they've got to be careful here because you can get that seed of doubt. You can get that idea of going, have we made the right choice here? Are we going to throw this away? And instead, they very much took stock. They realised that, I mean, granted, really kind of well worked in the end from Bolivia to get themselves a goal. But this could have been cut just before Bolivia's goal. You know, that header, you know, Holly can beat them in the best of them in the air, but it was this here, it was this neat one-touch pass that took it away, and there was a gap there. Bolivia exploited it, did very well to get themselves a goal, and then there was just that moment where you thought, could they do something here? And then Argentina very much rug pulled about 5 minutes later and took every bit of wind out the sails. It was leading up to this corner. As the man you earmarked before the game, you know, phase 1, Ruud Gullit managed to just finish it off and took it away from Bolivia.
Not in the starting 11 for Argentina. One of their key players, one of the first 3 that they drafted, came on around the 60th minute mark and was able to fire home the header that wins them their first 3 points of the Continental Championships. That'll do a world of good to Argentina.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. After the disappointment they would probably feel, having played Chile and lost in that opening game, it would be perfect tonic for them to just get themselves a win on the board.
Well, why don't we take a look at the results as a whole so far, because obviously in round 2, we didn't just have Argentina-Bolivia, we also had the battle at the top of the table, Brazil 3, Chile 0. We heard a score update halfway through that match. That has been a full-time result now, Brazil with 3 goals and another 3 points.
Convincing is what that reads, Harry. It reads as a convincing 3-0 victory. They looked as though, sounds very much like that they had just too much for Chile, especially when it was 3-0, pretty much, I believe, at half-time. So it's a case that they very much took that game away from the Chileans.
Yeah, a big result for Brazil. No doubt we'll be saying that plenty of today. We can take a look at those results and what they've done to the group table now. No guesses about who's at the top. Of course, it's Brazil. The 2 world champions on their roster are in fine form. 5 goals scored, none conceded. That's very, very worrying for the rest of the competition here, Wes. Just that goals against column is very telling.
You do wonder whether that Brazilian defence will bleed at any point. Is that at the moment they have 5 goals with a perfect record of no goals conceded, and it's a case of who is going to be able to put that first glove on them. And ironically, who the Brazilians have up next are the team that have scored the second amount of goals in Argentina.
Wow. So we did hear Lux, aka Lucky. He seemed pretty confident that his team could beat Brazil. They know this is a big game because that would bring Brazil right back into the slugfest here in the group. You have those nations behind them, Chile, Argentina. They've already played against each other. All of a sudden, it takes a shock from Argentina in our next match. And I don't want to be chased out of the building by saying that, but let's hypothetically play it out. All of a sudden, then, they're within touching distance. Obviously, Argentina would be on equal points with them. Chile, if they were to win their game, that would theoretically have 3 teams tied at the top of the table. It's possible.
Absolutely. I mean, it is the most away of away games for Argentina. Again, Chile versus Bolivia. We'll keep an eye on that one. But the major one here, or at least on this live stream, is Argentina or Brazil versus Argentina. Again, if you wanted to keep up with Chile versus Bolivia, it's on FIFA.gg. But this is very much the glamour tie, as it were, the one that I think everybody will be talking about. Brazil versus Argentina on Brazilian soil. It is something that I have been very much looking forward to, and it is something that I think is going to cause fireworks.
Oh, it's going to be a big one. Going to be a big one. You can see there at the top of the screen, next game here in Rio de Janeiro is going to be Brazil and Argentina. And, this is going to be tasty, Wes. This is going to be a good one.
It's one to get the eFootball juices flowing. You certainly just feel it, especially with a live audience in the building that are definitely rooting for the home side. It is something that is just going to give something a little bit special, you feel, going into, especially with this, of course, being the final round of the first round bit of the robin, so to speak, of the double round robin. It is the first kind of...
First heat, if you will. The first go around the world.
Yeah, indeed. And certainly this one, it has a lot of ramifications going into that second round the world trip that we've got.
Yeah, definitely. And... elsewhere, of course, Bolivia will head up against Chile. A chance for Bolivia to step out of the spotlight of the mainstream. Maybe that will do them a little bit of good. Obviously, no pressure on them in terms of our mainstream English-speaking broadcast here, keeping an eye on them. Maybe they can do a bit of work in the background, but we haven't had a chance on our stream to watch Chile so far. We've just seen them from a distance just chime in with their results. Obviously, the big one against Argentina.
Yeah, and I think that's the curious one. Is it certainly feels as though it's starting to kind of the form is starting to go with what would be expected. But it's a case of for us. The curious thing is to see how Chile are going to appear and how Chile are going to kind of expand into this competition. And I think it's a case of where they finish might decipher or might determine where their aspirations lie in this tournament. Because again, as we mentioned, first place fourth, second place third in the semi-finals. It's best of two, it's aggregate score. It might lend itself that they might need an extra game or two. Everyone's going to see each other a couple of times before we get to those knockout phases. So maybe a little bit of a fact-finding mission for Chile. Maybe they'll keep a little bit back. Same with Bolivia.
Sure.
For all we know, they could be playing a great game of possum, and they might just be going, well, this is just our B tactic. Actually, here's our A1 in the knockouts, and it catches everyone cold.
Brazil, Argentina coming very soon. We all know the sporting connotations, the rivalry. My question to you is, who has the better stake between Brazil, Argentina?
Oh, that is I tell you what,
we haven't had Brazilian
stake
yet, so
yeah. I mean, the jury is still out on that one.
Yeah.
I have only ever had Argentinian steak. Please don't have a go at me, production. I'm sorry, I haven't had it yet, but I will be at some point. But yeah, culinary, it kind of just edged to Argentina, but on points, not on. It's not. It's not decision. It's not a knockout.
Decision.
It's on points.
But we can obviously talk verbatim, ad nauseum at how storied this rivalry is here in South America, not only at the club level, international level. I mean, it goes without saying that these two nations know each other really well, but also perhaps at times things get a little bit feisty, a little bit fiery.
Just a touch.
Do you think we'll see the same thing here, Argentina, Brazil? I mean, strong words from the Argentines on the stage. Do you think we might hear just a little bit more volume in our arena when these two play?
Yeah, I think we might need a bit of reinforcement in the studio walls, maybe. I'm not quite sure, but it is certainly going to feel it, especially Brazil having, like I said, local support. They have people in the seats. They are rooting them on. And it's not just there, it's in the live streams everywhere you go. If Argentina make it into a esports tournament, they are littered in the comments. Brazil, littered in the comments. And in terms of timings wise, in terms of the time that we're here, it's just 4:05 local time. This is the perfect opportunity for people to tune in and just have us on in the background while they listen to Brazil versus Argentina. This is just a mouth-watering tie between two sporting Goliaths.
Indeed it is. I cannot wait to get this one underway soon. And of course, it's not just the action here in South America we have to talk about. We can talk about as well things going on all around the world. We have Continental Championships to decide the 11 spots up for grabs at the FIFAe World Cup this year, across eFootball Mobile, eFootball Console, and Rocket League. They'll be happening all across the globe at the same time as this. Not exactly the same time, but different time zones. Time zones are a thing. They are playing out the Asia qualifier over in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and for eFootball Mobile, we have two of our first nations in the entire world. Congratulations to Japan and India securing their tickets to the big show later on. That's pretty exciting, isn't it, Wes? To be first across the line, you can put your feet up now. If you're Japan, if you're India, you can watch this and maybe start to study Brazil and Argentina and Chile and whoever else you may feel can make it there. Of course, Bolivia is the only name I haven't mentioned there, so let's mention them as well for posterity. It's a big thing, isn't it? Getting across the line first and securing your ticket.
Yeah, it gives you the most amount of time to go and study opponents, to go and look at FIFA.gg, to go and study game film, to go and study what these players do in moments of pressure. What do they do in those clutch moments? Who has the biggest clutch gene? Who do you need to put the pressure on? Is there a weak link in the 2v2 aspect? There's so many variables and so many things you can look at. For Japan and India, they will be delighted. Of course, you've also got the third place, or should I say, the Intercontinental Playoff also to consider. New Zealand awaiting the winner of, I believe it's Jordan or Thailand, I believe, is in the mobile. So that is awaiting the loser of that fixture will be New Zealand, and then it's a playoff again. So you talk about pressure moments, you talk about pressure environments.
They don't stop coming.
They don't stop coming. They really don't. And when you get to this business end of the kind of the eFootball calendar, it is these moments that really count. It's these moments that matter. And I think looking certainly at the teams here in Rio, they will be feeling all sorts of pressure. I don't think anybody's just happy to be here. They want to go and compete. Whether you're Bolivia, you're Chile, you're Argentina or Brazil, you want to compete on the highest level.
Yeah, indeed you do. And we can obviously look across the eFootball console as well. There is a big cross-contamination, if you will, between the two scenes. They play concurrently, and it's a really one big scene as opposed to two separate platforms. We split them up for obvious reasons, but we have Japan again qualifying to the FIFAe World Cup on both mobile and console. That's a big, big statement from Ax and Tess over there. Congratulations, guys. And then Indonesia, the 2024 World Cup winners, they have secured their place as well. So congratulations to them. They can also put their feet up.
Yeah, again, you talk two nations that are synonymous with each other. I caught a little bit of Ax and Tess's interview where they were asked about, oh, how do you feel playing Indonesia in the final? Like, we're always playing Indonesia in the final because they're the two nations who are, again, almost, when you think about it, it's almost the Asian equivalent of Brazil and Argentina. They are always up against one another in some form or fashion, and there's so many clashes that they've had, but they'll both be delighted that they've got their tickets stamped to the FIFAe World Cup Finals.
Yeah, of course, while we're waiting for kickoff here between Brazil and Argentina, which hopefully will be coming soon, you can stay tuned to FIFA.gg for all of the intercontinental happenings across the world. Of course, we're here in Rio de Janeiro for the South America Continental Championships. 2 spots up for grabs here today for the big show later on in the year, the FIFAe World Cup. Who will make it? It would be a first berth, I believe, on mobile for Chile and Bolivia. If my memory serves, I think we've seen Argentina in the past. I believe in 2024 they did manage a World Cup berth, so at least on eFootball Mobile. So very interesting to see. One way or another, we're going to see a new nation on eFootball Mobile this year because there's 2 spots, 4 nations, and only one of them's been there before.
Yeah, that is something. You may see 1, you may see 2. You just don't know with knockout football. You just don't know. Of course, we've got plenty of action still to come between these two. But yeah, I think for a kind of a global game stance in terms of, if you're thinking kind of almost holistically about eFootball, debutant nations, it's never a bad thing to have at a FIFAe World Cup because, as we said previously, you don't have experience until you gain experience. You aren't known as one of these quantities until you make yourself become known. And you don't get that without getting through these opportunities, getting through these qualifiers, getting through these tournaments, and getting to the main stage, as it were, which would be the FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, being told we have Brazil's last match we can take a little look at. We can talk about Brazil and how they've played so far. Here's their run-in, Wes. And, I mean, passing with flying colours so far. 5 goals to their name, clean sheets in both of their games. The next one, their biggest test.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the makeup of the fixtures, you would say that their next game on their schedule is probably their most difficult one here today. Not just on, as we said, very storied rivalry. You have the players on the actual, their thumbs. You have the players in their drafts. You have all of these different variables, and this is something that Brazil are going to have to combat. They're going to have to go and do it again, but this time against one of their biggest competitors that they believe, as you spoke to Brentau earlier, it's one of their guys that they think that's going to be a team that's going to cause us trouble.
Yeah, the team standing opposite them are Argentina. You can see their schedule thus far. The big blip is round 1, not how they would have wanted to start their Continental Championship here. Does that say more about Argentina's start, or does that say more about the strength of Chile there in round 1?
I think it says more realistically about Argentina's start. I think is that they've had a bit of a shock in round 1's fixture. They've had a shock. They've had to go back to the well. They've had to look at their lineups. As you said, they were missing Ruud Gullit to start off their gaming in round 2. I think for me, though, if I'm looking at the fixture sheet for Argentina, I think their key fixture is actually round 4. I think that will really tell
The rematch.
That will tell whether Argentina have learnt their lessons from what they've experienced. And that is the beauty of a double round robin, is you get another go at that opponent to maybe try and fix those things that didn't really work in that first game. And they may be able to shake it off and go, do you know what? Actually, that was just first round nerves. It was first game jitters, and we're okay now. We know what we're doing.
And of course, in case you were wondering, the round 6 will indeed be a rematch between Argentina and Brazil. That could have all kinds of permutations in terms of the final group standings when we get there. But how good is it to be here in Rio, Wes? The first time in South America for me. Everyone has been so lovely, hospitable. It's amazing to be here. The weather is great, although we did have a national warning, didn't we, come up on our phones? Usually in the UK, we're used to don't start bonfires or have barbecues on the beach or whatever that is. For some reason, we get told that the weather is hot. But here you get told the weather is windy. Don't go outside. It's very windy here in Rio at the moment.
Yeah. It was a bit of a shock to me. Of course, we had to get somebody to translate the alert for us, so it's... we finally got the translation for it, and we found out it was, I believe it's force to wind, whatever that actually means.
We would have found out one way or another if we stepped outside and then I was sort of sideways hanging onto a pole. I think we probably would have figured out what the warning was.
We might have just.
By the time that I was sideways, I think, we would have put 2 and 2 together there.
Yeah, as my partner would have said back home, it was blowy. It was very blowy. Certainly, it was very much full of wind. So much so that we saw people closing windows as they were going around the venue. So I was like, well, no, that breeze is quite nice. And they were like, no, that's actually quite bad. I'm like, oh, okay.
But surely it will get windy and turbulent air here in the building between Brazil and Argentina coming up very shortly. Thank you so much for your patience, because you will not want to miss this one. Your patience will be rewarded with an incredible game. Juninho Rental of Brazil, of course, backed by Thiago Alvarez, who, by the way, I would like to take a moment to speak about him, because over the last 2 years at the FIFAe World Cup, he has come so close. In 2024, stood behind João Victor, Guy Ferreira, silver medalist, made it all the way to the final, fell to Indonesia. Last year, standing behind Juninho against Thailand, all the way in the final, silver medalist. Is this the year Thiago finally gets that gold? Is this the time he can finally hold that trophy?
Well, as the old saying goes, the third time is a charm.
Yep.
And certainly he's had, Brazil as a nation are absolutely blessed with high-level players across all formats, be it Rocket League, be it eFootball, be it whatever games or competitive esports there are. Brazil are blessed with a plethora of individuals. 2 of the very best on mobile, Juninho Rental. You look across at the console, Jay Victor, Henriquinho, again, reigning Konami World Champion in Fute Facile. There's so many good players. And again, for the coach, he has been the kneeling man up to this point. As we said, though, is Rental the key to getting Juninho over that line?
Yeah, Rental, the first ever player to win the Konami eFootball Mobile World Championships more than once. He was a 2-time winner as of about a month ago in Thailand. Over there in Bangkok, was able to secure his 2nd world title, which was amazing to witness, considering his 2025 season. He was obviously quite down on himself, but to come back and bounce back in the way that he did here in 26 will give Argentina some problems here, because it's not that easy to rattle Rental, is it? It's very, very difficult to get under that man's skin. He's always smiling.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an angry Rental. And I don't know what that looks like, and I don't think I want to know what that looks like, because he's so very much happy-go-lucky, very positive individual that I think if the tide turned, I'm not quite sure what version of Rental. It'd be like watching your favourite superhero just suddenly decide that they're going to go rogue and go supervillain.
You know what's wild is if Brazil can qualify here today, the FIFAe World Cup later on this year will be Rental's first appearance.
It's insane.
Because neither Juninho nor Rental were selected in 2024. 25 was 1 versus 1, just Juninho. Now we're going to see Rental and Juninho, if they can continue their fine form, and you'd argue that they're favourites.
You would.
In fact, they're by far and away favourites in every single column. If they can convert here today, Rentao will be able to enjoy all of the experience that comes with the FIFAe World Cup Finals. You know, the media day, the media activations, all the glitz, the glamour. He would have been sitting at home watching Juninho last year go through the stage and wish that he was there. And I think someone somewhere is smiling on Brazil because this year it's 2 versus 2 and they choose 2 of the best players in the world to play together.
Well, that's it. And we talk about it a lot at kind of at world level, is that we always talk about these talents that present themselves, and these talents that just, it's their first time at a tournament and all of a sudden they just explode. You know, and again, you look at players, you know, who've really broken through the glass ceilings that they felt that they were in. You look at the reigning world champions in co-op on console, you know, Ostribuch and Milos, come through the fire and all of a sudden just present themselves, and now they are bona fide superstars. Rentao, it would just be a coming out party for him, because realistically, like you said, it's not the fact that he's not been good enough. It's just the format hasn't supported him, and now he's able to do that. I mean, the scenes that would probably present themselves if Brazil do make it to the FIFAe World Cup on mobile 2v2, I think with that confidence of winning that today, or going through all the way potentially and going and winning a continental championship, give them every confidence, and everybody would have all eyes on Brazil.
Wouldn't they just? Let's zoom in a little bit on our next match, Brazil-Argentina. What do Argentina need to do to stop this Brazilian powerhouse duo? Because they've looked imperious thus far.
It's going to sound really simple when I say this. They need to score. In a sense of, they need to give Brazil something to worry about. You need to rattle the confidence of Rentao and Juninho. You need to go in there, much like they've said, we're winners. We want to go and win. We want to represent our people the best possible way. The best possible way of doing that is downing the hosts.
Yes.
And that, again, you just talk about balances and shockwaves, that would send ripples through everybody.
Would be a big scalp to take if they can do it. We can zoom in even further and just compare their Phase 1 key players. Both sets of players here, both nations selecting in Phase 1, Thuram and Vieira. The outlier is the third player selected. Of course, Ruda Gullit, who we've seen be a 60th minute super sub for Argentina. He's their third Phase 1 player. Over there in Brazil's camp, they've gone for Desai. What can you read into from that kind of contrasting difference between the two nations?
I think it's about having for Brazil, it's having a base to work off of. They've got 2 centre-backs. They've got an ability to change things up. They've got an ability, certainly with the Phase 2 players they've selected, they've got comfort that they've got so many players to work with. Argentina, very much the same. We saw able to bench Gullit and then bring him on. It has got everything set up very delicately for these two teams.
Well, hear it in my ear, we are a little ways away from watching Brazil-Argentina, so we'll take a 5-minute break, make sure that everything is good to go here so that we can watch when we resume Brazil versus Argentina. Yes, well, welcome back to the FIFA Continental Championships here in South America. We are awaiting the kickoff between Brazil and Argentina. Harry Channon here alongside Stuart Wesley. Looking forward to this one. Wes, we're going to have to wait a couple of minutes longer, but I promise you it will be worth the wait because these two are the, on paper, front runners for this entire championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of the 4 teams, you would have, before a ball was kicked, you would have suggested it would have been a Brazil-Argentina 1-2, depending on your personal preference. Who would be the 1, who would be the 2? But looking at it at the moment, the way it's kind of broken up in the table, it's sitting up quite nicely that, as we mentioned before, if Argentina can get a result here, not necessarily a victory, but if they can just force a point out of Brazil, then maybe opens it up a little bit for Chile and for Bolivia in the other game to potentially come in and try and take a little bit more ground on the Brazilians.
Yeah, Argentina have a chance to blow this group stage wide open here in the double round robin. It's a big, big day because when you get to that semi-finals later on, it's then a best of 2 aggregate score. And then if they're still tied over the 2 legs, you then have a 90-minute golden goal game. Penalties as well if we need them. So much drama. As it trickles down throughout the day, it will get more and more tense. So you do not want to miss anything. First real look at each other here in person. That's going to be a big, big deal for Argentina and Brazil because it's all well and good playing against each other online and, there's a delay, ping issues, a whole different bunch of things can go wrong, but also comfortability comes into it. It's a whole different ball game coming here in person where everything's as fair as it possibly can be and you're standing on the stage, or rather sitting across the stage from your opponents that have been beating you online.
Yeah, it's those lists. It's that list of intangibles we talk about. We talk about climate. We talk about getting used to the weather. We get used as something as kind of almost trivial as a good night's sleep. There's so many things that can factor into an esport player's kind of almost preparation.
The psyche.
The psyche. You're quite right. It's very much a case of it's a method. It's a way of getting yourself set up. Again, if you're not used to stages like this, if you're not used to venues where you've got lights on, you've got people in front of you. Certainly for Brazil, they have a home field advantage. They have a crowd and an audience that are rooting for them. It's a very different one than playing against a team that have a set of supporters rooting for them. You're in the lion's den. If you're Argentina, if you're Bolivia, if you're Chile, and if you're on the main stage and you're playing against Brazil, you are up against it from the jump.
You're in the lion's den here. And I know, obviously, the canary is the symbol. We've got the mascot here as well. How great is that
Delightful to see the mascot.
But you are in the lion's den. There is nowhere to hide there on that stage. You have to be putting your best foot forward. And if Argentina are not careful here, it could be a really big blow to the psyche. However, if they can take down Brazil, it would silence this crowd, put a bit of doubt in the minds of the on-paper favourites, which is why we're really anticipating this game. And as soon as it kicks off, I feel it is going to be a banger here, Wes. It could be an all-time classic.
It could be. It could be an all-timer. And bearing in mind, folks, this is just the group stage. This isn't where, things get decided. It is essentially a case of, actually, more importantly, where the order of play gets decided.
But they don't care.
They don't care. It's bragging rights.
Yep.
It's absolutely bragging rights for anybody taking that stage.
National pride.
Yeah, of course. You want to be able to turn around and go, yeah, I've turned over our nearest and most fierce rivals. Absolutely. And more importantly for Argentina, you'd be able to turn around and go, we beat Brazil on Brazilian soil. That's an extra multiplier.
That's big in your own backyard.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to hear if you're
you
a
haven't
Brazilian
defended
fan.
your house, Brazil. Would probably be the words used, but probably in slightly more animated fashion from Argentina would be saying, look, we've came to your house, we've made ourselves comfortable, we've put our feet up, and we've beat you. That would be terrible for Brazil.
For those who are just joining us, we have eFootball mobile action to come. It's played in a 2v2 setting. But most interestingly is the in-game players that are chosen for each squad have gone through a draft system. Phase 1, 3 selections. Phase 2, Can't remember how many, 11?
It's normally like 10. It's
10
only
or
10,
11?
and then you've got a pool. You've got the kind of the excess
The
pool,
leftovers, if you will.
leftover pool in 3 that's open to everybody. But phase 2 is the real key one, where you're doing damage to your opponents because you're taking players off the board that they can't select.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I did just want to contrast the phase 2 between the selections between Argentina and Brazil, because on one side you have kind of more defensive midfield options. We've seen for Argentina in the last game, obviously David Beckham on that right-hand side has been feeding Erling Haaland. He's been a very interesting attacking option. But also the likes of Enzo Fernandez in there. You have Yildiz, you have Figo, a lot of midfield options, Cannavaro as well. There's a lot of versatility there, whereas you look over on the Brazil side and it seems to be attack, attack, attack.
They've just gone, right, we need every single weapon available to us. We want every single player possible.
Every national hero that we have, Ronaldinho, Neymar, you throw him in there.
Yeah, and then you've got Romario, who's, again, would win one of my first phase picks. You've got Kylian Mbappe, Julian Alvarez, Roberto Baggio, Jan Koller, who our good friend Barrio Halloran has a slightly special relationship with Jan Koller. He's a weapon to be utilised. Goliath check forward from back in my day. Not giving my age away, but very, very much a player that I would look at and go, yeah, you'd have Pavel Nedved feeding him balls for his national team. And he's just an aerial assault merchant. He really is. And then you look at the likes of Vitinha, who's had a great season domestically. You have Frank Lampard, Wesley Sneijder, and N'Golo Kante, as the old adage goes. 80% of the earth is covered by water. The rest is covered by N'Golo Kante. It's 20% of the earth's water. That would be a very different earth entirely. But you look at the players at disposal for Brazil. They've very much gone attack first. We can worry about defense later on. We need the players. Certainly, Juninho, Rentao, dribblers, very much skillers. It goes with the territory of being Brazilian. And Argentina, a little bit more defence-minded, a little bit more thinking about, okay, we maybe need to shore up the defence.
Almost plugging the holes, aren't they, from the weaknesses of their phase 1?
But also some of their attackers in phase 2, Erling Haaland, Christian Vieri, Michael Owen, there's some differences there that they can utilise. But primarily, I think actually where they've got some really big pickups is their 3. Doan, who is a really good Japanese winger, Messi, Kagawa, McAllister, they've got players at their disposal. And I think, Harry, we've had the golden noise in our ears.
Yes, thank you very much for your patience. I can now confirm that Wars is ready on the stage to introduce our 2 teams. Let's go, Wars.
Agora sim, estamos de volta, eu e o Canarinho Pistola, porque agora é clássico maior do mundo. Do lado direito, Argentina. Do nosso lado esquerdo, Brasil. Olha a torcida, Kester. É com vocês!
Look at that energy inside the stadium there. Amazing. We're ready to go. Argentina taking on Brazil. The mascot's ready. The teams are ready. And here we go, Wes. This is Brazil's starting lineup. In fact, we've just swapped over now to Argentina. Some big, big passages of play. And it looks to me that Hullet has still been sidelined. So maybe a bit of a decision there to use him as a super sub. They're committing to that tactic.
Yeah, certainly as well. You look at also slight differences. Enzo Fernandez, they've certainly got players that are looking to just be bled into the side. Also, quick note, I think I need to hit the same gym that mascot has hit because he looked well built. I'd certainly need some tips off of him.
Yeah, didn't he just? I'm not sure if you can hear it here in the arena, but... Or rather, if you can hear it at home, but here in the arena, the Brazilian Ultras are out in force. They are making sure their voices are heard. That'll be intimidating for the Argentine contingent on the stage. Here's the Brazilian lineup. We have those 2 heroes, Ronaldinho and Neymar on either flank. They will be looking to cut inside, get some of those curlers into, hopefully, the back of the net. But more importantly, Wes, this is a defensive lineup that has not conceded a goal so far.
Yeah, interesting note here as well in the Brazilian forward line, starting off with Kylian Mbappe.
Wow.
I believe that's a change versus what was had previously. I mean, you can probably hear it from our commentary position that the noise is ramping up here in our venue, and also as well, Vitinha employed at centre midfield. Again, slight differences, and maybe it's that consideration that they're taking of, okay, actually, we need to maybe just slightly change this up depending on who we're playing, which again is mature from Rental and from Juninho. Is the acknowledgement that there are threats. And there's acknowledgement that these teams can do damage against them, and they're looking to try and formulate a plan just to kind of resolve things. And interesting as well, Sandro Martinez being employed at left back as well. Diminutive in nature, but aggressive as anything. But again, employing him at left side is probably a lot better, especially when you have the likes of Marcel Desailly at centre back.
Always helpful to have the Frenchman. And really just making sure that defence stays locked will be the key to victory here for Brazil. They haven't conceded a goal thus far here in Rio de Janeiro. They want to keep that back door firmly slammed shut and locked, double bolted. That'll be what they will aim for here up against Argentina. The Pepe squad on the other side. It seems to be the 4-2-2 here, long ball counter, Wes. I'm not sure if they'll stick with this formation or if they might try and adjust throughout up against more of a conventional flat 4-4-2 from Argentina.
Yeah, and it also looks as well, you can see here as well, that you can see the attack just at the top of your screen. Indicates the fact that Brazil are actually using a fluid formation, so they're very much keeping their defensive shape. A little bit of a mystery to everybody, which is a well-known tactic. Players, back when I used to play, they used to use the pause screen as a almost a mask to stop other teams looking at what they're doing. It's a little bit similar here. Interesting though, Argentina not utilising a fluid formation. Instead, they are just going with what they know, and they're going with what is a flat 4-4-2, despite top left-hand corner saying it's a 4-1-3-2.
It's that DMF.
It's the DMF that is the separator as a result. But they not having a fluid formation. It's interesting given the fact that fluid formations only came into the game last week.
It's only version 6.
Version 6. It already is coming to the fore that these players are starting to utilise different game plans in these environments, and it's taken them just over a week to understand that that's the game plan they want to go with.
Well, obviously, Brazil's game plan thus far has been very, very well drilled. Argentina, on the other hand, they had a blip in their first game against Chile, but bounced back well against Bolivia. The problems they've had, Argentina, is they've conceded plenty of goals. They've conceded 3 thus far, 1 against Bolivia and 2 against Chile. Coming up against a free score in Brazil, you'd imagine that's a recipe for disaster.
You would think so, Harry, but again, as we've said, rivalries do funny things to funny people, and the adrenaline hit of playing your nearest and, I would say, dearest rival in Brazil on home turf might be something for Argentina to latch onto. Meanwhile, of course, could easily be a superpower that Brazil get into. We can hear it outside of our commentary position, the chanting and drum beating that's going on. They are very much here for a derby of epic proportions, and here we go.
Well, there's no love lost between these two nations in real football, in eFootball. It is Brazil against Argentina here in Rio de Janeiro. Brazil attacking this right-hand goal. Argentina, they'll be going the other way. 5 minutes in and we're already seeing Rental look very up for this. He's caught the defence napping. Now over to that far side, Juninho, what can he conjure up? Sadly, I think the ball might just overrun him. No, he's actually been able to salvage that one. And they're still giving pressure here, Brazil. Juninho! Brazil! They open the scoring. It's Mbappe. And the crowd here in Rio go absolutely wild.
What a strike.
They're loving this.
Absolutely phenomenal. Rental G'd up the crowd. What a finish. Controlled strike into the corner. We saw them attempt quite a few against Bolivia. But what a strike when it gets pulled off here. He just manages to just wrestle free of the defender, pulls one out of the blocker, and that is a phenomenal strike.
Not bad from Mbappe. And it's advantage to Brazil here in the group stages against Argentina. And during that goal celebration, we did see the Argentine players just holding their soundproof headsets to their ears, trying to block out the noise. That's how loud things are there in the arena. Rentao almost turned cheerleader for the home crowd here. The ball finally settles in midfield. Now, what can Argentina show us moving forward? They have looked a little bit sluggish in their turns, and well, it's just sprung a very quick counter-attack here, and Tao's through on goal. Nothing doing that time around, but Brazil, they're looking so dangerous.
That was a big chance as well. That could have easily put Brazil out of sight. Instead, Argentina coming back down the right-hand side.
Yeah, this could be Argentina getting one back here. There it is. Oh, game on. And now the Argentines are standing up on the stage themselves. It's Shinji Kagawa.
Well, anything you can do, Brazil, Argentina can do better. What a strike that was from Kagawa. And you can see from our wide shots here, the audience that have gathered to watch this game. Fandom going aplenty in the stands, but a goal you thought would have quieted them down instead has actually turned up the volume again.
But Wes, this is the first goal Brazil have conceded so far here at the Continental Championships in Rio de Janeiro. That back door has finally been unlocked. And what a time to do it as well, having just conceded themselves, Argentina. They now are back on level terms, and that is almost like the boogeyman being shaken off the back.
Well, this is it. This is what we said. You know, as simple as it was when you asked me the question, what do Argentina need to do against Brazil? And it's as simple as scoring, because it just rattles a nerve or two, because again, you then start to maybe doubt what you're doing. Does that mean that Argentina have found a weakness? Does it mean that Argentina could go and replicate that again and again? Or do you need to go and make tactical changes? We're only 25 in-game minutes in. Granted, mobile goes very quickly. But do you make changes if you're either side?
For the first time here in Rio, Rentao and Juninho will need to try and find a way back into the lead. Big credit to Patuksen and Lux. They are the first nation that have scored a goal against Brazil. And there's still 15 or so in-game minutes for there to be, in the first half, another piece of action. Looks like Brazil on the warpath here as Rentao is just waiting for his countrymate to try and spring free. That's a really nice ball. And it's an even better finish, where's Brazil back in front.
Yeah, Ronaldinho rolling one in between the legs. The Canaries loving it, as are the crowd. Brazil have themselves back in the lead, and it's one of those talismanic Brazilian figures. Ronaldinho, he rolls it. And again, it's a beautifully patient ball. He rolls it between the legs of the goalkeeper. And Brazil have themselves back in front. Beautifully patient ball there, Harry.
Wasn't it just?
And then just rolls it through the legs of Gigi Buffon. And Brazil back in the lead. The volume turned up again. I think Argentina are going to need as extra soundproofing after this.
Canarinho Pistola enjoyed that one. 5 minutes from half-time. Brazil 2, Argentina 1. That'll be a real heartbreak for Argentina, having worked really hard to make Brazil concede their first goal of these championships, only to find themselves at half-time potentially at a deficit as Juninho goes for a very optimistic controlled strike there, but don't think that'll beat the goalkeeper. And well, there is the half-time whistle. Brazil 2, Argentina 1.
Yeah, that you can see that is that's definitely a go-to move for Brazil. They're definitely looking at a opportunity that they're just finding at the corners and the edges of the box.
Neymar one side, Ronaldinho the other.
That's the game plan. That is the goal. That is what they are looking to execute. As we see pictures of the fans that have gathered to root this game on. Very loud. It's not surprising given it is Brazil versus Argentina.
One of the most intimidating canaries you will see. And look at these images.
And interestingly enough, Harry, you talk about intangibles. That's on the left side of the stage, or in line, exactly where Argentina are playing. As you can see,
Wars,
even Wars is out there. Wars, you've got a job to do. Don't get content, bro.
We're underway in the second half. Wars is just loving the atmosphere as much as we are here. Brazil 2, Argentina 1. A half-time substitution from Argentina. Beckham off, Figo on. So the Englishman clearly not providing the attack down the channel that Argentina were hoping for. They had plenty of success crossing into Haaland earlier on today, but of course the Englishman, David Beckham, not getting it done thus far. Argentina in possession now. Chance potentially to silence this home crowd. Lucky on the far side. It's very patient from Argentina. This is exactly how Brazil unlocked the door on the other side. But oh, that's not for the first time this game. Rentao reading the play perfectly. And look at that ball over the top. Oh, can't quite get on the end of it though. That's something Rentao in 2v2 is really, he's carved out his own play style here, Wes. He's nicking the ball and reading the play so well.
He really, really is. He's become that, as we said, he's become that lightning rod. He's become that extra power that Brazil have got. But Argentina making their way down the left-hand side.
Oh, venturing into the box here. Just stumbling at the last hurdle. 20 minutes left for Brazil to defend their 1-goal margin to continue and extend their winning streak to what would be 12 games in FIFAe competitions this season. That one cleared away. 15 minutes left now. Pause has been queued up, but this ball has stayed in place so much that the substitutes and changes that come in when the ball goes out of play may just not have enough time to impact the end result of this match here, where there's 10 minutes left.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of whether Argentina can score to try and break this. They're not going to kick it out willingly, because of course they surrender possession to Brazil, but it is going to be a case that they've lost possession of it there, and that could be a key giveaway that Brazil might take complete control of this game.
Juninho looking to feed Rentao here. Good defensive work by Lucky, but they only have 5 minutes left. This ball has stayed in for the majority of this second half. And now there's errors coming in from Argentina. Brazil looking fairly comfortable here, but we're approaching the 90th minute, and that's where a lot of drama happens. But Rentao stepping in. That lightning rod you said. And there is your full-time whistle. Brazil 2, Argentina 1. 9 points from a possible 9 from Brazil here in Rio de Janeiro. Rentao and Juninho absolutely unstoppable in the first round robin. Let's go over to our Brazilian man on the stage. Wars!
Brasil festa aqui na nave do conhecimento. Mais uma pro Brasil, canarinhos aqui, ó. Vibrando, comemorando. Parabéns aos argentinos. Parabéns também aos brasileiros. Senhores, como é que foi a preparação para esse confronto, esse histórico clássico sul-americano, Rentao?
Latin
na semana 3
America
eles ganharam da
class.
gente, mas a gente já tá mordido e é
We
isso.
are
A gente
smart
vai jogar,
about
eu falei,
them,
a gente
and
vai partir pra
we're going
E é isso,
play
mano.
through them, play offensively, and now we are ready for the
Junior,
next game.
como é que é jogar com a força da torcida jogando em
How is
casa,
to play
irmão?
with all this crowd cheering for your team?
Vambora!
Let's go!
Avaré, conta pra mim aqui, como é que é
Avaré,
a preparação dessa
tells me
rapaziada aqui pra um jogo tão importante quanto esse?
How is the preparation for this game as you in the Hall of Coach? We studied a lot their game. We have another game against them, so we know that we can play against them in the final,
Aqui tem coach,
and we are very
rapaz!
prepared
Parabéns,
and ready for these
senhores.
games.
Podem curtir com a torcida, pode ir lá!
You can go and party with the crowd, celebrate the winning. Back to you, casters.
Amazing stuff there. That was some atmosphere in the arena. What can we say, Wes? Brazil just seemed to weather every storm that they've faced so far in a very windy Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, I mean, they can't go and party too much because they've still got another 3 games to play. But I mean, I appreciate the sentiment. But yeah, quite rightly, really kind of just had a bit of adversity, got a knockback, and found their way through. And as we heard Rentau, we're going to play through you, we're going to play offensively, we're going to take it to you. And that is everything about Brazilian football. There's no reverse gear. There's no, we'll sit back. They're going to throw everything at you, and the chips fall where they fall.
If there was a nation, I would say, that has adapted best to the 2v2 game plan and the communication that comes with that, it's got to be Brazil. I mean, the way we've seen when Juninho, as we could take a look at some of the highlights, the way we've seen when Juninho presses, Rentau's covering, and vice versa, the communication is obviously there. The coach, of course, Thiago, no doubt drilling that into his players, having coached, obviously, Brazil squads in the past that had a lot of very similar communications. They seem to have just adapted to 2v2 here on mobile so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's taking that, you know when you're playing 1v1, you know what you're going to do. You know when you are playing a pass, you know where the next pass is going to be.
Ooh.
It is a unique skill set to have 2 players that are in synchronization with one another. It's almost as though you're playing a 1v1, but there are 2 players on the field. Like, they know where they want to put their players. They know where their players can do damage. I mean, you can see there. I mean, Argentina's kind of fandom trying to give it back when Argentina got the equaliser, but it was very quickly. Was it then turned back the other way on the home side? You'll see the reactions. It was a little bit more muted the second time around, but again, they just knew where they wanted to be. You can see that the game plan is there. They'll play a through ball, they'll put the brakes on, they'll turn back, and they'll look for that controlled strike, and they'll look for one into the corner. And you could just see they were just turning things over. They were able to get the ball back quickly from Argentina. And again, more power to those guys. They've been fantastic so far. And again, in the biggest game of their group stage so far, they performed.
Yep. Passing with flying colours every single test that there has been, Wes. And I just need to know where both of those nations go from there. I think Argentina would not have expected them to secure only 1 win from their first 3 matches here in the group stages. In the double round robin, they get to go again. They go around the other 3 teams and they play each other essentially home and away. I mean, they need a big bounce back performance. Otherwise, I mean, assuming Brazil continue their run, there's a world in which Argentina, if they don't get their act together and start getting in more performances and results, we could see Brazil versus Argentina in a semi-final.
Don't do that to me, Harry. Don't do that to me. So see there, the result from the secondary game. Chile just about doing enough to get past Bolivia. And again, in this moment, it is about points on the board. It's not necessarily a goal difference that matters. It's points on the board. And that's what you need at this time. And that puts Chile, a little bit of a spoiler alert, it puts Chile into 2nd place.
Indeed it does. Chile with 2 wins from 3. That's not too bad from them at all. Bolivia sadly still chasing their first points of the entire tournament here at the Continental Championships in Rio de Janeiro. We will, of course, keep you updated with all the results as things come in here in Rio. But the group table, as we get ready to go around the second time around, the away legs, if you will, in the round robin, will be very, very interesting to see exactly how things progress. Brazil on top with 9 from 9. Chile with 6 points after their 2 wins, and then Argentina and Bolivia in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and it's now we're starting to see a shape of things. Now, as we mentioned when we were talking about the fixture list for these, for Brazil and Argentina, the key game you feel for Argentina now is that reverse fixture against Chile, which is going to be our next game on the live stream, which is going to, now with that result we've just seen, we're going to get our first sight of Chile on the live stream, and more importantly, we're going to see a very decisive game in where these two teams might just end up.
Indeed, could be. I mean, it's a real 6-pointer, isn't it? It's a massive 6-pointer because obviously they are very, very close together in the standings, just 3 points separating them. There's a chance for Chile to break free here, and that would really demoralize Argentina.
Yeah, it would. And then again, if, we'll play it out as we think it might go, it would then be Chile versus Argentina, potentially, in the semi-finals, which then means it's then a case of best of 2 against a team that may have done the double over you in a group stage. And psychologically, that is damaging.
Yeah, you definitely do not want that to happen anytime soon. You can see there above my colleague Wes's head, the next game is going to be Argentina-Chile. That's going to be a big, big game. Massive one in the grand scheme of the groups here in Rio. I mean, what? I just can't believe the melting pot of emotions that we've experienced here in the arena, whereas obviously we knew the Brazil fans would be loud, but I'd love to see Argentina also giving it back, and we saw some of their contingent stepping up.
And again, that's what it does to you. That is what this game will do to you. If you are in, as we said before the game, if you're in a Lions Den, you're in the house of somebody else, you need to be able to respond. And they did. They got themselves a goal back, but ultimately was not enough. And I think, again, crowd there certainly maybe played the 3rd man in that scenario. It is always the 12th man, but in this occasion, definitely played the 3rd man for Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brazil looking good at the top of the tree. Bolivia need to get something going, don't they? They haven't had really a sniff. Obviously, they have extenuating circumstances with their star player. What I've heard from Rental, their strongest player, sadly not here due to health issues. So we hope that he is doing well wherever you are. Best of luck to you, and hopefully you are recovering and enjoying the action, at least from home. But what needs to change for Bolivia, because they really have not had any kind of sniff here in the FIFAe Continentals here for South America.
Yeah, I think they weirdly they need to take the handbrake off. They need to maybe deviate from what they've done. If it's not working, you need to change it up. As the fixture list is on our screen, Bolivia versus Brazil is the game that will be on FIFA.gg. Chile versus Argentina is the game that will be on our stream.
Yeah, big round 4 matches, Wes. Big round 4 matches indeed, because they are... I mean, at this point, the halfway mark through the group stages, you don't want to be entering that final furlong, not really having your legs under you and not really having a chance to say, you know what, we've scored some goals, we've got some points.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just about getting themselves, or trying at least, for Bolivia to get on the board. For Chile is to extend and get away from Argentina, and potentially for Brazil, it might just be a case of just trying to solidify that top spot.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a very closely contested second round robin here. That's why I love round robin, Wes. I love home and away. I love being able to see these teams learn from what they've done the first time round and try and make things a bit better the second time around. And of course, we still have those semi-finals. But that's all from me in the first round of matches. Wes, I'll be back a little bit later on. And
I say, like we're losing you in terms of your replacement. We've got a pretty good replacement coming.
We have a pretty good replacement. Alia Harvey joining the comms here very, very soon. But for now, thank you very much for your first round of games.
Yeah, well, take care, Harry, as we do the old switcheroo while we're just taking a look at these fixtures. Round 4 is going to be on its way pretty soon, as we just get set here for our commentary position. And I get to welcome Alia Harvey to the commentary booth. Alia, a very good afternoon to you. First of all, how have you been? It's been a while since I've seen you.
I know, it's been a long time. I'm having a fantastic afternoon. That Argentina-Brazil game, the atmosphere, I don't know if you could hear it from in here.
Oh, yeah, we could.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, we heard every beat of a drum. We heard every footstep. We heard every cheer. The Canary was a welcome addition to proceedings. Very much got involved with the fandom. Flags. It was everything we wanted it to be.
Well, you had the Argentina coach, which was the only Argentina fan in the crowd. And you have about 20 Brazilians out there. And when the first Brazil goal went in, I'm not even joking, one of the Brazilians jumped on the Argentina coach. And then when the second one went in, about 5 of them did.
I mean, it's fandom. It is fandom. It's esports. It's everything we'd want it to be. There doesn't need to be stewards in the crowd, so to speak. We thankfully don't need that here. But for our next game up, which is floating above my head, Chile versus Argentina, it is set up quite delicately here for Argentina, is that with the result that they just had, they're going to be back on stage. They're going to be definitely in the surroundings that they are very familiar with. It is going to be something that they're going to have to get used to, as I believe Chile versus Argentina, as you see on your screen, is going to be up next. We're just waiting for confirmation that the two teams are going to be coming out, but we wait just a moment for everybody to be set up. But yeah, I mean, in terms of what we've got here, it is very intriguing for these two teams. Chile on 6 points with a -1 goal difference. Argentina only 3 points to their name after their first 3 games. And this, of course, is the reverse from what we've seen, as the game looks to be all about set and ready to go. No need for wars on this occasion. I think both teams are ready to rock and roll, as we see Argentina slightly deviating from what we've seen in terms of their formation, Alia.
I think they've needed to change their formation because things just haven't gone their way today. And this is actually the game I was looking forward to most, just because it's been so even all the way back from qualifiers up till today. This is essentially, I think, it could be the decider game for who finishes second, just because Brazil are running away with it today. Who gets that second spot to the FIFAe finals in just a few months?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the makeup of it, we've mentioned already, first place fourth going into the semi-finals, second place third. It's quite a key one for these two teams. They've got to go and perform. And we're seeing the two teams are setting up here. Argentina, we can see, got Haaland, Messi, Kagawa, who was actually pretty instrumental for them in their game where they beat Bolivia. They just haven't been able to put their best foot forward. They've brought in Alexis McAllister as well. They certainly have players in their draft that they can do damage with, Argentina.
And what we need to remember with mobile as well, it's so quick that any little changes you make could make the biggest difference in game. And there's a lot of pressure for Argentina going into this game, given the track record they have with Chile. I mean, going into this, on paper, Argentina have experience in a FIFA World Cup 2 years ago. Chile don't. And for them to potentially nab that second spot, I don't think either of us were expecting it.
No, I think not, as Chile will be from right to left in the red. Argentina in their home strip from right to left, as the game is now underway. As the ball gets moved out onto the right-hand side, near side of your screen, and the switch over onto the left-hand side with Matty V. Darrow just over halfway, plays it back to Nacho just short of the halfway line. And back out onto the wing. Patient build-up already for Chile. It's our first sight of them on the live stream today. They've managed to negotiate towards the edge of the box, but it's cleared away by Argentina, who now have a counter-attack. It's with Lux. Back tucks in into the centre circle. Just looking for inroads. Again, you're looking for that first goal will be the crucial one. They've put a bit of a stop on here. They've now got towards the left-hand side of the box. They've negotiated themselves in. There's a deep ball into the back post, and there's a header, and it's a goal. Argentina have themselves a lead. It is their talisman, Lionel Messi. 11 minutes gone, Alia, and something out of nothing. Just that quick change of speed, and it presents themselves with an opportunity to score.
And that's the thing with mobile. I love casting mobile because anything can happen. For all we know, after the break, Chile might go on to equalize, but it's like you said with football, it's patient, just waiting for that perfect moment to be able to attack. And for them, it's just converted. 1-0 up, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, it's that man, Shinji Kagawa, down the left-hand side. Lionel Messi rising of all people,
What
nodding
a surprise.
it home.
What a surprise,
Argentina
Wes.
and Messi, it is like, it's
Match made in heaven.
It is always a match made in heaven. It is a nightmare for Chile, though, as they have had a terrible start here, but they have now got the ball over the halfway line. They're now looking to make their way forward on the attack as Matty V now got it on the about 40 yards from goal in the centre of the field. Nacho now trying to play forward, but meets an Argentinian leg. He's cleared back to the goalkeeper on the edge of the 6-yard box and then played on the left-hand side now.
Argentina here just looking to make it 2-0. Patrick has the ball, taking his time going out the right side of the wing. Beautiful through ball in, but Nacho there to just defend it. Perfect timing.
Yeah, really good timing from Chile. They've managed to get the ball clear, but it's in a bit of a dangerous zone now for them. They're in the centre of the field, inside of Chile's half. And 40 yards from goal, Patuxin moves out to the left-hand side for Lux, and then he gets played back to the halfway line, and Patuxin, again, momentarily thought about playing back to his goalkeeper. Instead, plays it across the halfway line. Is Patuxin now still on the right-hand side with Beckham. He then rolls it into Messi. He's about 25 yards from goal, but it's picked off in transition by Chile, and they might be able to launch a counter-attack. But again, he's just dealt with very well by Argentina. They, again, don't now have to really rush. When you have the lead in mobile, Alia, they don't need to go and press them. They can just control the game.
Because the games are so much shorter. It's not like console where you have to be patient. You have to play a lot smarter. With this one, a 1-0 lead is all you need. As Chile here look to try and equalize. But again, well defended by Argentina. And as we mentioned, they're coming off a tough loss against the Brazilian team. Very, very good team. But it's not easy to just change your mindset and think, right, we've had a really difficult loss. We're currently third in the group. We need to be really, really smart with this game and take 3 points off an opponent that could nab that final spot from us.
Yeah, that is it. That is the key bit. The key bit of this is that it's how close do you want to get to your opponent? Because again, if things stay as they are, second would play third, and that would be Chile versus Argentina in the semi-finals. That's if it stays as it is, as Patuxin makes his way down the left-hand side, manages to win his team a corner. But
First
again,
corner of the game.
Yeah, the first corner of the game, and Argentina have got weapons at a corner. They've got Haaland. They've got very, very able players. Beckham with the delivery into the box. It was Haaland it was intended for. It's cleared away towards the edge of the box. Then Chile will now bring it clear and now maybe have a chance to form a bit of a counter-attack. They managed to get the ball free, but chipped one down the left-hand side, and Argentina managed to clear it out for a throw on the halfway line. But again, looking at goals in the other game, Brazil gone 1-0 up against Bolivia. They continue their 100% record as it stands as Chile restart the game. They're just ticking in towards the final moments of this half, Alia. And what have Chile got to do to get themselves into this game?
I think halftime can't come quick enough for Chile, to be honest. Out of all the games they've played today, they do seem to be the most nervous here. Can they make it 1-1 just before halftime? Well defended by Argentina, but as we were saying, I think they're a bit nervous because I feel like they know what's at stake here. But I think they just got to calm their nerves. They've just had their heads rattled in the nicest way as well by the Brazilian fans, essentially screaming in their faces. That's not easy to come back from. But they look quite calm. At the end of the day, you know, the second half will probably only be about 2 minutes long. But it's only 1-0.
Yeah, I think they've looked calmer, have Argentina. It feels as though that they've almost had the most emotional game they're going to have, because again, the reverse fixture of Brazil versus Argentina will be on FIFA GG. That'll be later on. So it's almost as though they've got through that bit and they're okay with that. And the interesting bit is Chile's response. Is that Chile went 1-0 down, 11 minutes in. They haven't then gone on and conceded again, which again is a positive for them. But as you said, it is an interesting halftime break where they've got to go and change something here.
They need to. And I think it feels almost as though they were just hoping to hold on to that 1-0 lead to have the chance to reset at halftime. And with the Brazilians, I think they're very lucky that the Argentinians, didn't score a second goal. But as we kick off the second half here, Argentina in possession, looking to try and make it 2-0 very early on, but taking their time with the ball, just passing around the back here. They know they're 1-0 up. They know they don't have to rush. Patux through to Lux. Is he going to pass it in? He tries, but well defended by Chile, Wes.
Yeah, he tried the cross in there. It got deflected clear, and now Chile may be able to fashion an opportunity down this left-hand side. Managed to win the ball back. They have got a free kick just over halfway, a couple steps in from the byline closest to your screen, a couple steps over the halfway line. 54 minutes gone. Now we're going to see changes potentially. You can see there Michael Owen being deployed by Argentina. And once very much an enemy of Argentina in a World Cup years gone by. Certainly now going to be used to weapon as Argentina restart the game. It is a free kick on halfway. Chile are going to have the opportunity to try and deliver this one in. Again, you may be looking at set pieces, might be the inroad for them here, Arlo.
Definitely. So, I mean, I think Argentina just know exactly what Chile are doing. As they kick off this free kick, decides to actually pass it to another defender instead of whacking it into the box. Trying to just hold possession here, trying to fend off the Argentinian defenders, really taking their time here. Thought he was going to go out wide to the right, but he decides to pass it through. Is he going to score off the post? Wes?
Flag that goes up. It is an offside flag up against Chile. Interestingly, goal update for you on the game on FIFA.gg. Bolivia have themselves an equaliser against Brazil.
Wow.
So that is huge for Bolivia, just to maybe give themselves a bit of confidence. Meanwhile, back on our mainstream here, it is still Argentina a goal ahead. 60 minutes gone, and Chile getting a little bit more aggressive and trying to retrieve the ball now. They know that time is not on their side, and they may only have a finite amount of opportunities. They look to try and thread a ball through the defensive lines. It's intercepted by Argentina. As Patuxin now has the ball, sprays it out into his right back slot, and Argentina being a little bit dicey with it at the back. They're going to have to be careful here because, again, 1v1 is one thing trying to defend. 2v2 is a little bit different as Chile now have an opportunity about 25 yards from goal. There's a sprint into the box. There's a charged up strike of a stunning strike, but it's been cleared away by Argentina. And now with Ruud Gullit on halfway with Argentina approaching the near side byline. It's now chipped down the line into this right-hand channel. Argentina and looking to develop this ball. They have neat bit of trickery, couple of dummies, cross ball into the box, and it's a header at the back post. What a finish, what a ball from Argentina. And it's Kenan Yildiz. We talked about the back catalogue of players that Argentina have at their disposal. It's the first time we've seen the Turk today, and he has come up trumps for Argentina.
Gosh, that must feel so disappointing for Chile, even though that ball off the post wouldn't have counted for being offside. I was hoping that would be the momentum shift for them. But Argentina just doing what Argentina do best. I mean, what a ball into there to make it a 2-0 lead. I mean, wow. I mean, are Chile going to come back from this?
It's the trickery down the line again. It's Shinji Kagawa. It's knowing the players you have at your disposal. It's two brilliant dummies down the right-hand side. And you're quite right to ask the question with so little time left on the clock. 17 in-game minutes. Again, minutes that go very quickly, folks. They don't stick around. As Chile, as you can see, they are using a fluid formation, so they'll have an attack shape and a defense shape, much as the new update of 6.0 a week Thursday, or a week yesterday. You get to be able to deploy two different shapes. So you get your defense shape, you get your attack shape. But I think crucially, Chile have got both shapes wrong. And again, just a goal update for you, just to confirm, the hosts Brazil have taken a 2-1 lead against Bolivia. So again, we like to keep you up to date with all of the goals going in. I'm sure our production crew will be very interested to hear about the hosts as they do go 2-1 ahead against Bolivia. But meanwhile, their arch enemies Argentina take a 2-goal lead here with not long left. Substitutions have been made for Chile. Ribery's on, Platini's been taken off, Zico is on. Whether that's going to make a difference, especially earlier when Argentina have gone all out defence.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you need to do, isn't it? It's unfortunate for Chile because they needed to capitalize when they nearly had that goal going, but they could capitalize here. But as you said, Wes, they've just gone fully defensive because they know this is a must-win game for them. As Patux looks to attack, Lux with the ball now, holding on to it. Chile well intercepted as they look to counter now. Mafteev with the ball, goes out wide to Nacho. Can they make it 2-1 here and give themselves a fighting chance? Is he going to cross the ball in? Just hesitated there, and Argentina have the ball yet again. Wow, Wes.
Bit of head tennis, you're quite right. It is back and forth here between these two. Chile just trying to make some type of space, but they've run out of time here as Argentina look with just 3 minutes added on. That's not a lot of time in mobile. As you get a close-up of Ruud Gullit, who again is getting used as that substitute to just take the sting out of the game. 60 minutes in, he's just a great deployment to have if you are Argentina. They've certainly found their feet with their play, but it will be another 3 points this time for Argentina. And it's a well-needed 3 points in the makeup of the table. As there goes the final whistle. And we all go straight to wars on the main stage.
And Argentina winning again. One more victory for the Argentina national team. The teams is greeting each other's respectfully. I have a doubt. I have to ask a question for you. The throwing the ball in the area is a training that you guys have. Yes or no? Yes, it is a training strategy. About the football that you guys playing at the tournament to the moment, what you have to say? We should be playing better. Well, congratulations. Congratulations, and Argentina winning. The campaign is not in the best mood, but they're trying. Back to you, casters.
Thank you, Wars. I mean, listening to that, it was intriguing to hear that Argentina are saying, we should be playing better than this, which is intriguing considering where they are. I mean, you know, looking at the way that it's now starting to shape up, you certainly feel as though Argentina feel as though that they've got themselves back to that level of where they want to be, because they certainly feel as though they've fallen below that earlier.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good that they're very self-aware. I think that's a very important skill set for esports players to have. But they did what they needed to do against Chile, and potentially that might have been enough as we go into round 5, because Chile play Brazil now, who they've never beaten. Mm-hmm. And Argentina play Bolivia.
Yeah, and that is, as you rightly said, I mean, it's set up perfectly. We'll take a look at the highlights just kind of when they come onto our screen here, but you certainly felt as though it was the first goal from Argentina. It was this one here that we're going to see. It just took all the wind out of the sails of Chile. It was a beautiful ball into the box, and again, you're that close to the goal. As you see the reaction, the pump fist, and certainly got to work on the coordination of the dap and then the pump fist, but that's probably about as far out of the chemistry as it is. Argentina certainly know that they can play better. They know they have a better game, and they certainly put it to good use here because they just took it away from Chile.
Yeah, definitely. And they showed what they are actually capable of, because watching all of their games so far today, they are right. They haven't performed to the level I think that they were expecting to, but they got the win against the team they needed to the most today, and that's the most important half. As we look into this second half here, Chile had a bit of momentum. This is the turning point for them that we thought maybe momentum could be on their side, but I think they just kicked themselves in the teeth too much with that one.
Yeah, it's that chance there. It's where it's a stunning strike, is that the animations and the charge up, it takes a little bit more time than a regular strike. One wrong input gives the ball away. And again, wonderful bit of trickery down the right-hand side. It was brilliantly played in. And again, you just saw, as you see there, the Cole Palmer / Morgan Rogers They knew that they were feeling themselves. They knew they were in a box seat. They knew they were in the driver's seat. And they knew they could take the game away.
And that's where the experience is showing, I think. Argentina have made it to a FIFAe finals before, and it proved today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, worthy winners, 2-0. And again, just in that makeup of how it's kind of forming up, we're now starting to see the group kind of turn into the group, you know, as Harry and myself mentioned, one game doesn't really give you enough of a kind of a read. It's getting a bit more data. It's getting a bit more of knowledge of what we're looking at. Certainly, looking at Brazil, they certainly look to be the team in the driver's seat. As we just have a quick gander at the other result, we certainly be keeping you up to date on the live stream of the result. It is a final. Brazil won out by 2-1. They had a fright where Bolivia got an equaliser, but it was the host nation that came out. They have got 4 wins from 4. They've got 12 points. But crucially, Elliot, they've started to concede.
I know, that is very worrying, but it also might be because it's been a long day for these players, and subconsciously, I wonder if the Brazilians are thinking to themselves, we're miles ahead. Even if we drop one game or if we draw a game, we're probably still going to finish first, but they've also got the fans with them.
Yeah.
And I think that makes it a little bit harder sometimes, especially with how close the fans are to the stage. But they're doing what they need to do, and they're still winning despite conceding. Scary, but they're the Brazilians. They're doing a great job.
They certainly know how their way around a mobile game of eFootball do, Juninho and Rental. I think looking at how it is kind of shaping up now in terms of the table, it's now a case now where, as you said, Brazil starting to really open up a gap. You know, with played 4 games now, they've got 12 points. You know, Argentina and Chile, we'll just see it on our screen here. Argentina now slotting into second just on goal difference. Chile now slipping to third, which isn't really going to drastically alter the makeup of those semi-final knockout games if it stays as is. It would need either a collapse from Brazil, and it would have to be cataclysmic, might I add, in terms of goal difference for them to potentially slip into second, or it would need Bolivia to do some unbelievable things. But in terms of the games coming up, as you mentioned, Bolivia have got Argentina and Chile left to play. So it's still within Bolivia's grasp if they can try and make something happen. But in terms of form book now, we've got a bit more data. It certainly looks as though it might be Argentina versus Chile and Brazil versus Bolivia going into those semi-finals.
Of course, because every team makes it through to the knockouts. And that's what I feel makes it interesting. Even if Argentina secure that second spot, we know the history between Argentina and Chile. If they do finish second and third, Chile will be out for revenge. They have enough confidence to know they can beat that Argentinian side. They're not playing as well as they normally do. So what's to say they can't take that final spot? And I feel that semi-final could be so exciting. I kind of hope it happens.
Yeah, well, in terms of how it could potentially break down, I think you look at Chile, you look at Argentina, and they're a winner piece now between the two in the group stages. You know, a semi-final would be a bit of a tiebreaker, finisher, however you want to kind of play it. But it would be far more tension on that game, knowing what's at stake. And I think that would be a separator from what this group stage would be, is that once you get into the knockout phase, it's a totally different ball game, and everybody has a puncher's chance. You know, if it is Brazil versus Bolivia, what is to say that Bolivia can't take a goal lead and then just park the bus? There's so many different avenues that these 4 teams can take that it is going to be a very interesting one for us to cover, Ali.
That's why I love that all teams are going through to the knockouts, because the group stage, I feel, is essentially just preparing you for that one game that's really, really going to matter. Of course, the seeding is important for who you face in the semi-finals, but like you said, Bolivia could come out and surprise us. That could potentially be their first win of the day, for all we know.
It could. That is the jeopardy that is there with a, aggregate. It's an aggregate score. If they're level, it goes to a golden goal. If they're level after 90 minutes, it goes to extra time. If they're level after extra time, it goes to penalty. There's so many pitfalls that those semi-finals can take. I think coming into the game that we've got up next, which is now floating above my head, Chile versus Brazil, about ready to go. So War's taken away on the stage.
Tudo bem, estamos de volta! Eu e o Canarinho Pistola.
We are back!
Meu Canarinho. Você
Me
sabe o que
and
vai ter
Canarinho
agora?
Pistola.
É a penúltima partida
We have
da fase de grupos.
we are in the 5 round. We have just 2 more rounds before the end of the group phase. And we have Brazil on stage against Chile.
Eles estavam até fazendo assim, ó, dancinha chilena.
They
Olha o samba
the
do
Chilean
Canarinho.
dancing. Do you know how to do it? Do it, Canarinho. It's back to you, my casters.
Yeah, you got to feel that Canary is the MVP of today, Ali. It certainly has provided a complete dimension to these broadcasts that I don't even think we all anticipated.
No, I mean, I'm the easiest person to wind up. And even it was winding me up earlier. When I was waiting to come and sit back in the stage, he was trying to get my water bottle off me. He was trying to fist bump me and then took it away. And I'm like, is a bird actually winding me up right now?
Well, that is the modus operandi of a mascot. As we take a zoom in here, the next game, Chile versus Brazil. Chile with a 5-3-2. And it is a fluid formation, so you can imagine that maybe the fluidity might be that those two fullbacks actually turn into wide midfielders. They've got Roberto Carlos, Kadioglu, and then interestingly, Platini, Eden Hazard, Edgar Davids marshalling out their midfield. Brazil, though, almost as they were, I think it's almost exactly as they were against Argentina. Vitinha in centre midfield, Mbappe and Alvarez up top with Neymar and Ronaldinho and Vieira. I mean, there's a litany of all-stars that Brazil have at their control. And it just goes to show how strongly that they have, they've planned out and they've drafted. I mean, are you impressed by just how many really good weapons that Brazil have at their disposal?
I think so, but at the same time, I'm not very surprised because of the amount of experience between those two players. And I think it's very interesting whenever you look at players of that caliber, the decisions they choose to make, because this is now a big game for Brazil. Chile have never beaten them. So there's a lot of confidence there, but at the same time, Chile know what's at stake. So I think this is a game that could potentially go either way, especially now Brazil are starting to concede goals, which is what we weren't seeing at the start of the day.
Yeah, quite. I mean, their first goal they conceded, Brazil, was against Argentina, and again, it was again, you kind of felt as though that they actually, someone found a weakness. Someone found a way to get at Brazil, which hasn't really been replicated, actually. The only team that have also scored against them is Bolivia. So the teams are now starting to find a way. And my kind of assessment of it was, because you're in this double round robin phase, because you're in everybody plays twice, is that you get a sight of a team the first time around and you go, okay, this is what they've worked towards. You as a former player, myself as a former player, that's what you kind of look for. You look in those repetitions. You look for, oh, okay, where is this weakness going to come from? I think for Chile, I think their own weakness really at the moment is the fact that they're playing that fluid formation. They're starting 5 at the back. It almost gives you a little bit of a negative outlook before you've even kicked off. Because if you're looking across as a player, if you're looking at a 5-back, you're going, oh, well, that's pretty negative, right?
I would think that they're scared. And at the same time, when you look at the table, I would have expected Chile to come up more attacking this time because as it currently stands, I feel like they've pretty much secured 3rd place and they're going to a semi-final regardless. What's important is for them to try and get to 2nd spot, try and get above Argentina. So for them to come up with a 5-back, why would you be so defensive?
Well, this is it. This is a bit of a kind of a look into the psyche of players. Is that in some regards you can look at it and go, well, actually, we just want to maybe consolidate what we've got. Other times it might be a case of you going, well, actually, we just want to see what the other teams are doing. But at this point, maybe that is just what they're comfortable with. That's what they know. And again, you maybe look at the draft of Chile, and I looked at my fabled notepad in front of me. You look at the players that they've got at their disposal. Their midfield, they're not exactly blessed with midfield options. They've got Davids, Platini, Zico, Rice, Vidal, and Fathi. They're not really blessed with midfield options. They're more carrying it in the defensive side. And you can see in their draft that, Maldini, Bonucci, Nesta, Carlos, Kadioglu, Watanabe, Robertson, and Cools, they've got a lot of defenders, and it's almost as though they haven't really got the attacking flair that can really do damage. Yes, they've got players, but realistically, they're not really putting them to good use. I mean, they've got Puskas, Pele, Ribery, Dembele, Hazard, Del Piero, Vargas. They've got so many good players, but in that formation, you're really pigeonholed into, well, here's a front two and here's an AMF, and that's all we've got.
It's almost as though they came into this just trying to maybe get third or even second. It doesn't feel like maybe they're not giving themselves a fighting chance with the formation they're choosing to use. And I feel like even if you use a 5-back against the Brazilians, they're top 5 globally in terms of number of goals scored. They're going to find a way to score regardless. You could put 10 players behind. They're still going to probably score a goal. But we now look to kick off this game. Brazil versus Chile, a lot at stake here. The Brazilian fans are back in the studio. I cannot wait to hear them. Wes, this is going to be a big game.
It is a big game for both sides. Brazil looking to maintain their 100% record in this group phase. Chile looking to overhaul Argentina's second place currently, as Matty V has the ball. Plays it back to Nacho on the halfway line. Now Matty V will try a stunning pass into space as Nacho tries to get a controlled strike off, but Juninho will take care of that one for the hosts on the edge of the 18-yard box over the defensive line to Rentao. Juninho, first line pass down the line as Matty V intercepts it, and Nacho has it back to his goalkeeper. It feels like it's going to be a little bit more of a chess match in the early going here, Alia, because both teams, again, wary of what is at stake for both of them.
But all you need in mobile is that first goal, and suddenly the floodgates open. Brazil here into the box, well defended again, but oh my goodness.
That is a warning shot in the sense of getting a ball into a problem area. Brazil just managed to clear the ball on that occasion. Any quicker fingers from Chile, and that would have been an early goal for the team in red. Meanwhile, Brazil have the possession back underneath them. Juninho just tiptoeing forward, again just looking to lure out the press, as he's so wanting to do at this level. Just waiting for players to advance forward. Chile could be smart here and just kind of wait their turn to have this ball and just pick it off at the right moment, as Juninho has it on possession over the halfway line, but he's tiptoeing forward and he's not really got a passing avenue. He's found Rentao now, and now the change in speed now kicks in. Rentao about 35 yards from goal, plays it to Juninho at the edge of the box. Taken away by Matty V though, and Matty V can now launch a counter-attack down this near side and likes to put the paws on it, play the pass across. And again, it's with those wing backs. Granted, you have Roberto Carlos as one of them. You're certainly going to look to utilise that type of weapon, as Chile are now over halfway. There's now an opportunity to play forward as they're in space. Chile break into the box and the ball just eludes them. And how's a half chance there, Alia?
It was indeed. I'm so surprised by how calm the Brazilians are playing. I thought they would have come out a lot more forceful, try and get that first goal. But so far, it's been quite even. Both teams taking their time, both not trying to concede. So far, I would say it's swinging more Chile's way as they look here to attack again. Nacho with the ball. Is he going to go down the wing, or is he going to hold it? Decides to stay down the wing, trying to cross it in. Well defended by Juninho, as Rentao now has the ball for a counter-attack. He sees Juninho. Rentao, is he going to run down the wing? Yes, he is. Are we about to see a Brazilian goal here? Wow.
What a challenge that is from Nacho. It's a really good recovering hook sliding challenge. There's no time added on. So they be cleared onto the halfway line. And Brazil, they thought they were going to have one more chance at it, but 0-0 at half-time. There's also, again, score update, 0-0 between Argentina and Bolivia as well. So no goals in this round of fixtures so far. You'd feel, and I feel it a little bit here as well, is that the boys on your screen had the better of that first half, Alia.
They did. I think the Brazilians were playing very defensively. I think it surprised me how conservative they chose to be. But for all we know, they might come into the second half and bam, just like that, they're 1-0 up, because that's what the Brazilians do.
That can be the quickest change. That is it. We've seen it so many times in mobile eFootball. It is just a case that it can turn in a second, and it can turn from a kickoff. It can turn from anywhere as Brazil get us back underway from left to right. Chile have gone one down on the defensive, so they're not all out defensive just yet. They are just one down, but it just makes them slightly more conservative, especially playing 5 back as well. It may make it a bit more difficult for Brazil to try and break them down as Nacho robs the ball in transition, launches it across onto this near side for Roberto Carlos. To his goalkeeper, it will go with Chile. Nacho, happy for his goalkeeper to have it at feet, and now they're going to look to try and build up one-touch passing. He's done well to get it through the press of Brazil. It's with Nacho on the halfway line. He's just looking for an avenue, looking for his wing-back. As Kadioglu looks to drive forward, now turns back the other way, and cross-field pass over to Roberto Carlos, looking for the first-time pass inside. Instead, it's been nicely found here to Chile. Stunning strike at goal, parried clear by Brazil. And Brazil, again, another sighter had by Chile on their goal.
I feel like the defensive tactic is working for them, surprisingly. But it's also because they've never beaten Brazil before. So this is probably what they are choosing to do. As we see Juninho here trying to through ball it to Rentao. But again, Chile on the attack. As we see Matif coming down the right-hand side, tries to pass it through to Nacho, but just didn't do it correctly. As we see Brazil again with the ball, can they finally break the deadlock and make it 1-0? Quick passing between Juninho and Rentao over the top, through ball, and well saved by Matvey.
Yeah, it's getting away a little bit from Brazil here, in the sense of they're not able to break this defense down, or they might get one opportunity here, but it's been robbed back by Nacho, but surrendered again to Rentao as Juninho down the far side channel, but instead it's back with Chile now with about 15 in-game minutes left on the clock here between these two. No goal to speak of as yet, as who will get an opportunity here as Matty V trying to break it down the left-hand side. It's cannoned off of him, off of a Rentao challenge. It will be a throw, and interestingly, finally, pause inbound. So now it is now a chance to take a look here at the tactical makeup of these two sides. So again, a very deep 5-3-2. 2 centre-backs on the left and right, both tucking in almost de facto sweepers in the attacking phase. I would have maybe expected to see that as a defensive tactic as opposed to the attacking one. But again, what would I know? I'm sat here and they're sat there out there. But interesting enough with Brazil, 4-2-2. It's been their go-to tactic. But crucially, has not been able to break them down, or not break down Chile as yet.
I mean, they've brought Frankie Lampard on. He's my favourite player of all time. That, to me, says Brazil's probably going to score a goal right now, not being biased or anything.
I mean, he's known for his goal scoring is Frank Lampard, as he's Roberto Baggio, the divine ponytail. There's so many, again, as we said, a back catalogue of players for Brazil to call upon. Lampard, Schneider, Romario. They've got so many weapons that they can deploy. It's just a case of how do they want to win this game if they can. The ball is with Brazil now. They're at the edge of the 18-yard box. It's going to be cleared away by Chile. And forward it will go. Chile bringing on their own powerhouse, Hungarian Ferenc Puskas. But the ball is through to Brazil now. They're inside the 18-yard box. But it's been cleared away by Chile. And how to play for a throw-in. Mbappe makes way. Romario on for the Brazilians, and De Ketelare also on for the Brazilians as well. It's hard to keep track of these substitutions, but we're going to see another little bit of tweaks of game plan here. See Puskas and Pele on for Chile, as well as front Ribéry. You've got Zico, and you've certainly got changes that have been made there. Maldini, the Colossus at the back. Always going to be a powerhouse to try and deal with. But here, 83 minutes gone, Alia, still 0-0.
It does feel like Chile are trying to walk away with a draw here because they know 1 point is better than no points at all. Try to clear the ball, but it lands back at Rentao's feet. Can Brazil make it 1-0, secure another 3 points, and keep the ball rolling for them? Juninho passes it through to Rentao. It's just on the edge of the box, but Chile defending well and clears it back to Juninho. Is he going to cross it? Yes, he does, but Chile pretty much have their entire team in front of the attackers. Fantastic through ball, but it's just offside. 15 seconds left, and we might see Brazil's first draw of the day.
Yeah, and that would be a valuable point for Chile. And in the other match, the other game that's on at the moment, Argentina and Bolivia, is 0-0 as well. So if I'm right in thinking, that will be Bolivia's first point of the day. Again, you talk about a bit of confidence. There goes the final whistle between these two. It ends 0-0 between Chile and the hosts, Brazil. And we'll be going to Wars on the stage with an interview.
Tivemos então o primeiro empate.
And now we have the first draw of the tournament in the main stage. The first draw in the main stage. A very hard defense
Valeu demais aí, senhores.
played by Chile.
Não falei com vocês ainda.
Let's talk with the Chilean players. Come over here. Come over here.
Chega mais aqui.
Come over here. Let's talk.
Seu companheiro chegar.
Let's wait for the second player to start the interview.
Esse jogo que acabou terminando em 2-0.
What's your opinion about this game?
Y como todos los partidos difíciles,
As all the matches are very hard to play. Nothing. We didn't win anything. We didn't lose anything. So
é uma estratégia assim aberta de vocês, é algo que é muito treinado.
It's a planned strategy to play so defensively. Yes.
Sim.
Yes.
É uma característica que vocês desenvolveram com o tempo,
one characteristic
ou é
of
natural
your team.
de cada jogador, esse estilo defensivo?
It's a strategy that you guys developed as a team, or it's individual thing as players.
Muito obrigado. Boa sorte no torneio, senhores.
Thank you very much. Have a good luck in the rest of the tournament. And let's go for the last round. Back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Wars. And again, listening to Chile, they were like, look, that's part of our game plan. That is us. We play defensively. You heard the crowd reaction, actually. They gave them pause when they applauded the fact that they were playing defensively against the home nation. But sometimes you have to play defensively, Anna.
You just have to park the bus. And I think that was probably the smart play for them because they know how important a point was, especially that the other game ended a point as well. But it's going to be very interesting as we go now into round 6. Argentina versus Brazil again. Bolivia versus Chile. That is going to be a big game. But we will be watching, I believe, Bolivia versus Chile.
We will indeed. We've got the highlights here from this game. And again, probably you're going to see a lot of this, folks. You're probably going to see a lot of heading away by Chile and their defensive line. They did also have a couple of opportunities, though. Nacho, little double touch. And that was the moment where we thought, oh, there might have been a chance there. But instead, it fell by the wayside. And you can see Brazil trying to make things work. But again, nullified and blunted by Chile. I think in terms of this chance here, just slipped away at the vital moment. Just weren't able to get onto that one, Ale.
But their game plan, like Chile said, worked because we saw from the first half, the Brazilians were playing a lot slower. They weren't attacking as much because they genuinely could not break through the Chile defense. And interestingly enough, I thought Chile had more chances than the Brazilians did. It felt like they were attacking a lot more because the counter-attack was working. They were taking chances when they could, because they knew they had to. And the fact that they walk away from that game with a draw against such a strong Brazilian side, I think they deserve a huge applause for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's strategic risk, isn't it? You don't, it's almost like in chess, you don't give up your king, you don't give up your king, you don't make yourself vulnerable when you don't have to. And certainly in these moments, again, defensively resolute, bodies back behind the ball, were able to really kind of stifle that Brazilian attack. And again, it is a valuable point. Again, I'm going to try and do some mental maths in my head, but we'll come to the table in a second. But I think we're pretty much set for what our semi-final outlook is going to be now. But looking ahead to, obviously, Bolivia now versus Chile, Chile have now got to go into the Bolivia game and completely change their outlook on how they want to move forward. They can get out of the defensive mindset. They can get out of that now because they know where they're going to land. We'll see the standings here now, and it will confirm my suspicions that I believe we have, is that, yes, Brazil cannot be caught at the top of the tree. Chile cannot be caught into third place. So as a result, it will be Brazil versus Bolivia in the first, well, I believe the first semi-final, and in the second semi-final, it will be Argentina versus Chile. Of course, a reminder, the format slightly changes in the semi-final, is that it turns into a best-of-2 aggregate score, and if it cannot be separated, it goes to a golden goal. If there is no golden goal, which sometimes happens in mobile, we've seen a couple of mobile penalty shootouts in our time, it does go to extra time and penalties. Such is the clock that ticks down. But that is your standings. Arlie, what sticks out for you there?
I think if I was Chile, as someone who used to compete, I would use this game against Bolivia as sort of a practice run for Argentina, because it's not that this game doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter in terms of the standings anymore. Bolivia are going to play Brazil, Argentina are going to play Chile, and I think with the way Chile have been today and how much is at stake, they're very fortunate to be playing Bolivia now, to be able to practice. Argentina don't have that privilege. They have to try and win against Brazil. So I hope we see Chile maybe take more risks here.
I think so. And I think the key word, as Harry alluded to earlier on, the key word, momentum. It's all about momentum now. You've got a very good point against Brazil. That is very much a good point. You've recovered well from losing against Argentina. Now you've got to go and put in a big performance against Bolivia, and then that will set you up for a semi-final. For Bolivia, though, they've got their first point on the board. Again, regardless of what happens here on in, they've got themselves a point on the board. They haven't got a donut in the points column. They will be delighted with that, given the upheaval, as Harry mentioned, in terms of star player being out through illness, coach being drafted in late last minute. You've got to do all of these different variables. They'll be delighted just by the fact they've got themselves a point on the board.
And it's like you said, that could be the momentum shift for them, because if they can beat, Chile now, that means going into the semi-final, they've got a little bit more confidence, thinking, right, we've got a point, we've got another few points potentially, we can do this. We could actually still make the finals despite, on paper, in the nicest way, not performing the best today. They are the worst team today, but with the knockouts, anything can happen. We've seen it so much in football as England people.
Indeed.
We've had our heart broken quite a lot, so we know anything can happen.
Indeed. And also, you have to think about it from this way, folks, is that Bolivia now, weirdly, have a blueprint to now go against Brazil, because they may just sit back and look at that result from Chile and go, how did you do that? Oh, you played 5 at the back. Oh, you just defended on your 18-yard. But you had a couple of opportunities, but you played one down defense. You didn't play, you didn't commit bodies forward. You let them try and break you down. And I think that is the element, especially with Brazil, is giving them the space to operate in is the problem. I think with Chile now, they now have to go, especially in this next game that we have coming up. It's the final game of our double round robin. They've got to go and put their best foot forward. There is no two ways about it. They've got to come out and they've got to do some damage here to Bolivia just to get themselves momentum to go in against Argentina. Argentina are a winner piece. Bolivia, as we mentioned, they've got to get themselves kind of really rocking now. They've had 4 games or 5 games now. They got their first point on the board. They've now got the opportunity to potentially do something unthinkable.
Exactly.
If they go into this semi-final.
It's like you said, Bolivia, it's all about that mentality, because if they just look at what Chile did and they just sit back, don't give them a chance to score and counter, that would be probably the biggest upset across all 5 regional tournaments.
I can't think of a bigger upset. I genuinely can't. I can't think of a bigger upset between a nation, between esports, at least in eFootball or PES before it. I can't think of a bigger upset than that would be, especially given home crowd. You've got 3 Konami World Championships between the 2 Brazilians in the last 3 years on mobile. It would be Cinderella stuff. But yeah, I believe Wars is ready on the stage for us. Wars, what have you got for us?
Tô aqui embaixo.
I'm here on the stage in the Brazilian rhythm to watch, to spectate the last game of the group phase. And after that, we're going to have our playoffs. The last game is between Bolivia and Chile. Back to you, Caster. Let's go.
Thank you, Wars. We are ready to go. Bolivia coming out in a 4-3-1-2, and we've seen different kind of variations of their lineup over the course of this tournament. Seen different makeups. Nedved played in midfield sometimes. Bellingham plays in midfield sometimes. There's different makeups and different fashions, but ultimately, we're now looking at Chile, who are coming out in the exact same fashion that they came out in against Brazil. Crucially, though, you're looking at where they're deploying their wing-backs. You can see from their makeup and from their play earlier, they're looking to get their wing-backs forward. They're looking to then get them involved in the attack.
I am a little bit disappointed, though, to see Chile playing a 5-back. Like, what are we doing?
Well, it depends. You obviously, if you have your individual instructions, if you put players on attacking, you can sometimes have them deployed further up the field. It just strikes me as odd that that is their attack formation, not their defence formation. Of course, being fluid, dependent on where you have the ball or not, is dependent on what formation you end up playing. We are kicking off here, Bolivia in the green for the final game of our double round robin group stage. And Chile in the red from right to left as if he recovers it for Chile. It's with Nacho now in the heart of Chile's defence with Matty V. Nacho, you can see what the working out here is, Ali. It's very much a case of when you're looking at the test and you've got your answer, but you want to show the working out. You can see that they're trying to shift the ball and just bring in those wing backs.
They are, and I think we're going to see a very similar game to what we just saw Chile playing. Very patient, taking their time, trying to scope Bolivia out, but Bolivia aren't biting. They know they need to sit back. They know what Chile can do. Nacho, Matty V, just taking their time. They know they've secured third place. They know what they need to do, but we do see a throw-in for Chile. Can they make it 1-0 from this? Matty V with the ball, crosses it over to Nacho. Is he going to go down the wing or is he going to hold on to it? Which he does. Matty V, quick pass through to Nacho. But on the Bolivia attack now, are we going to see some magic here? Tries the overhead through ball, but well defended.
Yeah, it's just testing that Chilean defence. That's what it realistically is. It's trying to just figure out whether Bolivia can make something happen in transition. They've managed to rob the ball high upfield. It's with Chela Pro, but Matty V closes that one down again. The advantage of having so many bodies behind the halfway line is that if you do get caught in transition, you can get back and you can cover the spread as it gets played out here to Matty V, and then Chela Pro has intercepted it again for Bolivia. Bolivia now got bodies flying forward, but they've not found a pass. Instead, Matty V has intercepted it in the centre circle. Now over halfway towards the edge of the 18-yard box with Chile now. Nacho through ball, brilliantly found Matty V. Matty V, controlled strike into the corner. And it is a goal for Chile. And it is Eden Hazard. Beautifully patient build-up, finding those outside balls. Eden Hazard inside 18, controlled finish. And the Belgian makes it 1-0 to Chile.
Remind me which team Hazard played for again? Where's he a legend for? It's my club.
It may be
my club.
Maybe a club that plays in blue in London. It certainly is a wonderful finish from Hazard, though. Again, it's this ball here, Ali, isn't it? That beautiful through ball. Again, Hazard just gets it onto his right boot. Controlled finish into the corner, of course, for those watching at home. A controlled finish. You'll see the bar come up in light blue. You'll see it go in purple if it's a stunning one. It doesn't matter either way for Chile. They are a goal ahead thanks to the right boot of Eden Hazard as Bolivia look to try and make it move down the line. Meanwhile, goal update in the game between Argentina and Brazil, and the hosts would shock you. They are a goal ahead against Argentina as Chile look to try and impress their lead and improve it. But they are just being calculated with their possession. They play a pass down the line. There's a brilliant ball into the box, drilled across, and there's a prod there. It's come loose. It's a double save from the goalkeeper still with Chile. It's going to rebound again, and they've scored. Chile make it 2-0. It's Michel Platini. And off of a really good ball into the box that caused utter chaos for Bolivia's defence and goalkeeper. It is Chile that make it 2-0, Alia.
That was pure panic there. It was triple save before the fourth attempt finally went in. I think Bolivia just starting to panic there. And unfortunately for them, they are 2-0 down. But this is the confidence booster that Chile needed going into the semi-final match. I mean, where was this against Brazil? I know their tactic was to defend and it worked, but this is the momentum they need. They're getting 3 points off Bolivia here if the score stands.
Well, this is what we spoke about. We spoke about it being a momentum boost. Now, you think about momentum boosts as well, critically. You think about it this way. Argentina do lose against Brazil. Chile leapfrog Argentina in the table. Again, psychologically, that does something to a side as Bolivia look to try and get themselves on the board in this game. As Chelo Pro tries a through ball, he's got it through to JHXD. To Chelo Pro, it's now on the right-hand side, double touch into the box, header at goal, saved by the goalkeeper. It's not quite cleared yet. Acrobatically is in the end, but it won't matter as the half-time whistle goes, and it is a 2-0 lead for the team in red as Chile have themselves into the lead. And Alia, they've looked to be in control. They've taken the 2 opportunities, and the word that kind of comes to mind is clinical. They've really just gone and gone, look, those are the 2 big chances we're going to have. We're going to take them, and it's going to make this game look very easy.
They have, but Bolivia ended that first half with a chance. And sometimes that's all you need to kick off the second half as we see Chile here with possession. Can they make it 3-0 early doors? Mati V just trying to break through the Bolivia defense, but we see a counter attack here. Only 4 at the back now for Chile. Can they make it 3? Nacho holding onto that ball, trying to play smart, shoots for goal, and it's a goal! Chile are 3-0 up against Bolivia. As it currently stands, they're going to flip the table. They are moving up to second place and pushing Argentina down the third. And that is sometimes all you need. A fresh reset and bang.
That is
3-0 wonder goal.
That is an unbelievable strike from Chile. Wonderfully gifted ball. Again, they tried to give and go down the right-hand side, and then they went, nah, we're going to go for a long range. Beautifully over the top of Peter Schmeichel into the back of the net. It's a phenomenal strike. Gives Chile a 3-0 lead. And very much feel as though that will be Bolivia done in the group stage, you feel. Of course, all the tensions may turn to the other game. Still 1-goal lead for the host Brazil. As Bolivia try and bring this ball down the right-hand side. Stunning cross into the box. Header at goal, but into the hands of the Chilean goalkeeper. Now with Nacho. TV, we spoke about confidence boosters. We spoke about putting a performance on. They've been clinical. As it's down the line to Mati V now. Ball flat into the box and just into the hands of the goalkeeper. But 60 minutes gone here, Alia. It is all Chile now.
It is still 1-0 Brazil v Argentina. Of course, Brazil are the team 1-0 up. Bolivia here on the counter, trying to get a consolation goal. Brilliant over the top through ball. Are they going to shoot? Just too heavy of a touch here as we see Chile's keeper kick it out, and a pause has been triggered.
Yeah, pause cued. 66 minutes on the clock. You would imagine there'll be changes for both sides. It's normally this kind of magical period that I tended to find anywhere between 60 and 70 minutes. When you bring those substitutions on, got fresh legs up against tired bodies, it really can change a game quite quickly, especially mobile, of course, as well, because the speed in which the game moves, it is very, very quick, and it can be very decisive. At this point in time, Van der Stor off for Ronaldo for Bolivia. To feel maybe a little bit too little too late. Bolivia do have the ball though in Chilean territory. As layout off and Heung-min Son on. The Chelo Pro down the right hand side. Ball delivered into the box, just looking for Ronaldo. It's been cleared away, and Kaka on for Cruyff as well. Bolivia winning it back again, and now at the edge of the 18-yard box. A dummy at the edge of the 18-yard box. It's cleared away. It's with Nacho now looking forward for Matty V's run. There's also Dembele, but cleared away again. It's just getting a little bit dicey in that midfield, Alia.
It is. I think Bolivia are desperately trying to chase at least one goal, something to give them confidence before they go up against Brazil, who are now 2-0 up against Argentina, which means it is looking likely that that table will flip. Chile will go into second. Argentina will drop to third. Will we see another Chile goal before 90 minutes, before the game is over? Not according to Bolivia, because they are still trying to chase that first goal, anything to give them confidence going into the semi-finals. Playing a little bit sketchy, I think, at the minute, just too quick.
Yeah, just you can sense there's a little bit of kind of panic in there from Bolivia. For Chile, they're just kind of looking for style points really here, as they managed to win the ball back at the part of midfield. It's into the centre of the park now, into Bolivia territory. Now at the edge of the 18-yard box, control strike, and then into the hands of the goalkeeper. There's only 2 minutes added on between these two, and of course that won't be long in the game as it ticks into that final moment. Will Bolivia get one consolation? They've forced a chance. It's not going to get the corner. Instead, it's going to be a 3-0 victory for Chile over Bolivia. And we'll be going to Wars on the stage for a quick interview. Wars.
And that was one more game finish here. So now the group stage is over. Chile, Chile winning the match. And now I am ready in my Spanish, all my ability in Spanish. How do you guys measure the improvement during the tournament? Now we are looking for the semis. We have a lot to play yet. We did not win anything. Are you guys going to win the tournament? Thank you Chile, thank you Bolivia, and go back to my casters.
Thank you, Wars. I mean, we're looking at what we believe to be a final score. We'll take a look at that shortly when the results graphic comes up. But comprehensive performance by Chile. They certainly feel as though they've won nothing just yet, which is quite true. I mean, they've got themselves into a fairly decent position, but now it really comes down to those crunch moments. We talk about clutch genes, and we talk about all of these moments that are going to add up. They've now got to go into a semi-final against Argentina earlier.
I mean, I'd be scared. I mean, we were scared, right? England, Argentina in the semi-finals in the World Cup. But this is why I love football. Anything can happen in the knockouts. That game just changed for Chile, I think. We saw them round 4, round 5, getting a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky, but 3-0 against Bolivia, especially now that it looks like Brazil-Argentina, that is finishing 3-1.
Yeah.
It's not a good look for Argentina. If I was Chile right now, I'd be feeling very confident.
Well, looking at the highlights, as we will do, you can see exactly why we'd be feeling confident if we were Chile. I mean, in terms of the way they took the game away, I mean, the first highlight here actually is Bolivia trying to make something work down the near side, but it was that one long ball, and then a couple of minutes later, again, they got another opportunity where they pinched the ball in transition. They just ran into a red brick wall, and then all of a sudden, it then turned into a little bit of Chile. It's a beautiful through ball, found to your man Eden Hazard. Beautiful finish into the corner, which made it 1-0. Fist bumps for days for Chile. And then again, they just grew into it and they started to work the ball, work the channels. Again, a little bit of fortune here. Comes off the goalkeeper. Again, good double save. Then gets blocked by the defender and then still stuck away by Matty V to make it 2-0. Bit of perseverance. It's never a bad thing as Chile made it 2-0. Bolivia lamenting the fact that they had done that and then got into the second half. Again, just this was the pick of the bunch, wasn't it, Alia?
I still can't believe he actually went for goal there. I thought he was going to pass it off, and out of nowhere, he thought, I'm just going to try it. And it worked out well for him. That was a fantastic way to make it 3-0. But Bolivia kept fighting, as we can see here. They were trying to chase that first goal and anything to give them some confidence. They were going over the top through balls. They were crossing in. They were doing through balls, but nothing seemed to work for them. But at least now they know we're trying different things. We know it might work against Brazil. It's going to be a tough game for them, but it's football. Anything can happen. And if they play defensive like Chile did against Brazil, that could be all they need. I mean, I want to see it go to penalties. I love penalties on mobile.
The drama of it all. I think we would just love the drama, the chaos of absolutely everything. I mean, it's just been a phenomenal group stage. As we're going to take a look at those results, and you alluded to the one that happened on FIFA.gg. And the hosts have done the double against the old enemy Argentina by 3-1. They were 3-0 up. They got a consolation, did Argentina. Of course, was not going to be enough when Brazil are in that type of form. They were not going to be denied at that juncture. I mean, again, stunning victory for Brazil. It's twice that they've done Argentina on their own patch. They've not allowed Argentina to come into their house and dictate that they're going to take it away from them. Brazil very much asserting their dominance.
I mean, 16 points from 6 games. And the only game they dropped points on was that draw. Other than that, they've been phenomenal today. And I think it really goes to show how important home advantage is. There's about 20 Brazilian fans out there. I'm pretty sure Renthouse mum is here as well. She gave him a big cuddle earlier. It was very sweet. Tried not to cry watching it. But I think that really helps. They're drumming on the seats.
The mascot.
The mascot.
The mascot's causing chaos out there.
They are. They're provoking the fans. They know what they're doing. And when you've got that support behind you and you're on home soil, the Brazilian FA's behind them.
That's it.
We're going to see them go to the finals. And maybe for Janino, after disappointing finals in 25, might be a different year for him.
Yeah, it might just be. Of course, a lot more football to play before then. There is your final standings. Brazil, 5 wins, 1 draw, 12 goals scored, 3 conceded, 16 points from a possible 18. Chile in second place, which I would say slightly against the run book or slightly against the form book. Argentina, they already admitted themselves they're not playing at the level that they're expecting. And then you've got Bolivia, of course, who have only got their solitary point, but of course will meet Brazil in the, I believe it is the first semi-final, but the second semi-final, again, it's very juicy, is what I would call it. It is a very juicy set of fixtures because you have a brilliant front runner against a minnow, and then you have 2 very competitive teams up against one another. Alia, last word before we go to our commercial break. Last word from you.
I'm going to go off the book here. That Bolivia 1 point actually just triggered me a little bit because it reminded me when I was 14, I got 1 out of 100 marks on the physics exam. And that memory just came into my head, and I don't know why that's in my head, but...
You've been stun-locked, Alia. You've been stun-locked completely.
I think I'm about to cry, to be honest, but our semi-final matches have been finalized. Brazil, Bolivia in that first semi-final, Chile, Argentina in that second one. And I think this is going to be a fantastic set of fixtures, especially Chile, Argentina.
Well, of course, the prize on the line for these 2 semi-finals, the winner books a ticket to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. I believe we are about ready for our commercial break. So we will be back in around about 5 minutes' time, everybody. So stay where you are. Semi-finals will be coming up next. Until then, get yourself seated. It's going to be fun. It's going to be carnage.
22, Hidetoshi Nakata. Number 20, Andrea Pirlo.
Well, welcome back to Rio de Janeiro here for the FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Harry Channon here alongside Stuart Wesley. We're out of the group stages now, not you and I, but I mean the tournament as a whole. We've graduated from the group stages. Now is the time for the knockout rounds. It's time to decide who will be going to the FIFAe World Cup 2026. Slight change in format from here on out, Wes. It's best of two now, aggregate score across the two legs, and if we need them, golden goal, 90 minutes, and penalty shootout. It's my favourite format.
It's my favourite. Just the tiebreakers. Like the two games, the best of two, it's going to be great to watch them. But if we somehow end up going to a penalty shootout, I'll be absolutely delighted.
We want to see the drama. We want to see the spot kicks. That's what this tournament deserves so far. Obviously, we can look across our group stage results, and when we think about who was top, was it really ever in doubt? The outlier in the results, obviously the draw to Chile, but outside of that, Brazil has looked absolutely imperious. They are our top seed coming out of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, we posed the question of whether, whether Rentao and Juninho could coexist. I think they've pretty much answered that question. I think they have pretty much answered it, and then some. Almost perfect. The only way that they were really stifled was just a really defensive game plan by Chile, and it was the only game that they didn't score in.
Yeah.
They stuck 5 past Argentina in 2 games.
Yeah.
Like they've done some damage this tournament, and they've still got some damage left to wield out.
Indeed, they do. Of course, we will sadly see for Bolivia, they will be the semi-final opponents for Brazil. That's going to be a tough one for them to swallow. We kind of anticipated that going into today when you consider Bolivia without their full strength starting lineup. That's a bit of a shame. One player out due to health concerns, but they have slowly but surely started to begin to gel a little bit. We're seeing the little glimpses here and there between the two Bolivian players, haven't we?
Yeah, they're starting to score, which is obviously a pretty important part of football.
Always helps.
It does always help. And they got their first point on the board as well. So there is a little bit of confidence in there, but they did just take a drubbing to Chile. It might put them on the back burner. The only I would say saving grace they might have is that if they've got time enough to maybe analyse what Chile did to Brazil and maybe somehow quickly implement a game plan that can nullify that Brazilian attack, they might be able to do something impossible that is nigh on impossible.
It's going to be a tall order for them. And then, of course, the big other semi-final we have. And a reminder, the winner of these semi-finals, both of them will move on to the FIFAe World Cup later on this year, which is exactly where you want to be. The lights, it's the big show, isn't it, Wes? The lights, the big staging, all eyes on you. That's where you want to be. Chile versus Argentina is the other semi-final. An amazing South America fight we have across both our semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, Chile took the shock 2-1 victory at the start of the round of fixtures. Argentina then responded in kind when the reverse fixture came. This one will definitely now be the separator. It's now the case of, okay, well, who's going to win out when it counts? Like my old adage I used to have when I was competing was, it's when it matters.
Yep.
When it matters is when you need to pull out these performances. I think for Chile and Argentina, it's going to be. I think it's going to be the game of the day. I really do.
Yeah, across two legs, anything can happen. Aggregate score, that definitely adds up to, pardon the pun, plenty of drama across the two legs. So that will be really, really interesting to see between the two nations in semi-final number 2. Of course, as you can see in the top quadrant of your screens, our first semi-final is coming very, very soon. Brazil against Bolivia. They couldn't, could they, Wes? Bolivia, they couldn't.
Everyone has a fighting chance. Everyone has a puncher's chance. There's been many a sporting upset. We come from a land where the domestic cups in our country, there's always a bit of magic sprinkled in them, and there's always a giant killing, and there could possibly be one. as unlikely as it looks, it's still a possibility.
It's the magic of knockout football, isn't it? And let's go and take a look at exactly what is going on so far here in the tournament, because we're into the semi-finals now. This is the business end, and you're right. It's that little sprinkle of magic, isn't it, that comes with knockout football, where the nerves are ramped up to 100 at this stage. We have a Brazilian team that's looked high flying, has only dropped 2 points this entire round robin group stages. The format switches. Obviously, they have the home crowd support, but Bolivia, can they believe? Can they get it done here? I mean, all the odds say no. Because not a full-strength lineup. The disparity in the FIFA E rankings globally, I mean, it's second against 45th. But it would be one hell of a story, wouldn't it?
Everything logical says that this is done. But it's the stuff that lives in the illogical world. It's the intangibles. It's everything that adds up to this fixture. Like you said, 45th in the world. They've got the second, on paper, the second ranked team in the world. They're playing against a duo that has 3 Konami World Championships between them in the last 3 years. As a former finalist of the FIFA E World Cup Mobile in Juninho, everything logical says that this is a slam dunk home victory. Package it all up, we're all done. Something tells me that there is going to be some type of shock. There's going to be something, if it's an early goal from Bolivia or just something to just dampen the mood here in this venue. And I can't escape that thought.
It's just a little feeling here or there, isn't there? Because here in Rio, it's been a party atmosphere. It's been all fun and games in the studio, in the arena. We've had the mascot come out. He's been having a great time. He's been winding up Alia, our co-commentator, in there. We were hearing just in the break there. So very... it's been a relaxed environment. There's been no turbulence. There's been no adversity for Brazil to face so far. Do you think that will be playing in the back of their mind that maybe, hang on, this has been a little bit too easy so far?
Well, the way that we've heard through, obviously through the translation in our ears, that when Ren Tao has been speaking to Wars, their mantra is, we are going to walk through you. We're going to walk directly through you. We are going to attack you. We're not going to think about it. We're just going to go and attack. There is no reverse gear. There is no sticking a handbrake on. They're just going to go for it. And I think that there is a confidence in that because they believe in what they are capable of achieving. Their belief in themselves, you can't shake that belief. There is an underlying thread of just pure belief in that Brazil side. And it's very hard to look past them as potential winners of this semi-final, potential winners of the Continental Championship here in South America. But then more importantly, it's very hard to look past them going towards the FIFAe World Cup.
They're the favourites.
They are.
No one would bat an eyelid if you were to say that as just an out-and-out statement. They're the out-and-out favourites for the FIFAe World Cup proper.
Yeah, and that is the testament to how good these two are. They're not just 1v1. They're not just, we can just do it as a solo. They can do it as a duo. They certainly have got the chemistry. They certainly have the partnership down. They have the playing squad. They have the right draft. They have the right coach. The coach certainly gives them that belief as well. They have everything game planned and mapped out, and they know what all of these eventualities are. They're the game plan today to play Chile, Argentina, or Bolivia in the semi-final. They'll have a game plan for all of those eventualities. Like I said, for Bolivia, it's a hard. Well, that's an understatement. It's an almost impossible task for them, given all of the variables that they've had, the upheaval, the changes, again enforced none of their own accord. They've got to try and get used to that quite quickly, and they've just not been able to do that because, again, the quality of the three teams has just been too much.
Well, we're approximately 5 minutes from kickoff here in Rio between Brazil and Bolivia. Why don't we take a little look at our other semi-final then, where's Chile versus Argentina. These two have been going blow for blow throughout the entire tournament. Chile have put on some some impressive performances in the latter stages of the group stages, haven't they? Obviously, they took a big amount of wind out of the sails of Argentina with the first game of the entire group stages, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the games that we saw. We were trying to figure out whether the win against Argentina in the opening game was more Argentina getting off to a slow start. I'm not too sure about that. I think certainly listening to Argentina speak, a lot of what they've been speaking about is that they're not playing to the level that they think they should be. A lot of the interviews that they've had with Wars has been, do you know what, we're not playing at the right level. We're not playing to the level that we know we can play. But seemingly they've still slipped into third position, and that still is a big warning sign for me that Chile are in the ascendancy, especially how they turned out against Bolivia in the final game of the round robin. It looks as though Chile, you would say, on form today, because that's the key bit, is the form today. We can go and talk about the historic stats and everything else. The form today indicates that Chile might just have enough to overtake and potentially dump Argentina out.
Yes, it's the semi-finals lineups you're seeing here. This is going to be a best of two aggregate score across the first two legs, and then a 90-minute golden goal situation if it's needed. But back in the first matchup of the day, it was Chile coming out with a 2-1 victory, and then in the rematch in the second of the round-robin engagements, if you remember, it was a 0-0 played between the two. So psychologically, Chile probably have the advantage, but if you're Argentina, you could maybe make the argument here, Wes, that actually over time we're steadily improving our performances against this nation, and we're peaking at the right time.
Yeah, and that is the worry for Chile. You would feel is that you have to worry about the fact that Argentina still feel as though they've got a level to go.
Yep.
And if they reach that level, and they reach a level that certainly a lot of the people around the esport environment believe them to have, could be a real big problem for Chile in a best of two.
Could be a big problem indeed. And Argentina, they seem to be out of the nations that we've seen, seem to be the nation that have the game plan nailed down. It just seems to be the execution that's eluding them at this moment in time. When you consider, obviously, their draft in their phase 1 players, they had Ruud Gullit, but they're not using him in the starting 11. That seems to be by design. That tells me that the game plan is locked in, and it has been since day one. It's just the execution that's eluding them at this moment in time, and that will need to change in their semi-final.
Yeah, it is. It's all about execution under pressure. We talk about clutch genes. We talk about, under those pressure moments, can you execute? For me, I'd be interested to know whether Argentina have a plan B. If things aren't going right, especially in a format where it's it's a best of two, have they got a plan B to go to the well and make it work? I'm not sure they have. I feel like it is a plan A and plan A alone that is what they are banking on is going to take them there. And it's actually, like you said, they don't think the game plan's the issue. They think the execution of the game plan is the issue. But again, that in itself is a big problem.
It is a big problem, and it's a problem that will need to be answered for Argentina and for Chile. They have just been going about their business, haven't they? Second in the group. I think they would have been very happy with that if you had offered them it at the start of today before a virtual football had been kicked. They've been a surprise package, haven't they, Chile? They really, really could do damage, and they are on the verge of their first ever eFootball mobile FIFAe World Cup if they can get past their South American colleagues.
What an achievement that would be.
Yeah, it's history.
The irony that they have a coach named Rookie is not escaping my thoughts. But you look at the way they've played, and again, you talk about synergy between partners. When you do sit there and analyse the gameplay of Chile, they've got their own game plan. They know how they want to make it work. They have a 5-back, which a lot of people have questioned. But
let's go to Wars.
Differently from the games of the previous phase, now we have the playoffs where we have 2 games to happen, and depending on the result, we can have a 3rd game with golden goal. Look who is here with me, Canarinho. Ladies and gentlemen, in my right side, Bolivia.
do nosso
And
lado
in
esquerdo,
my
Canarinho.
left side, and with me, Canarinho, Brazil!
Vamos de jogo!
Let's go! Match on screen.
Wars is having fun out there. So are the mascots, the energy in the arena. They're ready to go.
There's something about seeing a canary just dancing around and pump fisting. It just gets them. It's definitely getting the home crowd pumping.
It does indeed. Semi-final, almost ready for kickoff. Bolivia on the left, Brazil on the right. This is a matchup that will decide the fate of these two nations. Win and you go to the eFootball Mobile. eFootball Mobile FIFAe World Cup. Lose and your season is done. It's not what you want, Wes. You don't want to be on the losing side of that equation.
Yeah, that's why I'm quite glad I sit here nowadays, because that type of jeopardy, even to me, just does not sound very nice to engage
Sounds
with.
miserable.
It sounds a very, very bad thing to have to happen. Again, one of these teams has got to go home. One of these teams has got to progress, and we'll know by the end of, well, initially 180 virtual in-game minutes.
Yeah, of course, I remember back to the first game of the stream was actually Brazil-Bolivia, and it was a scoreline, I would argue, that flattered Bolivia. It was 2-0 to Brazil, but the Brazil we've seen come on leaps and bounds since then. You would argue maybe that this will be a different scenario compared to that first match in the first round of the round robin. As we take a look at Brazil's tactics here pre-match, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Bolivia this time.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, with Brazil, their lineup has stayed the same since they beat Argentina the first time. They've not deviated from Vitinha at centre mid, or at CMF, and then a DMF there. Now, interestingly, Bolivia starting Ronaldo.
Oh, he's got the nod.
They've moved back to Nedved at centre mid. The two DMFs with Pirlo and with Vieira. It's quite clear that they think that they might have a chance of getting at this Brazil side. They've gone quite narrow. They're not a fluid formation, so there's no attack and defensive shape. This is their shape, full stop. Whereas, crucially, Brazil have a fluid shape, but obviously we don't get to see the defensive one because they like to keep that quite close to their chest. And as I would.
Well, our players are ready, our nations are ready, and we're moments from kickoff here. It is do or die time. Your FIFAe season throughout the entire progress here to get even to this Continental Championship round. You had to go through the selection process. You had to go through the Nations League. You had to pick up your consistency points and qualify to this round. And now you're one step away from the FIFAe World Cup Finals. It's Brazil, it's Bolivia, and now we're underway. One of these two South American nations will be heading to the World Cup. Will it be Brazil or will it be Bolivia? Will there be a Cinderella story? Bolivia 45th ranked in the world up against Brazil, arguably the world #1. And they're going to start things off early here, Brazil.
Yeah, first early sighter there from Brazil. Quick goal kick taken by Bolivia, but you're quite right. They're going to try and get this finished off early and not give Bolivia too much hope to really latch onto.
And certainly not. We've seen Bolivia obviously adjusting to their new two-man team on the stage throughout today. Has the chemistry peaked at the right time? They're going to move the ball forward here. They'll try and turn inside, but that's a very, very good challenge. Rental, not for the first time today on defensive duty. And it looks like he's actually able to slide Juninho in here. Almost very dangerous for Bolivia.
It's a big opportunity that is for Brazil. Like, they probably could have and should have done better with that, as long goal kick forward and cleared away by Brazil. But very early chance for Brazil. They've had 2 of them now. Gonna try and make one of them pay.
Oh, big tackle though. Big tackle from Bolivia. The difference in class between the two nations, at least that we've seen so far, Bolivian free kick in a dangerous area, is that Brazil have been able to retain possession, look after possession, and really carve out that gilt-edged chance, whereas that kind of jilted chemistry of Bolivia has been forcing the issue perhaps once or twice too many. And over the 2 legs, can't afford to do that. Here's the resulting free kick. It's the man stepping up who does trouble the goalkeeper, but Rentao, controlling the man between the sticks, is able to gather that one. Nice shot on target though from Bolivia, and I tell you what, they'll win the ball back here as well. Bit of footwork in the midfield. Of course, Marcelo Ivan deputising for Serisauer, who is out through health concerns. So Bolivia not at full strength here. Nice cross in from Brazil, and well, I'd like to say as cool as you like from Bolivia, but they get it away eventually. Into the box now. This could be dangerous from Brazil. And there's the first goal. Semi-final number 1. Brazil 1. Bolivia 0. So excited that the players have exited out of the program, Wes. Can you believe that?
I tell you what, you can. There's so many things you can have in esports where you don't realise what is coming around the corner until it happens. It was 1-0, and out of nowhere we saw an exit of the program, which is it's a rare occurrence. But again, things with smartphones nowadays, you have the edges of the corners. You've got to make sure that your screens are locked on the app, otherwise that you can have those types of issues.
Too excited to score in a semi-final. That is a big goal for Brazil, cutting across the face of goal and finished with aplomb. Brazil 1, Bolivia 0. This is, of course, going to be a 2-legged affair. Aggregate score across the 2 sets of 90 minutes will be what dictates our finalist at the end of this. Half-time on the horizon. Juninho galloping forward. Lovely ball to Rentao. Defended well, though. And there's the first half in the books. It had a bit of everything. Plenty of defensive work there. We saw Rentao's spider diagram, if you will, the graph, heavily in the defensive side of things. Juninho, more flair, more dribbling, more of the attacking sense, and that's the balance of this Brazilian team.
Yeah, it is. It's knowing your role within that duo. Is sometimes you'll be the aggressor in defence. You might be the guy covering it. You might be the guy covering passing lanes. It's knowing what your kind of roles are. As long as they're heavily defined, which clearly it is within Brazil, it's paying dividends at the moment with a 1-goal lead.
Brazil 1, Bolivia 0 here in the first leg. Second half underway, and it's the boys in green attacking this right-hand side for the second half. Nice play inside, but sadly can't have any kind of quality in the final third, it seems, so far this tournament for Bolivia. They'll need to change that if they want to try and create the upset. This is nice play forward, though, almost latching onto it there. Far side, chance for a cross, you know. Play back to the teammate, almost given a chance, but the goalkeeper stepping up nicely for Brazil.
You have to remember as well, Harry, is that Bolivia, one of the only teams to score past Brazil today, so they know their route to goal. It's just whether they can execute.
Yeah, you're quite right, Wes, but they can't afford too much time on the ball to Brazil, because they will get those 1-2s going. That Joga Benito style they like to play. They'll find that killer blow if you give them too much time. Here come Bolivia, though. Juninho here just waiting for a passing lane to open up. He's carried this quite some distance across the pitch. Finally able to offload. Oh, and he's carried on his run here as well. Rental will be the man to get on the end of it. Here to Juninho. Picks out a bit of a killer pass, but that defensive work from JHXD. Well done indeed. The 21-year-old Bolivian on national duty stepping up. And we're only 15 minutes away from the full-time whistle. Bolivia galloping forward, far side. Gets the cross in, front post, header! Oh, it's off the frame! Oh, that was a really, really good chance. Best of the game for Bolivia. In a game where chances really have come few and far between. That's a mistake. Brazil, will they capitalise? You know they will. From almost scoring at one end to conceding at the other. Brazil 2, Bolivia 0. And they know it.
Yeah, it's a misery compiler, that is, Harry. That just one moment down the other end for Bolivia. Any other day, it clinks off the post and it goes into the net and it's an equaliser. Instead, ball gets back to Brazil. They managed to develop it downfield and they found themselves a brilliant finish. 2-0 ahead. Not long left in this first leg. They very much look like they are in full control.
Indeed, it gives Bolivia so much to do, doesn't it, going into that second leg? I mean, obviously, we still have 10 minutes plus stoppages to play in this, but the ball has stayed in play for so long in this second half that this pause has come after it had been queued for, I mean, a good half hour in game. So you'd imagine not too much stoppage time to come following the kick-off here. Bolivia 0, Brazil 2. Well, the subs have been made. Very important to keep the concentration levels high throughout, though, because remember, this is aggregate score. Chance for Bolivia to bring things forward, but that one completely denied by Rental. And this is where concentration comes into play. Just a 1 minute added on, and the referee's blowing the full-time whistle. You know, Brazil 2, Bolivia 0 at the end of the first leg. They're halfway there, Wes.
They are, and they very much have got a commanding lead. If you think about it this way, Harry, Bolivia now have got to go into the second leg and score 2 against Brazil. It's a hard task that is seemingly getting harder by the minute.
Yeah, almost an impossible ask of them. For the Canary squad, though, they'll be very, very happy. Very happy with their performance thus far. Rental on the left, Juninho on the right, and coach Thiago stood behind them. As for JXHD and Marcelo Ivan, they will need to pull a rabbit out of a hat, possibly several rabbits, in order to try and make something happen here and keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to try and do something outer worldly to get through this. And I mean, again, I'm making it sound really simple. They've got to score twice, but they've also got to not concede. And that is something that Brazil don't... The only time they failed to score today was against Chile in the 0-0. They've scored in every other game.
Rental's looking comfortable out there. Fresh off the back of his second world title in Bangkok a few weeks ago. He's straight back onto the competitive gauntlet alongside the world champion of last year, Juninho. It's almost steel, sharpened steel situation over there in Brazil, isn't it? Whereas there's so many talented mobile players and console players.
Absolutely. I mean, South America is very much a hotbed for this. Brazil, very much so. Very much kind of almost Asian in their approach. Is that, there's a lot of nations over in Asia where a lot of high-level mobile players are playing against each other regularly, and they are playing against each other constantly to get better. And again, what's better than having 3 world titles between 2 of you in the same discipline, and then you go, do you fancy a team up? It's quite the task, and like I said, as we mentioned before the game, Brazil are not only favourites to win this, they are favourites to win the whole thing. They are favourites to go to the FIFAe World Cup Finals, and
bring it home.
Lack of a better term, go and smash absolutely everybody.
And that just sums up the monumental challenge that Bolivia have here in this second leg. Not only do you go up against one of, if not the best mobile 2v2 team in the world in Brazil, but also you have to overturn a 2-0 deficit on aggregate just to force a golden goal game. It's not easy to do. Not easy to do at all. But either way, we're into the team sheets here. Here's Bolivia's starting lineup. Not too many changes, if any at all, that I can really see here, Wes.
Only the one where they've changed Pirlo to, instead of being a DMF, he's a CMF now. So there's a little bit more advancement. But I'm not really sure that was the issue. I think realistically, I think looking at this, I think the real issue of teams coming up against Brazil is what is that defensive tactic that they've got lurking behind that attack? Because clearly the attack one works brilliantly. It gets them into those problem areas, the corner edges of the 18-yard box. It gets them into those business areas where you pull off a stunning strike or you can pull off a controlled strike, and you get those opportunities. It's the defensive side that I'm very interested in, because they haven't really conceded all that many goals today. And I think, just to add on to Bolivia's task, not only have they got to go and score against arguably, if not the 2 best 2v2 players on the planet of mobile, they then also got to keep a clean sheet at the same time. There's very, very many variables that they've got to try and take on here.
Well, time will tell if they can do it. In the next 90 minutes, we will know Bolivia's fate. Will their season come to an end here, or will they make history? Oh, they can't give the ball away too many times like this, though. This would be a gift for Juninho. Back to Rental. Oh, and it's wide.
How has he missed?
Oh, Rental can't believe this.
I mean, Juninho did the unselfish thing. He knew it was 1v1. He went for the percentage play, which is you play a pass. And I've seen this so many times on console. Like, you play a pass across and there's an easy gimme. But that gimme, alleged gimme, was outside the box. So it's still a hard one to pull off. I mean, Bolivia would be very thankful it didn't reach the back of the net.
Oh, how costly could that be? A real let-off for Bolivia here. Hadn't even had a chance to introduce the 2 teams on the virtual pitch. We have Brazil, of course, attacking this left-hand goal in their famous yellow, blue and white strip. And Bolivia in all green. They almost need a shot in the arm here, don't they, Bolivia? Because they need to know they are well and truly in this tie. 2-0 is not too bad a deficit whatsoever. That's a really inviting ball over the top. So they're clearly still going to go for this here.
Well, that's all they can do. I mean, all they can do is try and go for this. There is no tomorrow if they don't come away with a significant victory here.
Season is over if they don't. Brazil are looking in control, though. Nice pass through. And that could seal it. As simple as that. And now they're sharing celebrations. That's a goal that makes it 3-0 on aggregate. Brazil in control. And the inquest begins over on the Bolivia side of the stage.
Yeah, it's just a first-time pass just on the edge of the D. Rolls it into space. It's a beautifully played ball. See it again here. First-time touch through the legs of Virgil van Dijk.
Cheeky.
And then a controlled strike just around the corner of Schmeichel. Not quite the fanfare of a goal between Brazil and Argentina out there at the moment, because I think even the Brazil fans in attendance know their team are on the hill. They don't need to maybe influence any emotions out of the opponents, because they know that their team are in full control here.
3-0, 25 minutes gone here in the second leg. It is looking like we will see Brazil return to yet another FIFAe World Cup Finals. I believe they're the most successful nation in FIFAe World Cup history. I could be wrong in saying that, but they've certainly won more than their fair share, at least thus far. They'd love to add to that silverware. Nino and Rental look to be on the same page. I mean, their qualifying record was so stellar on the way here as well. 10 minutes till half time.
Yeah, they've just been forced to be reckoned with here. As Bolivia have an opportunity.
Oh, that is a goal from Bolivia. That is special. Special stuff from JXHD. I believe that was the 21-year-old with some nice footwork. And the finish, not too bad at all either.
Yeah, controlled strike from CR7 at the edge of the box. I mean, again, just comes out of, again, some of the most basic passes. It's 2 touches or 2 passes, and you're at the opponent's edge of the 18-yard box. You may as well have a go. And
why not?
Why not, indeed. First time touch there. Ronaldo 60s foot on it, neat double touch, took it away from the defender, controlled strike into the corner, and Bolivia are on the board.
Well, it's almost as you were here on aggregate entering this second leg. 2-goal disadvantage, but that one will help Bolivia. Five minutes until half time. Searching ball across the pitch. Sadly, will only go as far as a goal kick. What can we say about Bolivia so far, Wes? I mean, they've got the goal, but they need plenty more.
They do indeed. They're going to need more than just a goal. They're going to need another 2 as it stands. Whether Brazil can get themselves back into the lead, it will further complicate matters for Bolivia.
Oh, good pass from Juninho, and he's finished it as well. He's finished it as well, reinstating that 3-goal margin. He's tried to be unselfish here in the second leg. In the end, he says, fine, I'll do it myself.
Thundered into the top right-hand corner with a stunning strike. Sticks the brakes on, and it just goes, yeah, just going to thunder this. Well hit, well struck. Keeper's got absolutely no chance. Again, ball round the corner. Perfect angle for this here. Watch this, bang! Straight into the top corner. And you have to feel that that is ticket punched for Brazil to the FIFAe World Cup Finals.
You'd imagine so. We're in the stoppage time at the end of the first half here in leg number 2. But it is Brazil 4, Bolivia 1. And this next 45 minutes, you'd imagine, will be a victory lap for the home nation. They know they're heading to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. And for the first time for Rental, he'll be heading there as well.
Yeah, and I think that will be a very much coming of age type of moment for Rental.
Especially after the last 2 years, having to watch his countrymates go and enjoy the attention and the media day and the activations and wishing he could be there himself. And now they are heading to the promised land. The second half is underway, but as we said, this is going to be a victory lap here.
certainly has the intention of it. Again, a 3-goal deficit on aggregate is incredibly hard to overhaul, especially a half of eFootball. Bolivia will give it a good go, though. They're finding themselves offside, which is not going to help their aspirations. But you have to feel for Bolivia, sense that, of course, all of those kind of impacts that they've had over preparation to this tournament, fortunately, just not going to be able to recognise their form, and they're still going to give it a good go here, Harry.
Yeah, aren't they just extenuating circumstances providing a mountain that's too high for Bolivia to climb? Will forever be a what if. What if they were at full strength? Could Bolivia really have done some damage here? I'm led to believe so, based on what we've seen. I think Johnny, especially, that is JXHD, has been a real stellar performer. And Bolivia almost stealing another one back. But if only Bolivia were at full strength, they would have been a real force here in South America, and we could have had a Royal Rumble for those two spots, Wes.
Well, it could have impacted the group stage, definitely. You look at Bolivia's results, you look at the way that they've performed, it could have impacted the makeup of these semi-finals. It could have very much impacted whether, Bolivia end up playing in fourth spot. They could have potentially nicked third. They could have done a whole lot of other damage, but Brazil aren't going to care about it respectfully. They're just going to say, look, we're playing what's in front of us. It doesn't really matter at this point, as we get into the final virtual quarter of an hour between these two.
Bolivia with some really good possession here in the second half so far. And he skips past his man in the box as well, which gives the Brazilian defence a real headache. Ten minutes to go until it's official. For a third consecutive year, we will see Brazil back at the FIFAe World Cup. Credit to Bolivia, despite their adversity. They've not given up today. They have not rolled over and let anyone just have fun in front of them. They have competed and they've been dogged and they've tried their hardest. But in the end, the semi-final draw was not kind to them. It was only ever going to be Brazil today, and I can now confirm for a third consecutive year, Brazil are heading to the FIFAe World Cup.
Brazil is qualified for FIFAe World Cup and also is in the grand final of the Continental Championship. What an emotional moment. Congrats for the Bolivia national team. A huge applause for them. Let's go, Juninho. Let's go, Rentão.
Seus colegas de trabalho, seus adversários.
They are greeting their opponents, their colleagues.
Momento muito mágico, muito bonito.
A very magical moment, very beautiful moment. Come over here, Juninho. Come over, Rentão. Rentão, emotionated. Alvaré, this moment, a lot of pressure. It's going. You guys work for that. You guys have a lot of things to do to be able to achieve that goal. Juninho, first, let's talk with you. What you feeling about the slot in the FIFAe World Cup? Today we have the final yet to play, but already being qualified is a very good thing.
show de competição é manter do jeito que a gente tá jogando e treinamos.
We need to keep our focus and do what we have practiced.
Vem da onde, meu amigo?
Então,
Daquele jeito, né, cara?
where come this power?
Vestir a camisa da seleção.
It's an honor to wear the national team jersey. And we are here to go to the title, to battle for the title. Our goal will be always the same, always is going to go for more and more, further and further. We want to have another star in our jersey, the third star in the jersey. Yeah, let's go Brazil!
Varé, fala comigo rapidinho.
Varé, talk to me, Varé.
Ainda tem a final a ser jogada hoje.
We have the final today yet.
Daqui a pouquinho. Como é que você prepara em tão
Just
pouco tempo
few
essa
moments, we
final?
have the final of the second semi-final. We have to be realistic, we need to keep calm. We go and with a little bit less responsibility so we can play a game with more calm. Congrats Brazil, congrats national Brazilian team. Ladies and gentlemen, back to our casters.
Well, thank you very much to our MC there, Wars. Wow, they clearly were relieved more than anything, weren't they, Wes? They were really happy, obviously, to win their semi-final, but relief was the emotion. They can now, as Coach Avaré said, they can now just relax and play their game.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's something that's just dawned on me here. I mean, it's the first time I believe that Rentau has represented his country. He's not just representing himself. And, you know, I've said this to you quite a few times, is that it's one thing representing yourself and going and playing for yourself. Very different level if you were then to put on the national team jersey.
Yeah, we can look over some of the highlights from that final. A fantastic one for sure. Excuse me, the semi-final. Not quite at the final yet. We can't wish the tournament away, Wes. But Brazil's handiwork just too good. And you're right. I think Rentau, this has been a long time coming for him, and it's partly what we touched upon on the commentary. In the first year of the FIFAe World Cup for eFootball Mobile, Rentau was reigning world champion and did not get selected for the Brazilian national team. I think that one would have stung. And then obviously his now teammate Juninho, featuring last year, made it all the way to the final, sadly falling at the last hurdle. It must be so nice for Brazil now to have a full strength lineup ready and firing and confirmed with their place at the World Cup.
Yeah, there's a Michael Jordan meme somewhere of Rentau just saying, I took that personally. Because he certainly has come into this setup as very much married up styles with Juninho, and I think that is the impressive bit. It's not the fact that they have the chemistry, it's not the fact that they are able to win and they have this winning mentality. The fact that you can mesh those two styles together. So when you can mesh those two styles together and you're able to make it work. And I say able to make it work. It's working brilliantly for Brazil. And again, for Brazilian mobile esports, that'll be, apart from that one, of course, but for Brazilian esports and for Brazilian mobile esports, especially within eFootball, I think they're good for a while. I think they're good.
Their future certainly secured, and these two are going to be difficult to beat. They will be so difficult to beat at the World Cup. We can finally say it. They are confirmed World Cup finalists. Let's give Bolivia their flowers, though. They never gave up throughout today, throughout all the adversity. Of course, it goes to show the fist bump routine needs a little bit of work, and that's how fresh this duo is. Credit where it's due to Marcelo Ivan stepping up on short notice. But when they came up against Brazil, it was only ever going to go one way.
Yeah, I think it was that second one from Brazil. I think that was the key goal. I think it was the key one. It's just before halftime. Just takes the power and the impetus out of Bolivia of whatever they had left was drained in that goal.
We saw what it meant to Rentau there just off that replay. He was just, it was relief. It's relief more than anything because of the adversity he's had to face. We mentioned it before, didn't feature in 24, despite being reigning world champion. He took that personally, and then last year, obviously, missing out with the selection process as well. So we can finally say it. Rental, two-time world champion, now finally for the first time heading to a FIFAe World Cup for Brazil. That is going to be music to that man's ears. Sadly for Bolivia, we will have to wait a little while longer for their first finals appearance. Credit to them, though. Credit to them. They really dug in there, and they gave some teams some problems today.
They did. I think it was the latter part of the kind of the round or the double round robin, where they started to come good. They put a goal past Brazil. They made it an equaliser in their game against Brazil. Gave them a bit of a shock. Brazil ultimately took the game, but still they provided those shocks and they provided at least a bit of game effort. And you know, credit to them. I'm sure they'll obviously be back again. You know, they've done well to get to this stage. They'll be back again, I'm sure.
Yes, they will. We can take a look at the results thus far in the knockout stages. Your next game will be semi-final number 2. For the chance to face up against Brazil and be crowned continental champion here in South America, it's Chile versus Argentina. Chile has had the better of Argentina in one of the encounters today, the other one a 0-0. So this one is poised perfectly for a semi-final to give us all of the spoils. There's all of the drama, all of the action, all the fireworks. It's what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Between these two sides, it's definitely one. It's definitely one to kind of take in. These two sides fairly evenly matched over the course of today, and you just feel as though the form might just be with the Chileans. It's just a slight edge. They did get more points. It's not just how they got the points. It's not just they got the points. It's how they got the points. They ground out a 0-0 against Brazil. They managed to get an early win against Argentina, which then poses the question of, well, is it Argentina or is it Chile? What is the key factor? Is it a slow start from Argentina or a fast start from Chile? And I'm starting to feel like it was more the latter rather than the former. I feel as though Chile looked as though they wanted to get that second place. Of course, fixtures very much favoured them in the round 6 because they had Bolivia, Argentina had Brazil, and the results went their way. So as a result, they had that psychological edge of finishing second.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game here, you know. Good game. I really look forward to this two-legged affair. Of course, we're a few minutes out from kickoff just yet, but just seeing how Mati and Nacho have played for Chile, I think that they have given a really good account of themselves today. I mean, finishing second in the group, that is very, very impressive. And now is the time to do it. As you say, it's the business end of the competition. If you can do it now when it matters, then you are going to send Chile to their first ever eFootball mobile FIFAe World Cup Finals. They featured on console, but this would be the first time for mobile.
And what a story it would be for the Chileans to be able to put that on their gaming resume, to say that they were the first to get their country to a FIFAe World Cup Finals in this discipline. What a marker that would be. And again, to take down a team, you know, who were up against it when they played Brazil in the live arena, I would imagine there might be a few more Chilean fans in there than there are Argentinian fans right now. It'd be very interesting to see the impact of if Chile take the lead. And all of a sudden it might just become, you know, the Canary might come walking out and maybe, you know, it might have a Chilean shirt on, who knows.
I was going to say, I wonder which way the neutral crowd might go here, because obviously the Brazilian fans will still be in the building waiting for their team to take the stage for the grand final later on. I mean, is it silly to ask which way the Brazilian faithful would be leaning? Would it be Chile? I'd imagine.
I think given the rivalry that we know exists between Brazil and Argentina, and also selfishly, Brazil fans might be thinking, Chile overturn Argentina. That's a big team that's actually fallen by the wayside before even getting to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. But of course, that also poses its own problem, is that they go, wait a minute, Chile have emerged out of nowhere and all of a sudden are looking comfortable and very much in their own, they're comfortable in their own skin and their own game plan.
Chile have been very impressive today, so yeah, I think you're right about that. Brazil will proceed with caution no matter who they face in the final. They'll be full of confidence. But between Argentina and Chile, I think this is going to be a very interesting match indeed. Looking across the Argentina side of things, obviously Lux and Patuxen have played really, really well themselves. They've been ready for this one. And I'll tell you what, so am I. Let's go over to Wars on the stage for Chile, Argentina.
Let's go for the second semi-final. Also is a match that the winner goes to the FIFAe World Cup. Argentina versus Chile. Good game for everybody. Let's go.
Yes, let's go indeed, Wars. Thank you very much for holding down the stage, introducing Argentina and Chile. And Wes, here are the tactics here you can see for Chile. They have had a very, very good run so far today. And seems to be those phase one players, Hazard, Maldini, and of course their third selection in Del Piero being the men to watch out for here, you'd imagine.
Yeah, you think so. Their general game plan appears to be patience along the back line and then incorporating those wing backs. You've got Kadioglu on one side, you've got Roberto Carlos on the other. They're looking to really stretch the defense of Argentina. Meanwhile, weirdly, Argentina slightly and low-key mimicking the defense or the shape of Brazil. This is the exact same type of formation that we've seen from Brazil, except the difference with Brazil is they have a fluid formation, so you don't really see the defensive one.
That's a good pickup from you, Wes.
And interestingly, this is the game, especially with this type of game plan, where Chile, when they last came up against this shape, drew 0-0.
Very interesting pickup, because Argentina previously were using that sort of flat 4-4-2, and now it's a bit more of a 4-2-2. So Argentina clearly learning from the Canary squad. There you can see Mati and Nacho, and of course Coach Rookie in the back. Thumbs up from him. They're ready to go, and so are we. Kickoff imminent here between Argentina and Chile. Here we go. It's Mati and Nacho taking on Lucky and Patuxen. Going to be a thriller of a two-legged affair. Same rules as the other semi-final. Aggregate score is the only thing that matters. And an amendment to the second game between the two. We did mention it was a 0-0. It was actually Argentina who came out 2-0 victors there. So apologies to Argentina. But well, there's an early goal here. Chile onto the board straight away. It's Dembele.
And if it was to the applausometer on this screen, pretty sure I heard a very warm round of applause for Chile taking a one-goal lead here. And then in the intros as well, so you question about the neutrals of who they're following. It looks to be the team in red. Again, it's just one moment there. It's one little shift of that ball onto a left foot. And just when you have the avenue to take a shot, I'm such a proponent of this. When you have the opportunity to take a shot, just have a go.
Just take it.
Have a go. Take a shot at the goalkeeper. You never quite know what's going to happen. The old adage goes, if you don't buy a ticket, you won't win the raffle. And Chile have come up trumps inside 6 minutes.
Goal scored by Ousmane Dembele, the second pick in phase 2 for Chile, coming up trumps, putting Argentina on watch here. Is there going to be an immediate reply? Be a corner to come. Goes to show how important these drafts are. Here's the Argentine corner. Lux with the stunning strike. Oh, had so much power, but the direction sadly lacking. It's got under it there.
A little bit too much on that one from Argentina. A quarter of an hour gone here, Harry. 1-0 the separator at the moment. And as I said to earlier in one of the games that we were covering, sometimes, especially in Chile's avenue and game plan, all you need to do is score a goal and just hold it.
You're absolutely right. Lux bringing the ball forward here for Argentina. Being patient in their build-up, you can see the communication in the defensive shape, who goes, who stays for Chile so far. This is nice spreading of the play, though, from Argentina. They're an end result, just waiting for that run. There it is. Oh, good save. Second chance for them, maybe. Oh, and is that Haaland? That's Haaland with a really good chance here. Not often you see him off target.
He's been used to great effect by Argentina during today. He scored a couple of goals and really chipped in key moments. Didn't quite come up with the right answer on that occasion. Quite right, you very rarely see him put one off target.
Chile happy to just invite the press then following the resumption of play, but they've had a bit of trouble as Argentina have been really, really good at blocking down those passing lanes. They've won themselves another corner here on the half-hour mark, and since conceding, Argentina, despite the argy-bargy here, have been in the ascendancy, and they look more likely to score if there's another goal to come here in the first half. In swinger to come. Back played short. Here's Lux. Another stunning input queued up. That's a nice super cancel, but Chile again struggling to get out from the back. Don't be surprised to see these half-time stats be thoroughly one-sided, because Chile have barely had a touch of the ball. That's a long-range controlled finish, but only into the hands of the Chile goalkeeper. He is lucky. Five minutes until half-time. Is there going to be another goal? Lux along the floor. Impatient here, Argentina trying to use the strength of Haaland, but well done by Nacho. He's able to ride that challenge, and there might be a final chance of the half here for Chile if they play their cards right. The pass can't get through, and there's the half-time whistle. Chile 1, Argentina 0. Here in leg one.
Yeah, you just saw briefly there the spiderweb graphs, and a lot of defensive work has gone in from Chile. They have themselves a goal lead, and that is the most vital stat of all.
Well, as things stand, this would be quite the upset if the consistency rankings were to be considered. Globally, Argentina considered 11th ranked in the world, and just about 130 odd points behind them. In 22nd is Chile. So the boys on your screen at the moment have a bit of work to do here in the second half in order to make sure that upset does not come to fruition. As for Mati and Nacho, they're in dreamland so far.
Yeah, they seem calm. They seem in their element. They look like they're just waiting. They're just waiting to get restarted. They're very cool. They're very happy. There are a lot of conversation, a lot of twitching from Argentina.
Lionel Messi, number
Technical
8.
match just been called. So the international symbol for timeout.
Everyone knows what that means.
Everyone knows what that means. Although I did also see the rotation of fingers as well. So that is always the international side. Looks as though Chile will be looking for substitutions at this particular juncture, which is interesting because you very rarely see teams come out and do half-time changes. However, stranger things have happened, and that's why I'm sat here and they're sat out there.
That doesn't look like any changes have been made. Maybe they decided against it between them. The side swap here for the second half of leg number 1. Chile 1, Argentina 0. If you're just joining us, this two-legged affair with aggregate score and golden goal, if it's needed, is to decide who will be the second nation from South America traveling to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. Will it be Argentina? Will it be Chile? And of course, it's been a long day of competition here. About 7:30 p.m. local. Games kicked off about 4.5 hours ago. And it's been non-stop for these players, so they have had to maintain their concentration levels. It's almost a game of stamina at this point, both virtually on the pitch and also the players controlling the phones. Concentration needs to be paramount throughout. Can't afford to slip up now. Argentina on the surge now with Lux. It's that trademark half-time Ruud Gullit substitute. So bizarre to see them draft him in phase 1 and then only utilise him for half the match. I wonder if that will change in the second leg. Chile venturing forward. Only 20 minutes left in game of leg 1. Can Argentina get the reward from their pressing and their hounding of the Chile back line, or will the defence hold up here? Well, right on cue, Argentina do get their reward.
The goal scorer for Argentina after 73 minutes is...
There is the equaliser, 1-1. Back on level terms. I believe this is Yildiz, the Turk, heading home for Argentina.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we've seen it from Argentina either. It's a beautifully floated ball into the box. It's a cushioned header at the back post, and Yildiz gives Argentina parity. And with, I want to say it's about less than 10, well no, it's about 18 minutes left to go in game.
It's prime subs territory here, Wes.
It absolutely is, and that's why we're seeing these changes. Now all of a sudden, Argentina's starting to fan out their number 10s and now moving into being wingers, and see Enzo Fernandez being brought on, as is Beckham and Christian Vieri. And some potent weapons to get that ball into the box and maybe make things happen. Meanwhile, Chile bringing on Zico, Ribery, Hele and Puskas. Will be a grandstand finish between these two, and this is only game 1, folks.
Number 8, Michel Platini.
How big psychologically a lead going into leg number 2 would be. This is aggregate score, do not forget. So even though there's a little time remaining on the clock in the top left, every goal will count towards your final aggregate tally. So you don't want to concede late here. Lux on the far side. All about lofting one in, and I think there might be a big chance here. Oh, there is! Who else but phase 1? Ruud Gullit introduced at half-time. The super sub. The comeback's complete, at least in leg 1.
Yeah, it was a really good finish. Again, you just take those moments when they get presented to you. It's a challenged forward header. It's a hooked ball into the box there by Nuno Mendes. Headed clear momentarily, and then there's that challenge there where it comes off of an Argentinian head. And instead, a little bit of kind of almost a scissor kick type of volley from Ruud Gullit, fired into the back of a Chilean net. And all of a sudden now, with 9 minutes left to go, which is quite quick, in mobile, Chile have got to try and find a way through.
Well, they led early on here in the first leg, Chile, and they tried to defend, they tried to venture forward, but Argentina have settled down on that stage. They have grown into this first leg, and it looks like they'll be exiting it with an advantage of some kind.
2 added minutes have been indicated.
Patuk is shielding the ball nicely, and I don't think Chile will have another sniff here in leg one. Back to the drawing board for them. There's the full-time whistle here. Argentina 2, Chile 1. They will take a 1-goal advantage into leg 2. And theoretically, Argentina are 90 in-game minutes away from the FIFAe World Cup Finals. And potentially a date with Brazil in the final.
And nothing too dramatic then. I mean,
light work.
It would just be that. I mean, again, powers of recovery from Argentina very much have saved potentially their best games for when it mattered most. As it stands at the moment, they have themselves a goal advantage. Chile, certainly not out of it. They were very much the ones that took the ascendancy to start with in game one. Argentina just slowly reeled them back in. Took it at the right moment because, again, it doesn't really give you a lot of time to work with scoring 80 plus.
Of course, the inquest will be from Chile. What did they change after scoring that first goal? Did the mentality change? Did the heads drop? What were they doing differently that they'll need to change here in the second leg to come momentarily? Something will need to change for Chile if, as we see some of their countrymates there, if we want to see them advance and join Brazil, India, and Japan at the FIFAe World Cup Finals. And you can see the inquest happening between Matti and Nacho. As for Argentina, it's going to be very much more of the same as the order of the day for them, because they definitely looked comfortable even while trailing. They weren't panicking. They knew the game would come to them.
Yeah, and I think that's a unnerving quality to have if you are Argentina, is that you're able to just go, we're okay. We've gone a goal down. We're okay. We'll keep it going. We'll keep it moving. And interestingly, the two players that are probably, I would say, have caused the most impact for Argentina. We've seen plenty of assists from Shinji Kagawa, and we've seen plenty of goals actually from Yildiz. Now he's starting to be employed. So maybe they are erring on the side of going, well, actually, who are our players that are performing? Let's put them in from the start.
Indeed, we're seeing them kind of revert back to that 4-2-2 that, as you mentioned before, you spotted it be more of a Brazil carbon copy Argentina, and now we can see the still 5 at the back Chile formation that's served them well thus far. It's going to be interesting to see if there is going to be any kind of deviation tactically. I did see, I think it was Alexis McAllister for Argentina. That's a phase 3 player. They were able to get a real, dare I say, bargain bin player if such a thing exists.
Well, it's one of their countrymen as well, so they're going to know very well. I mean, the substitute tends to be as well Enzo Fernandez, who, if memory serves, was a phase 2 player. So they bring out a phase 3 to bring on a phase 2. It's an interesting tactic, and again, it's a strategy that you might see pay off.
As you can see, final prayers, final preparations. This is going to be a big 90 minutes. How is your nerve? Can you get it done for your country? Argentina will enter this with a 1-goal advantage on aggregate. Chile, they'll chase the game. They'll need to. It's Argentina 2, Chile 1. Leg number 2 is now underway. It'll be Argentina attacking this right-hand side of your screens. Here in the first half, Chile, they will be chasing the goal on the left-hand side. It's a goal they need to chase. Wonder what's the MO here for Argentina? What's their calling card, if you will? Oh, there's been some missed tackles up there on the far side. That could be a real gift early on. Oh, saved point-blank range. Just when I was asking, what's the MO? Do you step off here? Do you just try and maintain possession? They're going to go for more goals here.
Yeah, I think if you're Chile, you've got to be very careful you don't concede the first one here. Very careful, because that will give you an extreme mountain to climb.
Won't it just? Gigi Buffon in the Chile goal will need to have eyes in the back of his head here. Corner cleared away. And it's much of the same that we saw towards the end of leg number 1. Argentina bossing possession, Chile chasing the ball. And it's not where Chile are most comfortable. And we're talking, well, it's almost for going on 100 in-game minutes now. Nice turn from Lux. Can't get the dip on the strike, however. Almost 100 in-game minutes that Chile have been trying to chase possession here, it feels like.
Yeah, they're chasing shadows at the moment, Chile. Got to get a hold of this ball. They've got to make it happen.
A chance for them to reset now following the goal kick. As you can see, the aggregate score on the bottom of your screens favours Argentina. Will they return to a FIFAe World Cup Finals for eFootball Mobile for the first time since, I believe, 2024? On that Argentina roster, of course, was Lux, so he'd be returning after a year out to the promised land if things stay as they are. Nacho and Matti of Chile need to show that they can overturn this. Step 1 is just getting possession, Wes.
Step 1 is indeed getting possession, and step 2 is finding an opportunity that they maybe, given the way that Argentina started off this game, I think they're going to get 1, maybe 2 opportunities, Chile. They're going to have to take them when they get presented to them.
We're over halfway in the first half of the second leg, and they just can't break the lines. Argentina have closed every single lane Chile have considered here. It's been very impressive between Patuxin and Lux, but that's a rare mistake. Is that the gift that Chile need, just to get a bit of oomph behind them, get that ball rolling?
Old school
It is
tactic.
for Matti. That is old school. Is there a finish? Yes, there is. Chile back on level terms, and where's it all comes from? A gift of a throw-in from Argentina.
And also a really well-worked set piece. The reason why I said it was an old-school tactic is, footballing parlance, can't be offside from a throw-in.
No,
you
you
drag
cannot.
your player as long as you want. And again, they did everything to try and keep that one out, Argentina, but it just slipped through the net. We'll see it again here. There was a sliding challenge that went in, and then it got blocked You see they're just bundled past the goalkeeper. Chile will not get a jot as they have themselves a goal half an hour into the game. And as you said for the first game, game reset.
Well, well, well. Argentina 2, Chile 2. Chile, they're on the front foot now. They're full of confidence. The roof of the net has been lifted off. There is confidence flowing through the veins, and they seem to be winning every 50-50 here. Luck's putting his heart into every single block, and all of a sudden it feels like Argentina may be on the ropes. Well, that's a nice ball, though. Take a look at this from Argentina. Only a corner will come of it. Late on here in the first half, the talisman of Argentina cannot reinstate his nation's lead, and that will frustrate the Argentine squad.
Yeah, the danger's not over here, though, Harry. Is that corner is due inbound, but again, you're looking at the prime moments to try and get yourself on the score sheet if you're Argentina just before half-time.
Look out for Haaland. The likely target at the front post. Nacho is straight on him. Something from the training ground perhaps to come. Easy gather for Gigi Buffon. This is balanced on a knife edge. A second leg between Argentina and Chile is tied on aggregate 2 goals apiece for a place at the FIFAe World Cup. And Hollywood will be trying to buy the movie script to this if it ends in some kind of miraculous drama towards the end. The end of the first half is upon us. It is Argentina 2, Chile 2. Such drama, such tension here, Wes.
It is delicately poised, and it is certainly informed our kind of commentary that you can not hear really that much noise out in the arena, because I think everybody's feeling that tension because it is so delicately poised with 45 in-game minutes left to play. You then have the prospect, if it stays as it is, that it goes to a golden goal, which I know that we said that we wanted it, but it's a different thing when it is presented in front of you, because that would be a cruel way to decide this. Well, hopefully we see some more goals in this next 45, regardless if they come the way from Argentina or from Chile.
It would be cruel, but we'd love it. We love the drama.
Oh, we do. We do. We absolutely do. Got to figure out here now, if you're Chile, you don't want to repeat the exact same thing you did in the first game, because it was the exact same type of scenario. Went a goal ahead, started making changes, and that's when then the game started to get away from them. Got to be careful if you're Chile. But Argentina is still relatively okay. You just need to find a goal. Not really had that many chances to speak of, though, have Argentina.
We'll see if that changes here in the second half of leg 2. Chile attacking the right-hand side of your screens. Argentina will be attacking the left side. Nacho and Matti are just brimming with confidence. You can see in the way they're connecting. Things in the final third are starting to piece together now in ways that they weren't earlier on in this tie. Here comes Matti. Cho made a nice run as well for the Chileans. And all of a sudden, since Because that goal went in, it almost feels like Argentina now can't get a sniff of the ball.
Well, you say that, and they've just had a gift given to them by Chile.
In the exact same area as well.
Exactly that. It's 2 errors. I mean, it hasn't had a detrimental effect on Chile as yet. The fresh legs come on for Argentina. David Beckham, Michael Owen.
Love to see that combo.
Yeah, very much harkens. Takes you back a bit. It
to
does.
our childhood, definitely.
Oh no, I'll tell you that. Tell a lie. They've switched it out to Christian Vieri instead. So it looks as though that Argentina have heard you and said no. But the changes seem to be almost formulaic from both sides. They both look the same go-to players. Chile almost have this insane line change. If you notice, it's always the same 5. I believe that's FIFAe in the DM slot. You then got Zico, Ribery, and then it's Puskas and Pele. It's almost formulaic for them, and that can sometimes be almost Achilles' heel, because if you're telegraphing your changes, people can game plan against that pretty quickly.
Indeed, notably one of their Phase 1 players, Eden Hazard, coming off here. Been somewhat of a focal point for Chile. Maybe that's been the difference. They look to be cut adrift. I mean, towards the latter stages of that first leg, they looked completely out of it, Chile. But now they're right back in it. We're tied 2 apiece. We're into almost de facto golden goal territory with the amount of time left on the clock here.
It's the semi-final that we both thought it was going to be. It was going to be tight, it was going to be cagey, and it may be defined by a magical moment.
Oh, nice play from Argentina. Cross dealt with. Still alive though for them. Sadly for them, bullets returning from an offside position. That one would have been close, and I think looking at the Chilean face cams, they know they perhaps got away with one there. They fell asleep at the back.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you know that you've got the benefit of a referee decision. Interestingly, there just saw that Argentinian lineup briefly. Beckham pulled out to a right wing forward position, and they've gone with a central 3 midfield. Definitely looks as though the Argentinian game plan is get it to Beckham, get it in the box, and that certainly is a weapon to utilise, is aerial balls into the box, especially when you have the likes of Hullet, you have the likes of Christian Vieri. You see it again there. Barella's on, Enzo Fernandez is on, Figo is on. Like, they've made those changes to just try and give themselves something more down that right hand side. Beckham made way. But
yeah, they're and ahhing, aren't they, Wes? They're not sure whether or not they want to introduce David Beckham into that lineup.
But this is it. This is it. You start to second guess yourself at these moments. These are the critical moments where actually a coach probably comes into play. You need sometimes a coach to just stand there and say, look, this is what we're going to do, and almost absolve the players of the responsibility of making that choice.
That'll be the responsibility of Gonzalo, Joaquin and Rookie, the coaches of Argentina and Chile, respectively. 20 minutes to go. Here in leg number 2, Argentina 2, Chile 2. A goal for either side in the remaining time in this match you'd imagine would be a winner, and you'd imagine would be met with a variety of emotions. Matti on the turn, and there's been a commitment there, and I think the referee was very generous there. There was a shout of obstruction. But Chile, they'll come again. Approaching the final 10 minutes. Not where Argentina want the ball. Oh, big save.
Interestingly, in that exchange there, and I was just staying silent just to try and see it out, was that when Chile were being patient, Argentina started to trigger the offside trap to bring their defensive line forward to narrow those gaps. Of course, they're right in the pocket here, Chile. They're giving the ball away terribly there, though.
Bit of a cheap one. Need to take care of the ball in this kind of position, though. Look at the Argentine players ready to pounce and cutting those lanes. That is been able to feed Nacho. Nice double touch, but Patuk steps up, and now Argentina, they have a chance to foray forward. Lucky on that far side. Could cause all kinds of problems. What a tackle from Matti, by the way. Balanced on a knife edge. How many minutes added on? Just the 2. And Argentina will get the last attack of this second leg. Lucky. Through to Patuk. Oh, it's wide. And we are headed to a golden goal game. 90 minutes. Whoever scores first will go to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. Will it be Argentina? Will it be Chile? You wanted drama, Wes. Here we are.
This is where chaos begins. If you've not experienced a golden goal of eFootball, welcome to the show. This is going to be tense. There is going to be mistakes. There's going to be attempts of probably things that these players aren't used to. You get that vibe when you get into that thing or that emotion of we need to score first. You then start to do crazy things. You start to do things that are out of the ordinary. And especially, not to mention as well, coming into a game, it's a reset of fatigue. It's a reset of fitness. Therefore, all these players are completely fresh. So it's a case of going, what is your best cards that you can play?
Well, the red on your screen for La Roja, the Reds of Chile, are trying to make history. They want to be the first eFootball mobile squad to feature for their nation at the World Cup Finals. They are a golden goal away. As for Gonzalo, Joaquin, Lux, and Patuksen, they are in a similar position. Just one goal. One goal would send them to the promised land. Here in Rio de Janeiro, it would send them to a World Cup Finals. Only 12 nations can contest the final World Cup trophy at the finals. And only one of these two can be part of those cream of the crop that will feature. Chile look relaxed, don't they, Wes? I mean, it's a complete contrast.
If you look at body language, you would think as though Argentina are already out in terms of the way that their mannerisms look, in terms of the way that they're not really kind of engaging with each other. And instead, Chile look really well relaxed. These guys look really tense.
Well, we're into the locker room looking at the tactics for this golden goal match. Here's Chile's lineup. You'll see noticeable faces. Eden Hazard, one of their key players in the phase 1 of selection, alongside Maldini and Del Piero.
Yeah, look at where Argentina are lining up. They are lining up exactly how they finished. They're looking for get this first goal and we're done.
Wow.
That's what they're going for here. They're not hanging around. They don't want to take it late. They're playing Hullet from the start. They're playing Haaland from the start. They are looking to go air raid football.
Yep, there is no hiding this tactic. Get it to Figo, cross that one in, and let Hullet and Haaland terrorize that back 5. Wow.
With a central back 3 of Maldini, Bonucci, and Nesta, doesn't really feel that they can be aerially dominated. So it could just be, fire meeting ice. It looks as though it might just be a case that these two things are going to cancel one another out.
I mean, it's some tactic, Wes, some tactic to show your hand.
It is. It certainly shows confidence in their tactic. They think this is what we're going to do, and we're going to just go ahead and achieve it. Of course, though, if you're not used to that kind of all or nothing type of tactic, are they going to leave gaps? Are they going to not be able to? Is their midfield not going to function in the way that it has been? It's a gamble at a really key time for Argentina.
Well, here we go then, folks. Golden goal time. After 2 legs, we could not split Argentina and Chile. So whoever scores next will send themselves to the FIFAe World Cup Finals for eFootball Mobile. Chile starting with the kickoff, attacking this right-hand goal. Argentina going the other way. We know the tactic for Argentina. And there is the golden goal! Argentina are heading to the FIFAe World Cup Finals!
Let's go, Argentina! A huge applause for one more national team qualified for FIFAe World Cup. Oh wow, ladies and gentlemen, everything now is defined. Argentina won the first game, Chile won the second one, but in the golden goal, Argentina takes turn. I'm going to talk to the Argentina team. Are you shy? Tells me how was the practice, the mental preparation for this final, the semi-final that looks like a final. We were very focused. We know our rivals, we know the opponent team. But our players came here just thinking in the qualification. A very hard defense, strong defense. What's your emotion? What are you feeling now that you are qualified to FIFAe World Cup? It's an honor to represent my country.
Tá tímido também?
Are you shy too?
Como tá a emoção para você?
How you feeling? How you feeling? Can you send a message to the fans from Argentina? Today we have the final and it's against Brazil. We are in the final, and I want to say to all the Argentinians that are watching that we're going to play for you. Thank you, everybody, and let's go Argentina! Let's go Argentina! Ladies and gentlemen, now the Argentinian team can go to the rest, can take a time, and now the Argentinians in the crowd are pretty happy, and back to you, casters.
Wow, thank you very much. Was an amazing semi-final we just witnessed. I'm now joined by Alia Harvey. Wow, what a game we just witnessed. We have our second nation here from South America going to the FIFAe World Cup.
We do, and I mean, I predicted Brazil-Argentina, but for a second there, I thought Chile were actually going to do it, and I actually feel so sad that they haven't succeeded in getting to a FIFAe World Cup Finals for the first time.
So close, wasn't it?
So such a good game.
Close. They were giving it everything they possibly could, but in the end, it could only be Brazil, Argentina. They will join Japan and India as the qualified nations on eFootball Mobile so far. Oh, I mean, it has set us up not only for an amazing finals when we know obviously all the 12 nations there, but also the final to come here. Brazil, Argentina. I mean, you were in the crowd during that match earlier on. You know how rowdy that they will get in that arena.
And I'm really looking forward to it because now there's 2 Argentina fans in the crowd and there's about 30 Brazilians out there, so it's going to get very hectic.
They're slightly outnumbered. We can take a little look and see exactly how Argentina made it to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. I mean, wow, that semi-final, so difficult to split them. Obviously, Chile did score first earlier, but since that goal went in around the first 10 in-game minutes, it was all Argentina, and you felt those goals were coming in that first leg.
I think that's where the experience really showed. Even though they went 1-0 down, they knew how to just stay calm, forget the crowd screaming and cheering at them, and do what they needed to do. The goals they scored were incredible, and you could just see the joy in their face in that final game, knowing they finally made it to the FIFAe World Cup. And it's led us to what's going to be a very intense final between Argentina and Brazil, especially that Argentina, all of this year, they actually haven't beaten Brazil yet.
Would be a great time to do it.
It would do. It would be.
Certainly would be. I mean, in their own backyard, in a final, to be crowned the Continental Champions with all of the branding here in the arena in the Brazil badge. I mean, that would just add a little bit of sting to the opponents that they would face. But of course, commiserations to Chile. Obviously, we saw Coach Rookie, we saw Matti and Nacho really put their best foot forward, and I think they were the surprise packages of the Continental Championships here in Rio de Janeiro, because no one really was everyone was unsure about what to expect from them, and they really surpassed everyone's expectations, finishing second in the group and pipping Argentina to that second place. But when it matters, they fell on golden goal.
Exactly that, and I think they should be really proud of themselves that this is their first time, or for anyone in the Continental Championships, but they were so close to making it to the finals, and they are a new pairing as well, and for the first time, I think they've done exceedingly well, and I'm excited to see them next year, to see if they can hopefully make it to that finals at the end of the year.
They certainly have it in them. We'll no doubt be seeing Matti and Nacho again in the future. But the result only belongs to one nation, and it is Argentina. That golden goal scored by Yildiz is the difference there in the golden goal game. If it was in that golden goal game and went all the way to 90 minutes, we'd go straight to a penalty shootout. But it only took 7 in-game minutes earlier. And sadly for Chile, they go home. I mean, celebrations for Argentina, they're there. They're in the promised land now.
I know, and 7 in-game minutes. It's only about 2 seconds in real time. It was a very, very quick goal. I mean, we were sat there watching it, and when the roar came through, I think all of us just got shook, and we're like, we didn't think that was going to happen so quickly. But I cannot wait for this final. I do not know what to expect, especially the fact that that final went all the way, or the semi-final, sorry, went all the way to the third game. That's got to give Argentina a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, they will know that they can weather the storm, knowing that if it does go to golden goal, I mean, you could argue that they got an extra 7 in-game minutes out of their semi-final than Brazil did. So,
extra practice.
They will come in as the warmer team, that extra practice, as you say, but Brazil have looked so strong, haven't they? They've looked really, really good this entire Continental Championships.
I think Brazil as a nation have always been so dominant in football. And the fact last year when it was still 1v1, they made it to the finals. They look even stronger as a 2v2 now. And it'll be so exciting to see once we get to that final stage and all the other regions come into play, how they match up against them. Because right now, they look so unbelievably dominant that I could see them going all the way again.
I could see it happen. I definitely could see it happen. I mean, I feel for Juninho because the only times he's featured in FIFAe mobile competitions, he's come up into the final against a man from Thailand. And both times he's fallen, sadly. The FIFAe Game Cup in Liverpool in 2024, I believe it was, he came up against Talon Sui and fell in that final. And then obviously, as we saw last year, falling to Thailand in the FIFAe World Cup Finals. So I guess all he's praying for, Juninho, is that Thailand, they fail to qualify. They're still in and amongst the conversation over there in the Asian region to make it there, which is wild to say because they're the reigning world champions over there.
They are. I think watching the streams in Kuala Lumpur has been very exciting to see because normally we go straight to the finals. We don't have the Continental Championships with this being the first one. Now I feel like we're getting to see more talent. We're getting to see what's on offer, and competing at a LAN event is so different to competing at home. And I think maybe Thailand have struggled with that a little bit.
They have. I definitely would agree with that. And it's all well and good being the reigning champions, but if you're not there to defend your crown, it doesn't mean too much. But coming back to the South American Continental Championships, there can only be one champion here today. We've spoken about Brazil, how strong they look. We've spoken about Argentina and how well-oiled they've looked in their semi-final. They made it to the golden goal and passed that test. Where's your money here, Ali? I've got to ask. Obviously, Brazil are by far and away the favourites, but can Argentina make that upset happen?
I think for them to make it happen, they've got to actually perform to the level that they're capable of. I think they're very lucky that they've actually made it to the final because in the group stage, especially the second half, they looked very shaky.
It's almost like we haven't seen the best of Argentina so far.
I don't think we have. And if they perform like how they have today, I think it's Brazil all day. But if Argentina now in this little break, calm down, figure out what they need to do, and actually perform at the level that they can, then it'll make for an exciting matchup. But I hope it goes to game 3, golden goal. I love penalties on eFootball.
I love a bit of drama. I love penalties. I love golden goal. Give me every bit of eFootball mobile. Well, let's head over to the stage now with Wars, who's ready to introduce our 2 continental finalists.
Now it's time. It's time for the grand final of FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. I need to remember you guys that the both national teams are already qualified for the World Cup. But we still yet have the last fight for the title, the top continental title. I'm going to invite to the stage the teams, the first place in the rankings. A huge applause for Brazil.
Vem, Rentão, vem, Juninho, vem,
Come, Rentão, come, Juninho, and Canarinho Pistola is together.
Que maravilha, vai lá, Canarinho. Já faz parte da equipe.
Canarinho already is a member of the team.
Pra bater de frente com a
And
seleção
now,
brasileira.
to play against the Brazilian national team,
Vice-líder no ranking de
the
consistência.
second placed team in the consistency rank.
E garantiu vaga na grande final.
Already qualified for the Worlds and in the final. Let's receive on stage Argentina.
Tem torcedor argentino também. Uma salva
We
de
have
palmas
some
para o
Argentinians fans on the crowd.
Nosso querido Gonzalo Joaquim também são finalistas. Gonzalo, palpite pro primeiro jogo.
What's your predict for the first game?
2
The final score,
2-0 Argentina.
2-0 for Argentina.
Palpite pro primeiro
Avaré,
jogo.
your predict for the first game?
3-1.
The same score of our last game,
Bom jogo.
3-1.
Boa sorte e
Good
que
luck
vença
to both
o
teams,
melhor.
and the best team wins.
Well, amazing to see the 2 sets of nations there, both qualified for the FIFAe World Cup Finals already, now just playing for the continental crown. A little bit unfair, of course, that we have Canarinho Pistola lining up for Brazil. That just does add a bit of intimidation factor. I mean, you've experienced it firsthand, Ali, haven't you? He's a big guy.
He's scary. He rage baits me.
He was
as we were
winding
saying,
you up.
he was winding me up. It went straight to my head. If I was playing against Brazil right now, my head's gone already. And he looks scary. as well. He's got the eyebrows furrowing, and he's dancing. He's got moves, though. I saw him dancing earlier. Made me want to get up there and dance with him.
He's got the moves. He's got the moves. We can give him that. The question is, though, do Rentao and Juninho, do they have the moves to make it past this Argentine defense? Because it's something that Chile did struggle with at times in that semi-final. We saw Chile really struggle to even get the ball back from Argentina. Obviously, Brazil was going to be a different test, but do we think that Lucky and Patuksen can just maintain possession and really lock things down as they did in that semi-final?
I think it's going to be really hard against Brazil because the more they've gone through this tournament, I feel like the Brazilians are trying to hold on to possession more as well. We started the day with them attacking a lot, and now I think they are worried of losing possession as well, which is why they're starting to concede more. But this could go either way. It's the first ever Continental Championships here in South America. It's on home soil for Brazil. The last thing they want is to perform as well as they have and lose the final.
I can't believe we haven't spoken about this either. Do you remember Juninho last year at the finals and his haircut, the R9 haircut? This time he's gone for the bleached blonde hair.
I have. I was going to say, I hope. They've made the finals, and I want to see Juninho. I want the R9 haircut back. You can keep the blonde, but bring it back. I better see it from you.
I wonder if he thinks it's probably a bad luck charm now, though. Because obviously he made it to the final and couldn't get past Thailand. So maybe he's going with the bleached blonde this time.
Could do like a Neymar mohawk, maybe.
Yes.
He's got a few months to grow it out.
A few weeks to grow it out. We haven't seen Rentao join in, though, with the hair antics, which is that's quite sad. We'd like to see the world champ.
They could be matching and both have bleached blonde hair.
That I would love to see.
And the beard as well, Rentao.
Yeah, Rentao, let's make it happen. All right. And I'll tell you what, eyebrows while you're at it as well, please. We have seen Henriquinho, though, go bleach blonde as well on the console platform for Brazil. So
I think he's brunette again.
You think he's dyed it already?
I think I saw him in the gym this morning. I'm pretty sure he's brunette again.
Henriquinho. Well,
pretty certain.
I'm going to have words, all right? You can't leave Juninho to be the only one doing hair antics for these big tournaments. But we're moments away from kickoff here. Brazil, Argentina, a tale as old as time. They've had big scraps already so far here in the group stages. It's going to be a fantastic affair here in the final for the Continental crown. You'd love to go into those FIFAe finals, wouldn't you, Alia? As a former competitor yourself, you'd love to go into a World Cup with a title under your belt. It's completely different qualifying in second place versus being the champion of your region.
Exactly. We've got 5 regions. And I think it's a huge confidence booster knowing I won South America.
Yeah.
I didn't come second because I grew up always being told if you finish second, you're just the first loser.
Yep.
That's all it is. And you've got the chance now to get an extra title. Oh my goodness.
Oh, we got Canary Cam.
I'm scared. Can I not cast? Look at Wes in the back.
He's loving it. Oh, we're seeing the moves that you were talking about. Yeah, look at that bit of two-step. Okay. He's saying it's already over. 2-1.
Little kiss there.
Okay.
Is that to us or is that to...
We love to see it. the
Our faces of shock.
Canarinho Pistola, I mean, he just does shock you. I mean, you don't expect it when you think it's Canary Squad. You think, oh, you know, a cute little Tweety bird. But then big hench guy comes out, full muscles, furrowed brow. If that doesn't strike fear into the heart of Argentina, I'm not sure what will.
I really want to get him in like a TikTok dance later. I want to see if he'll do it with me. He might say no, but to be honest, he would just take out the whole frame, I think.
Yeah, you'd have to step quite far
really
back
back.
If you were the cameraman. Definitely you'd have to stand back. But he's a big guy. He's a very imposing figure. And it's not exactly something that you can not see in your peripheral. If you're Argentina, you're trying to focus on the phone, you'll see a big yellow head out the corner of your eye. So definitely we'll have to see if Mr. Pistola can come to the FIFAe World Cup later on this year.
Oh my gosh, what a great idea.
We saw it in 2024 where Indonesia made the console finals. They brought out the Garuda drums, and it's all you can hear in the final when you watch the rebroadcast back. It's those drums. Brazil need to employ the same tactics.
Dude, do you know what? Maybe we can just get one of the other talents to just put the head on.
Maybe.
Like, there's a few people from our talent team we could nominate.
Do you want to name names?
No, because I don't want to get in trouble.
I'd like to see Rachel Stringer in the uniform. I think that would be good.
Rachel Chris Tun's got the height.
Yeah, he's got
He's
the
got
height.
the height
He's got
for
the build.
it.
True.
He does
have the build. We'll have to see at the World Cup if we can convince him. I'm sure he'd be up for it.
I think so. I think he would. And you're right. He has the build. He's almost as tall as him. Almost. That's a great shout, actually.
I think
we need to let our producers know.
Question is, though, Alia, would that be influencing? I mean, we're supposed to be impartial reporters, you know, as commentators. Would that be trying to influence and sway things in Brazil's way? I mean, I'm not too sure.
Hence, our reporter, technically.
Okay, CJ. I see what you're saying.
We're casters, so we have to be impartial. But the reporter, he likes to do his skits as well. We can definitely... Wow, we've got lots of...
Oh, look at that. I said we're supposed to be impartial as commentators.
Wes wants to do it.
Wes is obviously... He's off the clock now, straight away in the Brazil camp. Look at that. I mean, that is shameless. Absolutely shameless. Stuart Wesley, hang your head in shame. That's poor.
I can't believe that's what we just witnessed. We're here trying to talk about who can be the most impartial one to do it. And Wes is just like, I'll do it.
He's already out there making mates. It's poor form. It's poor form. At least he's keeping us entertained while we wait for kickoff here. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. We're here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, on the east coast, I believe, of Brazil.
I am terrible with maps.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if I should say what I said the other day to you guys. I thought there were two sides to the sun. So
yeah, I remember you telling us that.
I'm probably not the best person to ask about things like that. I know we're in Brazil. We're in South America.
We are. That's good. We'll leave it there. I believe it's the east coast of Brazil. Anyway, I haven't got my compass out, but regardless, we are here in Rio, and we are in the shadow of Christ the Redeemer, waiting to see who out of Brazil and Argentina will be crowned champions of this region. They're both qualified for the FIFAe World Cup for eFootball Mobile. They will join Japan and India. And of course, we still have plenty of other nations across the rest of the weeks, Alia, don't we, to find out who will be joining those four nations.
We do. And you know what I just thought? Last year in Riyadh, the atmosphere was insane with the Brazilians. Imagine now we've got the Argentinians there and the Brazilians. Hopefully they get seeded into one group and we'll have proper drama. But I'm just thinking now, I'm so excited for the finals in a few months because I loved it. I think we've got such a great team. We've got great producers, great talent team, and the atmosphere, you just cannot beat it.
You really can't. My question is, for Argentina, they need an imposing presence themselves. I mean, who's the mascot for Argentina? I know, obviously, this is technically an away day for them.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the mascot? Who's the mascot for Argentina? I'll have to look into this.
I'm sure they could make some calls, have Messi out there.
I'll do a quick search and see
Who's
if there
their
is
mascot?
anything that comes up. No, it doesn't seem to be anything, at least not to the extent of Mr. Pistola. I mean,
that's surprising. I would have thought Argentina would have a mascot.
You'd think so, but it seems to be just, I mean, from my very brief searching here while we're on air, just from the time they hosted the World Cup back in '78. So no official mascot. I'm sure whoever you are in the comments, if you know better, please drop a chat and let us know if there is, in fact, a mascot that could rival Mr. Pistola getting rowdy there in the crowd and hugging our co-commentator. I'm still in shock. That's
I really want Mr. Pistola there now, wherever our finals are, because as much as he rage bait me, I think he's great. He's hyping the crowd up. He's getting in there with the celebrations.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think he should be behind the players as well. Imagine that
allowed?
You
I'm
look
not sure
over.
If that's allowed.
Okay.
You've
Maybe
changed your tune now as well, Alia, by the way. When we were off air in the break, you were properly raging. You fell for the rage bait.
I did.
And now you're starting to warm to him a little bit.
I feel like that hug with Wes just, kind of melted me a little bit. If he gives me a hug, maybe I'll feel up to it as well.
We can probably arrange that. We can make that happen. But Why don't we zoom in a little bit back to this final, as we're no doubt approaching kickoff here very, very soon. We have Rentão Juninho of Brazil, 2 world champions. I mean, between the two of them, they've won the last 3 world championships through Konami's eFootball Championship Open Circuit, which is really one of the toughest formats, I think, in the majority of esports out there. There aren't many more difficult. And these two have won the last 3 between them, which is really impressive.
What's interesting as well is when you have 2 world champions, to have to work together in 2v2 and do as well as they have is extremely impressive, because they both know how good they are individually, and the fact that they've gelled well together says a lot about the Brazilian camp as well, I think, and it's showing based on how well they're playing. It's not like Argentina aren't experienced. They have made the World Cup final in 2024, but this is extremely experienced versus newer experience.
Yeah, it goes a lot towards the bedding in process. Of course, coach Thiago Alvarez as well. He's been coach of the national team for several years now. This will be his 3rd year in terms of eFootball, but the national setup, oftentimes, thanks to Thiago, across console and mobile, he is the man. He's very much the glue that holds the teams together. And at the risk of veering off into different sports, I mean, looking at US men's basketball at the Olympics, to touch on your point, 2 world champions having to work together. I mean, how many decorated players are on that squad? Or, it would be comparable to 2 Grand Slam winners in tennis having to play doubles together. It's really, really interesting to see the dynamic here. First year using 2 versus 2 on mobile, and Brazil seem to be setting the standard. The 2 singles players coming together as world champions and now working together, and they honestly look like they're on their way to winning another world title if they can get it done at the FIFAe World Cup later this year.
I'm so excited to see Brazil at the finals. I think they bring such an incredible atmosphere, because I'm pretty sure last year in the finals they had about 10-15 people that flew out to Riyadh, and they were in the crowd for both console and mobile. So there's no doubt that we're going to see a big crowd there as well, wherever the finals are being held. And I can't wait for it. And I mean, it's both our first time in Brazil, and it's been incredible. Like, I can't wait to come back for whatever reason.
It's been absolutely lovely. The hospitality has been fantastic. People
the food,
very friendly. The food absolutely delicious, scrumptious, dare I say. And I think, I would love to come back anytime. It's strange having warm wind though. In the UK,
I'm
don't
so
you
jealous.
find when the wind hits you, it's like a cold front. But here, it's so strange having warm air gusting around. It's very, very foreign to me.
We went to Copacabana a few days ago. It was 31 degrees, sunshine, people on the beach playing football, volleyball. And I'm like, it's winter. What do you mean you get such lovely sunshine? I'm actually really sad that we have to go back to the UK, because it's going to be pretty cold for us. And I'm just going to sit there in December thinking, I wish I was in Brazil. I want to come back. And I haven't even left yet.
Yeah, I'll be frozen. Come December time. You'll have to defrost me. But coming back to their opponents, Brazil, obviously we've spoken about Rentão, Juninho having to work together. Argentina has really been a bedding in process throughout today, hasn't it? Patuk and Lux, they started today on the back foot, losing to Chile in their first ever match. And ever since then, it feels like they've been playing catch up a little bit. They may consider themselves slightly fortunate by their own standards that they were able to secure a World Cup qualifying berth. But that pressure now is off of them. We'll have to see if we will see a entirely different Argentina performance now that the shackles are off a little bit.
I think all the pressure is on Brazil, because there is the expectation that they have to win on home soil. I think, like you said, Argentina now, they've qualified. There's no pressure now to make it to the finals. They've already done it. All this is for them is to just try and beat Brazil, so they go in with the upper hand in finals. But I feel like it's interesting with Argentina, because individually they're both really good players. But I think what we're seeing is 2 really good players trying to gel together. It's just taking them longer than it has for the Brazilians. But I think once they get there, we could be seeing a really dangerous side.
Well, we're a few minutes away from kickoff still, but what will be very interesting, we're not sure if you were able to kind of see it when you were watching that semi-final, is that Argentina actually, against Chile, were employing the same formation Brazil were using. So they switched up from their flat 2 backs to 4-4-4-2. They're now starting to use that 4-2-2-2, long ball counter. Now we're going to see if Brazil are able to defend their own tactic that's working so well for them themselves. It's going to be an interesting one here.
Definitely. I think on paper, looking at the track record, most people would say Brazil. But because Argentina now know, okay, we've switched up our tactic, it's worked for us, we could win this. We could very much be the champions for the first time in South America. And it's like you said, it would be interesting to see as well how Brazil adapt to it, because when Chile parked the bus against them, Brazil took a while to actually score a goal there. So they might struggle when their same tactics are being used against them.
Could be an interesting one. We'll see what way Brazil decide to come out. We'll see if Mr. Canary, Mr. Pistola will have to take over the screen from one of the two. Whether it will be Rental or Janino, I'm not sure. Could even be the coach headset from Coach Thiago. We're not sure.
Or one of ours. He might be here casting.
Could well be. I'm sure people would probably prefer that than my voice. But let's be honest, I don't think the headset would fit over his head. It's quite a large head.
It's pretty.
I mean, so is mine.
Pretty big head.
I mean,
I think I've got a bigger head than
costume.
you.
No.
I think your hair covers your forehead.
Yeah, that's by design. By design, folks. But yeah, moments from kickoff. Mr. Canarinho Pistola is in the building. He's been having fun in the crowd, and everyone is just making sure that all the technical difficulties are out of the way, and kickoff is going to be upon us in a matter of minutes, whether you're watching us on any platform, be it FIFA.gg or any of the social platforms. Thanks for tuning in throughout today. For eFootball Mobile, tomorrow we'll have eFootball Console. We'll be sending 2 more South American teams to the FIFAe World Cup. It's so exciting. It's the business end of the season now, Alia. It's the time where dreams are made and dreams are broken. Let's hop into our game here very shortly between Brazil and Argentina. Here is that tactic we were talking about. This is Brazil's lineup here, Alia. They make no secrets about it. It is all about those 2 AMFs. It's Neymar, it's Ronaldinho, 2 national heroes.
I love the fact that they actually use national heroes. I think that's one of my favorite things when you see the national teams use those type of players. Of course, Brazil have an advantage, but Argentina do as well. They've got Messi up front. You know, we all know how good Messi is, but I think this is essentially a real rivalry, both virtually and in person.
It's going to be an interesting one to dissect here, because it looks to me as if Argentina have gone back to that bank of 4 and gone back to the tried and tested, at least attacking fluid formation here. Still long ball counter, but has gone for 2 DMS and then Beckham on that right-hand flank. He's been delivering balls in all day towards Erling Haaland as the target man. So it seems to me Argentina have reverted. Rather than trying to copy the tactic of Brazil, they've decided to go back to their own tactics here.
I'd be really interested to find out why afterwards, because it worked for them in the semi-final. Why would you change it? But then again, Brazil are naturally very attacking as a squad. So maybe it's just a tactic to try and stop Brazil from attacking as much and to stop them from essentially scoring any goals. But again, they have to win 2 games here to win the entire thing. So we might see a change at halftime or after the game 1.
We'll see if there's changes to come. I can hear the arena starting to get some of that festival atmosphere associated with Brazil, meaning only one thing. The final is ready to kick off here. It is 2 old enemies going up against each other, Brazil and Argentina. Your final is now underway. Brazil attacking the right-hand side of your screen, Argentina attacking the other way. Juninho and Rental of Brazil looking to secure their first title together in 2 versus 2.
I cannot get over how loud the Brazilian fans are, but that voice that's powering through, that's actually the singular Argentinian fan in the crowd, and he is screaming. He's going to lose his voice after today, but so far possession still within the Brazilians. Is Juninho going to break the deadlock here? Well intercepted by Argentina. So far, quite a steady game. He passes it back! 1-0 to Brazil, and that is a horrific mistake, Harry. That caught us off guard, I think.
That is an absolute gift from Argentina to Brazil. A real miscommunication at the back. And a great read from Rentau, I believe it was, just cutting down that lane. Completely cutting off any avenue to try and play out from the back. You thought crisis averted, but no, Rentau's there. Julian Alvarez strokes it home for one of the easiest goals Brazil has had all of today, and they've had plenty of them.
I think it just caught me off guard because at this level, you don't expect players to be making silly mistakes like that. What a way to go 1-0 down so early on against what's already a very attacking Brazilian side.
Of course, same rules apply here in the final as they did in the semis. Going to be a two-legged affair, aggregate score. And Argentina have had a very turbulent start here indeed. They've given the ball away again.
They seem to be panicking. I think they weren't expecting to make such a silly mistake to begin with, and now they're scrambling all over the place. Great over the top through ball, but just a bit of a heavy touch there from Argentina. But wow, my heart's still racing from that, Harry.
It's a big goal to score early on, and for Argentina, you don't want to make the situation even more difficult. You're already in Brazil's home stadium, if you will. You know the crowd's against you. Dare I say, the crowd may be inciting and inviting that mistake. 25 minutes gone. Argentina starting to win the ball back now, a bit better in midfield, and are threatening to try and get that goal back. As Patterson has a chance, but that one defended well by the goal scorer, Rentau. He's had a big tournament.
He has, and I think he's really lived up to all expectations of him. Patterson taking the corner for Argentina. Is this their chance and the moment that they will equalize before we go into halftime? Fantastic ball in, but well headed away from the Brazilians. They seem to be calming down a little bit more now, Argentina, which is really, really needed.
Yeah, now with a throw in here. Rentau with a heavy touch, not really too much he could do about that. And we did wonder if Argentina would try and take more care of the ball going into this final. In the end, they almost are guilty of taking too much care of it. Patrick trying to weave his way through the midfield there. And every single interception from Brazil was met by cheers and jeers from the Brazilian crowd here.
I love that though. I love how the home crowd is behind them so much. No matter what's happening in the game, they just do a regular pass and the Brazilian fans will be cheering them on for it. Argentina here again with possession just a couple minutes before we get into halftime. Can they equalize after that horrible mistake? Fantastic through ball through, and it's 1-1 just before halftime. And they needed that, Harry, didn't they?
Yes, they did. It's Nuno Mendes who scores the equaliser right on the stroke of half-time and has silenced the Rio crowd here. It felt like a carnival up until this equaliser. Really good composure. And Argentina back on level terms here in leg one. One apiece now. Great through ball.
I think we have to give massive props to Argentina for being able to equalize as well, because I know if it was me, I think I would have needed to get to half-time to actually calm my head down. The fact that they're going into it 1-1, a goal that pretty much shouldn't have gone against them if they hadn't made that mistake. To be 1-1 now, that's really, really good on them.
And actually, when you look statistically, the only shot of the game has come from that mistake that Argentina made that allowed Rentao to score into the open net. So Argentina, since conceding, really had been on the front foot. And confirmation, the goal scorer, I believe, was Patuk's. And thanks to that Lux through ball, really well done by Lucky. And then Patuk's able to slide it home with a neat finish. So Argentina, they have their legs under them now, Alia. That's what we wanted to see. We didn't want to see this be a one-sided affair across the two legs. Second half now underway.
Yeah, you never want to see it go one way. And I will say the Argentinian players, they look a lot calmer than the Brazilians. I think they weren't expecting to go 1-1 just before half-time. Argentina here again with possession. Fantastic ball from Patuk's through to Lux, but well intercepted by Juninho again as he passes it through to Rentao. Can they go 2-1 up here? Capitalize on the attack. Taking their time though, Harry, aren't they?
And they're being patient, they're looking for that killer blow. Let me tell you, Alia, I really want to see these two match up again at the World Cup with those heart rate monitors. I want to see those numbers.
Oh, I love them heart rate monitors.
I bet Brazil right now, with the hometown pressure behind them, easily in the triple digits and then some.
Remember, they put it on us as well, and our heart rates were through the roof watching some of the games at the finals last year.
Indeed they were. We get into the game just as much as the players. No need to mention my heart condition at the moment. There's
won't talk about it.
That's a long story. Some ectopic beats here and there, but Brazil no doubt going through some turbulence in their hearts here so far, as well as Argentina are giving them all kinds of problems.
I think that's the momentum shift they needed. Yes, they made a mistake, but they managed to resolve it before we went into the break. Juninho here through. Can he make it 2-1? Oh, just a bit too high of a cross, Harry.
Rentao couldn't get his head on it, couldn't get it under his spell. Everyone in here is just watching every attack with held breath.
Literally, because you can't actually hear the Brazilians. They've gone quiet.
They know Argentina have had the better of them so far. Despite that early mistake, we've not really seen Juninho and Rentao enter a groove. Argentina do win the ball back. Well, I think the referee gave a foul for that, and for me, that was very, very harsh. Just a physical affair there on the ball, but the referee has said, you know what? Argentina free kick to follow.
This is the most stressed I think we've seen Rentao all day. I think they're panicking a little bit, and I think throughout the entire day, I don't think they really felt the pressure because they were cruising so easily. Now the fact that the Continental Championship title for South America is on the line, it feels like the nerves are getting to them. And I wonder if Juninho is feeling that same pressure that he did against Thailand in that finals last year, knowing how much is at stake and knowing what it's like to lose the title when you get so close.
Now, Argentina, they're just receiving word from our referees about exactly what the situation is there on the stage. Looks potentially to be a bit of a technical pause here, which would honestly be pretty beneficial for Brazil, because they seemed on the ropes for large stages of this first leg.
They didn't. That technical pause, if it is what it was, that's not going to help Argentina. They were in a flow state. They were attacking non-stop. And if Brazil are smart, which we know they are, they should really use this break well, because all it takes is 1 second and one moment for everything to switch. But they do look quite calm still, I think, Harry.
They've always looked pretty calm this entire day. Haven't seen too much emotion from Lucky and Patuk. It's been pretty cool, calm and collected. Very, I don't want to say synonymous with, but definitely echoes of Nicolas in previous years on national duty for Argentina in FIFAe competitions. The Iceman, for a reason, doesn't really give too much away. And we've seen it very, very similarly from the Argentine setup here.
Well, the most emotion we saw is when they won that semi-final. One loud cheer, and then that was it. Immediate focus to think of the final. But it's very interesting to see whenever we do have breaks like this, although it's rare, how players react to it and how the coaches react to it as well. Because you see on the Brazilian side, it looks like they're having more casual of a conversation, whereas on the Argentinian side, it looks like there's a bit more stress. Potentially the issue sits on their end for that pause. But I mean, so far, this has been such an exciting final. I don't think we expected it to be that hype so early on.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of drama. Argentina giving the ball away and then Rental tucking it home. Ever since then, Argentina have looked the better team, the way better team. It's so difficult to steady yourself after you know the home crowd is behind you, but you just can't seem to play your own eFootball. You can't get into your own rhythm, and I wonder how much of that is psychological and how much of that is tactical from Argentina with their tactical changes.
That's what we were saying earlier before the final started. Argentina hasn't been playing up to their potential, and now it feels like we're actually seeing what Argentina are capable of. They showed up when they needed to. Of course, we still have the final to play, but this is the Argentina I've been expecting to see all day, and I don't think the Brazilians were expecting it to come out now, not with how they've played all day.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Brazil were expecting an easy homecoming, raise the trophy, raise the crown. We can be the champions in front of the home crowd. And it's been anything but that in leg one. Obviously, I think off of memory, we have about 15 or so in-game minutes to play, but Argentina steadying themselves so well after their early mistake. They equalised, and it is essentially all square as we head into the final 15 in-game minutes. Credit to Argentina. They've really turned up here.
I think that's what differentiates the pro players to the casual players. Being able to score the equalizer about 30 in-game minutes after you made what is a really horrible mistake requires a lot of skill, a lot of calmness, a lot of mental strength, and that's exactly what they showed today. And I don't think Brazil capitalized on that moment enough because that game's been dominated by Argentina.
I'm going to preface this by saying this is absolutely a joke, but dare I say, Canarinho Pistola has pulled the plug. If he saw his team not doing so well, maybe he just pulled a little cable, cut a little wire. Again, I'm joking. The Brazilian mascot would never do such a thing. But, it's awful suspicious. We didn't see him in camera.
That's true. We didn't see him in the crowd.
Did anyone have eyes on Mr. Pistola? I mean,
a little bit suspicious.
A little suspicious here. No, I'm obviously just kidding. As we,
he's going to storm in here, Harry.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to have a word with us.
My goodness, that is going to be a very, very difficult conversation to have. Not because I don't speak Portuguese, but because he intimidates me.
Very intimidating. Now I'm just worried. I feel like I'm on the lookout for a big yellow bird that might just come through the doors, smash it open, and have a word with you. Not me. I think we're cool, but with you for sure.
Yeah, that could be a difficult one for sure. I'm scared of the big bird. I know there was probably something to do with a children's TV show in there. I know, but
you've got trauma.
I think it's this particular big bird. He just does give me the. I don't know, something off about him.
Gives you the scaries.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
You're going to have nightmares tonight, Harry.
Yeah, I might. It's going to be very difficult for me to get some sleep.
Would you like a nightlight?
Have you got one?
No, not with me.
Then why did you offer? Why did you offer? Come on.
Maybe like a flashlight?
I could put my torch on my phone.
just have
not the
it
same
on
thing,
guard,
though, is
facing
it?
the door,
Yeah.
just in case.
Not sure if that would make it more scary or not, though, being able to
He
see.
just puts it under his face
See
and
Mr.
creates a shadow.
Pistola and his daunting beak shadow and his very furrowed brow. If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the resumption of Argentina-Brazil. It is 1 apiece in the first leg between these two nations. Slight tech issue on the stage, I believe, so we're just waiting for the resumption of the match, and then we will be able to continue play. But both these nations at the FIFAe World Cup, that's the big story here, Alia. Both of these nations, they have secured their ticket. The pressure theoretically is off, definitely for Argentina at least.
I think maybe that's why they're playing much better now, because throughout the day, it's always been on their mind that probably they knew Brazil were going to finish first and they had to fight for that semi-final spot and actually win it. That now that all that pressure's been lifted, they can just play however they want to play. But when they get to the finals, they're going to have to learn how to deal with that pressure, because you're in a massive arena, you've got a crowd around, they'll hear our voices casting over them as well. And I think that's the difference. But at the same time, Brazil, normally they thrive in front of crowds. We saw them thrive last year at the finals as well, but maybe it's the home crowd.
Maybe it is.
It's getting to them now. They're like, oh no, we cannot let all our family, our friends, the big bird.
The big bird.
Especially the big bird. We can't let any of them down.
It's not as catchy a nickname as Canarinho Pistola, is the big
Pistola.
bird. I think that's what it translates into.
Really? Big bird?
No, I just made that up.
Don't rage bait me, Harry.
I'm sorry. I'm learning off of Mr.
I'm
Pistola,
walking out.
aren't
I'm putting the big bird here.
Yeah.
I gotta stop saying big bird. I think it's just, I look at him, I'm like, you're a big bird.
It's the alliteration as well. It is fun to say. But we are seeing Brazil very much be under the spotlight here in a way that they haven't been so far. I mean, they entered this Continental Championships undefeated. They were, I think, 10 wins from 10, and then they continued their winning form here in Rio de Janeiro. They haven't been tested throughout the group stages. Even the semi-finals against Bolivia, they walked it, essentially. That's obviously no disrespect to Bolivia, but they weren't at full strength, their starting lineup. So now we're seeing Brazil finally someone's asking the questions of them. And with Argentina, let's assume the pressure's off. Brazil, all of the pressure is on them.
I think it's really interesting that the fact that it's been months since the qualifiers, the Nations Cup, now we're at Continental Championships. This is the first time they're actually being properly tested. Brazil have had an easy run through, and the fact that their test is coming now when there's a title on the line, I think that's a massive reason why they're not crumbling, but struggling and not performing at the level we've seen all year so far.
What do we make of the tactical changes from Argentina then? Because it's clear they've gone back to their bank of four. They've gone back to the 4-4-2. They've kind of disregarded Brazil's setup, if you will. They copied their tactics for the semi-final. They had very close games against Chile, but now they're back doing what they know. They're tried and tested. I tell you what, why don't we go to a quick break, because I'm hearing in my ears that there is some issues that we need to figure out first. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the resumption of Brazil versus Argentina. Well, we are back here in Rio de Janeiro. We're still deadlocked between Argentina and Brazil. We're now back underway. It is one apiece in the final moments of this match. And what a time to rejoin when Neymar Jr. slots Brazil into an aggregate lead. 2-1 now. And Brazil waste no time.
That's exactly what you were saying, Harry, earlier. Is this break was going to be advantageous to Brazil. And right as we resume, immediately 2-1 Brazil.
Where's Canarinho? Keep an eye on him, Argentina fans, because he has energized Brazil here. That tactical pause has been enough. 10 minutes to go. Brazil 2, Argentina 1. This, of course, still in the first leg. It is aggregate score, so you do need to fight to the very final whistle across both legs. Patuk crosses in. Oh, and he's equalised!
Wow. Where has been this mental strength all day from Argentina? They essentially scored not far off an own goal, managed to equalise, had such a long break, went 2-1 down, and now they've equalised again. This is the potential we've been asking for all day.
Well, it's that patented half-time sub of Ruud Gullit. It's a complete mismatch at the back. And Gullit for Argentina, he's put them back on level terms, almost as if nothing happened. And this is why we say, Alia, across an aggregate score, across two legs, you must fight to the final whistle. Brazil will come forward here again.
I
4
love
minutes
that the
added on.
final's been like this. I love that it's been end to end. There isn't a clear team that's been dominating. It looks like we're going to end this first leg 2-2, which I don't think we were expecting. I thought either Brazil would potentially walk away with the win here.
There is the full-time whistle. The first leg in this final ends 2-2 between Brazil and Argentina, setting us up for a second leg that could seal the fates of Argentina or Brazil as champions here. The first ever continental champion of South America.
Something's telling me this is going to golden goal. I don't know what it is, but something in my gut is just saying the way this game went, no team is actually holding on to the lead for very long. When one goes down, the other scores. When the other scores, it's just a bit mind-boggling at the minute. But the Brazilians look not defeated, but I don't think they were expecting a draw. And this is only their second draw today.
Not often you'll see Rental without that trademark smile on his face. I wouldn't say he looked annoyed, but he definitely looked a bit dejected, a little bit, I almost want to say somber. As with Juninho, they know there is adversity in their story. And the inquest will continue as to how they were able to let not one but two leads in that first leg slip to Argentina.
I think we need to hear the Brazilian fans. Again, it's almost gone too quiet that maybe it's not helping these players. It almost feels like they've been constantly behind them. Now they're going into the second leg all square pretty much. And you don't hear the fans. I'd feel a little bit like, oh, where's my support? Where's the energy to keep me going?
Would you almost say that perhaps Brazil are feeding off the nerves of the crowd, if that makes sense, rather than the energy that they need?
I would say so, because I think when they go quiet, subconsciously, they might be thinking, why are they going quiet? Are they nervous as well? Are they worried we're not going to win this title today? So I think we've got to hear the drums coming out again, the screaming, Mr. Big Bird, got to hype the crowd up. It's eerily quiet in the studio right now.
And that's one of the first times we've actually seen Argentina be quite happy and smiling. Rental's yawning. That's not a good sign. As for the Argentine boys, I mean, Patrick on the left-hand side of the two players, there is looking very relaxed, very happy, chatting with his coach. That is Gonzalo Joaquin. Dare I say, GJ. He was checking his watch, seeing what time it was. I think
is it dinner time yet?
I think that was Patrick asking his coach what the time is.
To be fair to these players, so it has been a long day for them, and it's not like they've had much of a break. Up in the group stage, you're playing your games back to back to back to back. The only time you actually get a break is when you're waiting for the other semi-final match to finish. So we've got to give huge credits to them as well, because they must be tired. Yeah. And I think it's showing in the gameplay. I mean, Rental was yawning, so I think that's proof in the pudding that that man is tired.
Well, the Continental Championship finals here in Rio de Janeiro for eFootball Mobile kicked off about 6 hours ago. The first match kicked off 6 hours ago, so maintaining concentration levels for that extent of time, Alia, you're absolutely spot on. It does drain you. It drains you. Even if you finish before the other heat and you have some time between the matches, you're mentally preparing for who your next opponent is, what went right or wrong in the last game. So it's not a case of we have a bit of extra time here or there. It is very much a case of who do we play next? And to be in that state for 6 hours, that will take the toll of even the most experienced and hardy of players. Here are your lineups. Here's Argentina going back to that 2 backs of 4 in the 4-4-2. With David Beckham over on that right-hand flank. Seems to me based on that we are going to see David Beckham on that right side try and swing in those crosses to Erling Haaland.
And I think they haven't really played like that much. I feel like they've had the opportunity where they haven't needed to use Beckham on the wing. They've actually gone down the middle quite a lot. And I think the Brazilians are opening up the defense to give Argentina the chance to attack in more ways than what they thought they needed to do. But I'll be very interested to see now whether Brazil maybe sit back a little bit, because Argentina are coming on hot on them both players.
There's that smile from Rentao. And that's when he can be the most deadly, the smiling assassin. The first ever eFootball Mobile two-time world champion. When he was crowned world champion for the second time in Bangkok just over a month ago. That was eFootball Mobile history by the man on the left-hand side of the desk there.
What an achievement.
Some achievement.
As well. And he's so humble. He's so well decorated within eFootball, but it feels like he's still himself in the sense of he hasn't let the titles and the achievements get to his head. At the end of the day, he's just Rentao. I mean, I saw him cuddling his mum earlier, and it was so sweet. I feel like especially as a guy, to feel so open with just giving your mum a big cuddle in front of a big crowd, that's not something you see very often, especially in esports.
Oh, we love to see the supportive mother of Rentao here cheering on her son that has gone on to achieve so much in the eFootball sphere. Argentina, though, giving them a good run for their money. And I'll tell you what, Patrick's looking... He's looking ready to go. He's looking at his coach like, come on, let's go. I'm fully ready to go here. Everyone seems pretty locked in.
I wonder what goes through their minds in moments like this. You've got silence. You can only really hear your coach and your teammate. It's the waiting around that really gets you, I think. You're waiting for the unexpected. You just don't know what's going to happen, and in the span of 10 minutes it decides essentially your future.
Indeed it does. Both these nations want to be crowned champion of South America. Comes with an extra bit of reverence, doesn't it, when we enter that World Cup later on this year. To be a champion of your region means a lot more than just merely qualifying. Of course, we have more continental championships happening around the world as some of our players here watching the entertainment unfold, waiting for the second leg of this game to get going. It's going to be interesting to see if Argentina can continue their fine form, because that first leg, they were able to come back not once but twice.
They're surprisingly very calm, but I think it's because that pressure is off them. But they're so relaxed. Like, they're laughing about. You look at this screen and then you flip to the Brazilians. They look so serious. They're actually worried. It's almost as though the Argentinians think, oh, whatever happens, happens.
You can see that they're very much wanting to appease the home crowd here in the second leg. Of course, it is 2-2 entering leg 2. It is all square at the end of the second leg. On aggregate, we will go to 90 minutes of golden goal. And if we still can't separate them, Alia, we'll go to that penalty shootout that you've been begging for. You've wanted it all day.
I know, I experienced it last year at finals, and now I'm like, I really want another penalty shootout, just because I feel like it's so rare within mobile, because the game is so quick that the chances of you scoring golden goal is highly likely that it doesn't need to get the pen. So I'm just chasing that feeling again, to be honest.
Of course, it's not just here in South America. We have the Continental Championships happening. We have Kuala Lumpur over in Malaysia. That's the Asia qualifiers. We'll have Casablanca, of course, for the African Continental Championship. We'll have Lisbon to settle in Europe. That's going to be a fun one in a couple of weeks' time. Then Mexico City will be our next destination after everything is done this weekend here in Rio. But finally, we're ready to resume here in what has been a marathon of a grand final between Argentina and Brazil. We're back underway. It is Argentina attacking from left to right to kick us off here.
We're very interested to see how Argentina decide to open this game. Ideally, it does look like they are trying to get the opening goal as Patux tries to go for goal. It deflects. Can Lux complete? No, he doesn't. But still possession with Argentina.
Offside, I think. Yeah, I think the linesman's denied that passage of play due to an offside. But I mean, those were two lengthy breaks between, you know, the 75th minute of leg one. There was a lengthy break between that and the 90th minute. And then also between the two legs, there's been a lengthy pause. So it is going to be about where the concentration levels are at for both Argentina and Brazil here in this final. It's Juninho just being patient here in the midfield. Good read so far here, Alia, from Argentina.
Yeah, very similar to the first leg, I think, where it's very end-to-end and almost, it feels like actually in this leg, the teams are more scared to attack because they're worried about losing possession. So they're just holding on to the ball.
It almost feels like golden goal right now, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, we're just seeing the Brazilians passing around each other, but a silly mistake there as it lands back at Lux's feet. The Argentinians, again, playing very, very calm. And it's just nervy, but hopefully it doesn't come back to bite either nations here.
Argentina have been through the ringer today. 3rd place out of 4 in the group stages. But they bested their rivals in Chile to make it to this stage in the semi-final. Here's David Beckham. Patterson sadly dispossessed. As soon as you see Beckham on this near side, on the right-hand flank for Argentina, he's going to have one objective. Get that ball into the box. Find Erling Haaland. And out to the feet of Juninho. And it has been so nervy, so nervy. Half an hour gone already, and that Brazilian crowd we wanted some energy from have gone very quiet. There's no drums, there's no banging on the seats. It's everyone watching, holding their breath.
Pretty much only our voices echoing through the studio at the minute. Brazil here on the attack. Fantastic ball. He shoots and it just narrowly misses and goes wide. But that's our first chance of the game, and it's 36 minutes in.
First big chance was that stunning input from Rentao, I believe it was. Brazil starting to have a bit more success now, but they cannot seem to keep track of the ball. And we're almost at half time.
It's a lot of quick passes here. It almost seems they're rushing a little bit while still being ironically patient.
Juninho just being patient, trying to find that killer blow, but no minutes added on. That's how much this ball has stayed in play. It is half-time, Argentina 2, Brazil 2 on aggregate. And it is so nervy here in Rio because you would imagine a goal in this second half would do wonders and essentially give you one hand on that championship crown. Who would have thought that Argentina would even be in with a shout at this stage?
What's interesting as well is that at halftime, the Brazilians were celebrating that it was 0-0. So I wonder if it is their tactic to just get to the second half, it being all square, and now we're going to see them go all out attacking, almost catch the Argentinians off the guard a little bit.
Well, a Brazilian goal would lift the roof off the place, wouldn't it?
It would do. I can't believe how quiet it is. It almost feels a bit scary considering how noisy it's been all day with the Brazilian fans. But maybe they asked for the silence. Maybe they thought it was distracting them, getting in their head a little bit. So they thought, we just need peace and quiet, just for this game.
Well, indeed, it could well be our first look here at Michael Owen into the fray at half-time from Argentina. Now, usually they elect for Ruud Gullit. I wonder if he's been introduced as well. In fact, he has. I can see him there. So Michael Owen and Ruud Gullit have joined the fray. In fact, I believe Ruud Gullit even started for Argentina. So they're mixing up personnel even in across legs here in the grand finals. That's how confident they feel in their squad depth. We're underway in the second half. Brazil attacking from left to right this time. Oh, nice run. Really nice run here. Chance for Brazil, but nothing doing.
It's just that they're doing it too quick, like 1 second too fast. If they hold off a little bit, even just half a second before they make that pass, I think that would have gone through. But the nervousness of the Brazilians is really showing through how they're playing at the minute. But the Argentinians, they're a lot calmer, but Brazil is just so good at defending.
Brent Tao especially has been phenomenal defensively. He's been cutting lanes, he's been stealing the ball. And right on cue, Argentina, they are able to steal the ball back themselves. Neither nation willing to give up possession. It has been mostly forced errors that are causing these turnovers. But, I mean, this has been so tactical. Both nations know one goal could be all it needs.
How are we 70 minutes in and it's still 0-0?
Could be some changes here, I reckon. I'm surprised. No pause queued up.
There's nothing at all. It's a very different way of playing that we've seen from both nations throughout the day.
Approaching the final 15 in-game minutes. Oh, lovely touch from Lux. Can he find a teammate to truly win it here? No, straight at the defender. Argentina will resume their dominance. What a ball that is out to Lux on the far side. Thankfully for Brazil, Juninho's there.
Again, just passing and playing a little bit too quick. They need to calm down, but they do manage, the Brazilians, to get possession back. Juninho coming down that wing. Is he going to hold it? He crosses it in. Can he score?
Corner.
It's our first proper chance all game, Harry. But this corner, it could change everything for Brazil. This could be the moment that they're crowned champions with just 10 minutes to go. And we hear the Brazilians.
They've woken up. That carnival atmosphere is back here in Rio.
That's all they needed. They just needed a chance to actually hype them back up again. But it's come in the 82nd minute. Just 8 minutes left to go. I don't think we're going to have much added time, if any, at all. And we're just moments away from golden goal, which I think could potentially drag out with how Brazil and Argentina have played the second leg so far.
And the ball has stayed in place for so long that we're talking 1, maximum 2 minutes added on. So we're in the realms of possibility now where in the final 10, almost 5 in-game minutes, that a goal would seal the title. A Brazil corner will follow the resumption of this pause. Argentina have given as good as they've gotten. It would be a shame to throw it away now. How's your concentration levels? Big chance here for Brazil. Be Juninho with the outswinger. They do like to play them short here as well. Here we go. There's the second ball. Can Brazil make it work? Rentao. Nothing doing that time. Still be alive here for Brazil, but Argentina, they're hanging on for dear life. This ball staying in their own final third for far too long. They need some breathing room here. 90th minute now, last attack of the game will go Brazil's way. Lovely ball to find Juninho. Is there a goal here? No, sadly not. Cleared by Argentina, but only as far as Juninho. Keeping things alive here, Brazil. Still Juninho. Oh no, dispossessed by Lux. What a vital tackle, and we are headed to golden goal.
Oh my goodness. I was not expecting the second leg to go the way that it did. And I'm almost surprised that in the second half, neither nation actually started attacking more. Because surely you'd want to try and score a goal in the second leg instead of risking it to golden goal. Because now it's a coin flip. Literally a coin flip on who's going to win the Continental Championships for South America. But it'll be, I'm interested now to see whether are they still going to sit back and hold on to possession, or are they just going to go for it? Because we've seen the Brazilians, they're really good at scoring after a reset.
Well, yes, they are. Argentina, credit to them. How hard have they fought? They've been so tenacious here. Lux, Patrick, and of course, the coach, Gonzalo Joaquin, have been true adversaries. They've been rivals to Brazil. Despite the somewhat of a drubbing we saw in the group stages earlier on today, Argentina knew there was a chance for them to provide an upset here. And now, after 2 legs and 2-2, we go to a golden goal game. This will be 90 minutes. And if there's no goals in those 90 minutes, we'll go straight to a penalty shootout. There should not be extra time here. It will just be straight to pens.
Got to give a lot of credit to Argentina as well, I think. Very shaky in the group stage, but they've showed up when it's mattered, and that's during the knockouts. Because at one point today, it did not look like they would be in this position at all. And now the fact that they've held Brazil off on 2 legs, we're going to golden goal, they must be thinking to themselves, we've really got to grab this opportunity with both hands, because we probably shouldn't be in this position right now.
I mean, a chance to steal away a continental title from your fiercest rivals. I mean, these are the types of opportunities that only come around every so often. You have to take it with both hands, as you say. And Lux and Patuksen are looking primed and ready to do just that and really upset the pecking order. The number 2 ranked eFootball mobile nation in the world, Brazil, on home turf, first in the group, sailing through every opponent today, pushed to golden goal.
Can't believe it. I think this is what you want from a final. You want the drama, you want the excitement, you want the uncertainty, but at the same time, I felt quite confident that Brazil were going to win this over the 2 legs, and I'm almost a little bit disappointed with how conservative they've decided to play. What's made them so scared in this final? The fear of not winning the Continental Championship, the fear of letting your fans down, even potentially the FA down with all the backing behind you. I mean, the president's been quite vocal about his support of the Brazilian players as well. So there's a lot riding on this for them.
Such a good point, Alia. It's not as simple as turning up and holding the phone and just doing your very best on the virtual pitch. You also have to represent your nation and really impress and do proud the national governing body that is supporting you every step of the way. And to be honest with you, the eBrazil setup, when you see them throughout the Nations League and you see them all fly to the same facility, and the support that the Brazilian National Federation provide the Brazil team, they're one of the very best.
They are, and that is probably contributing to the pressure. You know you are one of the best nations in terms of the support you get, the access, the team around you. I mean, they've got proper film crew here today for them. They've got a social media person, they've got a proper videographer. There's a whole ecosystem behind these two players and our two players on console as well, that I feel like that pressure might just be getting to them. They want to win on home soil, but it's like you said, the pressure of representing your country. I mean, I remember when I did it for England a few years ago for eFootball, I felt so unbelievably nervous because in the back of your mind, you're just thinking, I don't want to let my country down. Like, this is a life-changing moment.
Well, you did us proud then, Alia, and no doubt Rental and Juninho are doing Brazil proud. They've already secured what they came here for, which is a ticket to the FIFAe World Cup Finals. Here are your lineups. No real changes that I'm spotting. No deviation from the usual tactics of Brazil. They're going to stick with that classic 4-2-2-2. They're going to go long ball counter. And here's Argentina. Wow, this is a complete shake-up. I'm sure this is not the final tactics, because usually we're used to seeing either copying Brazil's, 4-2-2-2, or they're going to go those two banks of four in the 4-4-2.
They've gone rogue, Harry.
This is something new.
They're chasing that golden goal. They're going full attacking here, knowing that that's what they need to do. And hopefully that means we're not going to see them sit back in this golden goal. But wow, I mean, that's the first time we've actually seen them use that formation.
Yeah, this is a completely new look. No wingers, so no Beckham. They're not using Erling Haaland either. Ruud Gullit, who was usually a half-time substitute for them, is now getting the nod to start alongside Leo Messi up top. You've got Figo in behind. They're clearly wanting to try and bulldoze their way down the middle, and maybe that's where they see the weakness of the Brazilian defence. Or maybe this is a purely designed tactic for golden goal.
Maybe that's a really good shout,
Look
Harry.
At this, Brazil are matching them. Brazil are switching their own formation from their 4-2-2. Now they're saying, yeah, no, your formation looks pretty good, actually.
You very rarely actually see that happen, and I hope that isn't going to cost them, because they've only changed their tactic after seeing what Argentina have done. They're not trusting themselves with their usual formation here. I mean, the Argentinian players, they're smiling.
And we're ready to go. Those fist bumps, those hand slaps tell you all you need to know. Brazil are ready. Argentina are ready for golden goal. Whoever scores first will be the South America FIFAe Continental Champion of eFootball Mobile in 2026. An incredible day of action. Two amazing teams. And what an amazing scene. It's Brazil with kickoff. And we're now underway. First goal wins.
Argentina here get that possession back really quickly. Are we going to see that 4-3-3 formation prove to be in their favor? Gullit tries to go out to the wing, but Brazil managed to get that possession back relatively quickly here, Harry. I cannot wait to see what happens here.
Argentina cutting the lanes really nicely, and this is where the home crowd can come into play, but also the coaches. You'll be looking towards Thiago Alvarez and Gonzalo Joaquin of Brazil and Argentina, respectively. Brazil, though, looking to try and attack this right-hand goal early on, and that'll be a corner. And one goal is all it will take for either nation, and right on cue, you can see in Juninho's face cam, that's Thiago just having a word, just saying, one goal's all we need. Corner swung in, cleared by Argentina. And Argentina are now pinned in their own half. All 10 outfield players of Brazil are in their half as well, so they're going to have some time trying to get out of this one. Through to Rentao. Here's the cross, surely, no, tries the double touch and stunning finish, but now here is the counter for Argentina.
Trying to go down the middle with that 4-3-3 possession. They keep it. Through ball to Lux. Is he going to hold it? Is he going to cross? Skill moves all around the box.
Vital.
But Brazil get that possession back again as they look to counter to try and seal the win. They are playing quite patient, though. They're passing it around a lot still.
Look a lot more comfortable than the first and second leg in doing that. But what a vital intervention by Juninho. That tackle is worth a goal in and of itself because Argentina were looking to really turn the screw. So much at stake here, Alia. You can see how they're playing, not wanting to turn over possession in difficult areas.
I keep having to remind myself to breathe. I keep forgetting I'm so locked into the screen that I'm actually not breathing, Harry.
Argentina looking good. Nice step up again by Juninho. Usually it's Rentao on defensive duty. He's been the standout defensive performer, but Juninho stepping up left and right. Here come Argentina, mind. And who else? Right on cue. World champion in 2025. Combining with the two-time world champ, Rentao. Chance for Brazil to seal it here in Rio. Into the box with Juninho. Oh, almost curling it home.
Oh my goodness me. At least they tried that. At least they're trying different things, not just shooting when they have to. We're just a couple minutes away from halftime and 45 minutes away from what could be penalties.
Tell you what, you'd bet your house on that Showtime Mbappe curling that into the top bins if it were just a regular game. But here in golden goal, Brazil towards the end of the first half are trying to put this one to bed, but we cannot split Brazil and Argentina here in Rio.
I'm about to start banging my head against this table, Harry. Honestly, if you hear that banging, it's not coming from the crowd, it's my forehead. Because what is happening in this final? It's very tense. But why are they playing so safe? This is golden goal. It's almost as though they want to give us penalties.
There you see Lux and Patuk just awaiting the restart. They know just one moment of magic from them could steal away a continental championship from the home nation here in Brazil. It has been a marathon of a final, by the way.
It has done.
We're now underway the second half of golden goal. Argentina with the kickoff attacking the right-hand side of your screen.
We can now just hear the Argentinian crowd as well, starting to scream, starting to get behind their players. As we see them with a throw-in, could this be the moment that they are crowned the champions? Patux with the ball, running away from his goal here, trying to clear it and hopefully spread out the Brazilian team across the pitch that little bit more. They still managed to hold on to that possession. Lux decides to cross it over. Brazilian player nearly gets his head on it. Patux just trying to get down that wing. They're really scared of losing possession here, Harry.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, great job by Rental winning the ball back, but also him and Juninho in tandem, just cutting the lanes. The press was just absolutely phenomenal. And that's the reason that Argentina had to rethink their attacks left and right. Here's Lux on the far side. Nice tackle from Juninho. And just on the hour mark, here come the substitutes. I cannot believe this. Like Argentina thinking potentially about a formation change here as well. Of course, there is, with the new update, fluid formation available. There's sub-tactics as well. Here's Brazil's attacking formation. Neymar Jr. into the pitch. Closing in on about 7 hours of tournament play here. 7 hours since we kicked off this tournament. 7 hours consecutive of eFootball mobile matches for these two nations. Brazil clear.
Just under 30 minutes left of golden goal. Fantastic over the top through ball. He made the choice to pull his keeper out. Dangerous play, but it worked out well for him. As we see Argentina back in possession, but Brazil managed to intercept it. Rental with his incredible defensive skills. Juninho decides to cross it through across the pitch. Juninho with the ball. Rental ping-ponging it between each other. Juninho's through. Is this the moment? Brazil are your FIFAe Continental Champions for South America. It wasn't easy. That final dragged on, but they've done it. They've won on home soil, Harry.
Brazil is the champion! FIFAe Continental Championship 2026. Brazil wins. Has then revenge against Argentina. Let's go, Brazil!
Incrível, mais uma vitória pra conta.
One more victory to Brazil. One more to the yellow and green national team.
Difícil, irmão.
What a hard game. What a complex game, bro.
Parabéns aos argentinos.
Congratulations to the Argentinians. They played very well.
Incrível, incrível, incrível.
Big battle.
Final incrível.
A great final in this tournament.
Brincadeira é essa, hein? Vamos lá, vem cá comigo.
Come here with me.
Vamos pra foto, deixa eu falar com vocês agora.
Let's take a picture and then we'll talk with you guys.
Levantado.
One more title for you. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 titles for Brazil.
Isso.
I'm not kidding.
Primeiro de tudo.
First of all.
Vai lá. Oh, quer ficar do ladinho? Pode ficar do ladinho
Stay at my side.
Tudo, senhores,
first of all,
parabéns.
Congratulations.
Gol de ouro. Pra
Golden
mim que tava
goal.
de fora, completamente
that
loucura.
I was watching. It's a craziness.
De bola ali, o que passava na sua cabeça?
What you thinking now? After all this mess, what do you think? What do you think when you lose the ball? We need to keep pressing. We need to defend.
Isso ali no off, né? Eu, a Varela e o Juninho.
Juninho, Avaré and I. We was talking about the pause in the right time, so when we needed, we paused the game.
Tem que ser um adulto,
and
né?
and to finish the game, harder to end the game. Juninho.
Primeira a conseguir essa façanha, tô certo?
Argentina was the first team, the first national team to win Brazil in South America, so it was kind of revenge. Always is good to play against them. It's better winning them. Now we can face them again in the World Cup. The golden goal almost killed us. Heartache.
Avaré, eu não pude deixar de reparar
Avaré,
que você como coach não
I
parava de
saw
falar
that
com
you
eles
as
ali,
coach
né? Queria entender o que você estava
didn't
conversando,
stop talking with them, all the time talking with them.
Estava de pé, você não sentou
Everybody
minuto.
was sitting down and you was standing. I was trying to keep them calm, but also trying to figure out how to solve our problems and tell what we were not doing right. Because they won world championships playing solo, and now as a team we are great. And let's go Brazil! Let's go Brazil!
Eu vou chamar agora
I'm going to call the
Xande Teixeira,
Teixeira,
chefe executivo de games e esportes eletrônicos do Rio de Janeiro.
In Rio de Janeiro. Xande,
Boa noite pra você.
good evening.
Xande vai começar a cerimônia de
Xande is going to give the trophy to the winners. Good evening to the champion. It's an honor and a pleasure to have in this event in Rio de Janeiro and giving this luck to Brazil, this first event in the Rio de Janeiro Arena Gamer. I'm going to call Canarinho Pistola to join us.
Deixar vocês chegarem aí com o objeto que vocês
It's an
estão
honor
desde cedo e já há muito
to give
tempo
the
querendo
trophy to you
levantar.
guys, to
Então,
rise the
o troféu
trophy.
é de vocês.
So the
Façam as
trophy
honras da casa,
is
comemorem
yours.
esse título, o troféu é todo de vocês.
Feel free to celebrate, to party.
Vamos contar, vamos contar! Vamos
Let's
contar
count,
junto
let's
aí, ó!
count. Let's count together. 3,
2,
2, 1. Let's go Brazil!
Campeão!
We are the champions! We are the champions! FIFAe Continental Championship 2026.
Vai, Canarinho!
Let's go, Canarinho!
Muito obrigado, senhores.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to keep watching with us and follow this journey. One more title to Brazil. 9 out of 10 to Brazil. So good luck to everybody that's going to face Brazil against the Seleção Green and Yellow.
Obrigado, Juninho.
Thank you, Avaré. Thank you, Juninho.
Valeu, Xande.
Thank you,
Muito obrigado pela presença.
Xande, for your presence. And now it's time for the photos. Now it's time for the videos and to celebrate the title. The golden goal against Argentina. A very hard game. A harsh Argentina. 2 games, 2 draws, and 1 golden goal.
Meu Canarinho tá dançando
Canarinho is
tango aqui,
dancing
ó. Tá
tango.
dançando tango, meu
Canarinho is dancing
Pistola.
tango.
Que loucura.
That's crazy.
Senhoras e senhores, por hoje
Ladies
nós
and
vamos
gentlemen,
ficando por aqui
that's
no
all
palco,
for
mas
today.
amanhã tem mais.
That's all
Amanhã
for today in the
é
stage, but
futebol
tomorrow we
de
have
console.
eFootball
Estaremos
on
aqui no mesmo
console.
bate horário, no mesmo bate local.
In the same
Meus queridos
time,
narradores,
in the same place.
com
Back to you,
vocês.
casters.
Wow, a golden goal for a golden team. Brazil, the continental champions of South America. Unbelievable performance. Thanks to Wars, of course, holding it down on the stage. Great to hear from our champions there earlier, our champions of South America. We can officially say it after almost 7 hours of gameplay. It's Brazil.
I mean, it's been such a long day, but what a way to end it. I know that final, it felt like it dragged out a little bit, but to win the way they did with the goal that they scored and the way the studio just erupted.
That'd be extra special.
That was a beautiful sight to see from the Brazilians on their home soil, but wow, what a day it's been.
Take a look at some of the action throughout the day from our highlights. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day. Commiserations, of course, to Argentina. They fought so hard throughout all of the action today. But here in the final, I mean, it feels like a lifetime ago that this mistake fed Rentao and gifted Brazil the lead. But that was the first of 4 goals to come across a cagey 2 legs, wasn't it, Alia? It was really, really attritional, and it took an incredible amount of effort from both nations to steady themselves from the tech pauses, the tactical pauses, everything between the matches, the nerves, the energy, everything. It took absolutely everything from Brazil. And it almost feels like the 2 world champions had to find another level. They had to find something else, didn't they, to come out ahead against Argentina.
This is fantastic preparation for them ahead of the finals, because this might be the most pressured moment they've been in all year up until that finals. And to Argentina as well, they stepped out when they needed to. They held Brazil off for 3 games. They did so well today with the mental strength, the silly mistakes that they made. And if they keep this momentum going, I think they're going to be very exciting to watch at the FIFAe Finals. But Brazil are just on another level.
Indeed, they are. Here's the final dregs of leg 2. This one ended 0-0 and was, despite the best efforts and the late surges from Brazil, the best efforts from Argentina to break the deadlock, nobody could. Nobody could. It was tantalizing. It was agonizing. But Rentao and Juninho had to wait for their magical moments. They had to wait plenty of golden goal gameplay. You would have, again, put your house on Showtime and Mbappe tucking this one home. But 70th minute of golden goal. And here's your goal that seals Brazil as your FIFAe Continental Champions of South America here in 2026. Alia, closing thoughts from you, please. We've heard from everyone in the stage. I want to hear from you. How did you find today? And a word on Brazil and Argentina from you, please.
I mean, I think I love eFootball Mobile. I remember the first time I worked on it last year, I was just like, what's going on? Everything's so quick. Something can just happen just like that. And today proved how exciting eFootball Mobile is and how things can just change. But what a final, what a day it's been. And I cannot wait for the FIFAe Finals to see eFootball Mobile back in action again.
Yeah, of course. Make sure you stay tuned to all the relevant channels across all of social media. It's been an incredible day. And in the end, you would argue Brazil the worthy champions because they weathered some storms today. I know it's been windy here in Rio, but they've weathered the high winds, haven't they? And in the end, worthy champion. Same time, same place tomorrow, people. 2:30 p.m. Brazil time, local time here in Rio de Janeiro. Make sure you tune in again. Same time, same place, except this time it's eFootball console. We're going to have 6 nations battling out for just 2 World Cup spots. Alia, thank you so much for your efforts today. It was a long one, wasn't it?
It was, and thank you. And to Wes. Wes sat through from round 1 all the way through to the semi-finals.
And then went to make friends with Canarinho's Pistola. So, yeah, I think we'll have to try and peel him away. But I believe that's going to be all from us after a very, very long shift today. Remember to tune in tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. local time here in Rio de Janeiro for eFootball console action here at the Continental Championships South America. See you then.